But let's get going.
Queen Strong.
See, I don't even know your weird. He don't call somebody a name.
You questioning the people who question you about these actions. You turning your back on motherfuckers. I didn't watch this motherfucker talk shit about this game. Word battles. This nigga talk shit about them. And I know for a fucking fact, Yo-Yo didn't help this nigga.
Peace and welcome. My hands are occupied right now.
I know for a fact, without Yo-Yo even telling me. All you gotta do is look at his graphics. Fact. Not a motherfucker talking about niggas only go live because he go live. Niggas was using him. They ain't never gave him shit or helped him on no way. Man, it's the boy Swab Boss, man. Shalom, shalom, assalamu alaikum, hotel. I say, peace, my nigga, black power. You already know what it is. Keep your head up, saying shit come, people. And may you be progressing in the lanes you got passion in, because work is work, but it ain't got to be torture. Next time, this is the argument league. This out of here. Getting up Paul the fuck out of here. Get Judah the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Get Battle Troop the fuck out of here. Get TaharkaBey the fuck out of here. Get all of these niggas that's lying. Get all these niggas that's scamming. Get all these niggas that's blaming the victims. All these niggas that's having fucking unbalanced judgment. Oh, you got to go to this standard, but I'm going to hold myself to this standard. The fuck out of here. Nah, the debate tomorrow. Shout out to Shay. Powder Tickle, man. Shout out to the family, man. KLT, Tiger Tone. Shout out to everybody I didn't shout out throughout. Beige Negers, DH, Nichols Pickles. Shout out to y'all, man. Y'all with the nation and learning. Send me the Ethan Kids, Israelite Warrior, T. Cole, Celine Morgan. Man, Black Power, man. We fuck with y'all in real life, man. This is not about division and attacks on each other. This is about cleaning up our mess so that we can build healthy. So that we can build healthy. So that when money get donated, when materials get donated, I mean, it's all good, man. Answer that question. Because you told Inky that he had to answer the people because they watch his videos. But when we questioned you about that van, you said, if you didn't donate, don't question me. So now you unjudging you and Inky. Inky has to.
That's the part I don't get. Okay, if we didn't put in a dime for the donations, hey Prime, you can hop up if you want to. The link should be at the top. If you didn't put a dime in for donations and you still spot a scam, how are you hating? You're not running a competing operation. You're just pointing out the inconsistencies and what the fuck they doing. I don't get it. Need it. But let's keep going. That's what I'm saying. He can sit up there and say all that slick shit to me, but when he get over there with the man, he ain't got that kind of energy. We already know why you do it. Tito! Tito! I hope Taz gave you talking to. Tito!
Hit that like button as you come in, family.
Thank you, Nicole. I want to see him get
simply
cussed
because they
out.
watch the like button. But you don't have to reply to people about that money for the van, even though you was collecting money for the van well after the point where you said you wasn't going, where you knew you wasn't going. But when people ask you question, you blocking them. I know you got the van. Now that we asking you, you got the van. Listen, it's able to be cleared up. It's able to be cleared. All in you is that when people was asking you questions, you told us you can't ask me shit if you didn't donate. That's bogus. Because the people that come and watch your channel that may not have to donate, give you the number for other people to say this must be a nice channel. Look at all the likes you got. People who hit your like to influence people come over there to donate. You got to answer the people who watch the videos. See, you talking about the donors. The donors ain't the only people that you owe because you those questions for Inky. You didn't say you got to answer these questions.
Instead of, remember Bob Ross, say happy little accidents. Happy little accidents. By the time something blow on YouTube, many little dumpster fire. Many little dumpster fire. I'm gonna stop. Let's go back.
Questions for the people who donate to you. You said you got to answer these questions for the people who watch
Apparently,
your videos.
the rabbit whore
So I know that you knew better, but when it came to you, you was like, fuck the people that just watch my videos. It's about money. If they didn't donate, I don't owe them no answer. It's about money. Queen Strong donated.
Some of the documents.
Queen Strong asked you. Queen Strong donated to you for the van. And she asked you. She said she didn't get no answer. I heard you say you had the list of everybody to donate. Queen Strong didn't get no answer.
Dead boy.
That's what I'm saying. When it's convenient for you to make adjustment to the and this, that, and the other, that's what people bogus. That is bogus. TaharkaBey in the building. Put up.
Well, we was on for how many hours and he couldn't pull up over here?
You don't even know me.
But you think it's gonna be a boys club and they're gonna overlook?
Yeah. I'm not trying to cut you. I'm not trying to cut you off.
But let me tell you something. I like that you try to bring new content regardless of what you say about me.
Let me pause this.
That's number one. Number two is
I like that y'all bring new content. Hell, the Argument League dropped the damn interview like within 2 minutes. We all dropped that video within 2 minutes. But he talking about he don't know who I am, but he over there telling them they do good work. I ain't even gonna speak. I'm gonna speak your language. Are you scared of women? Are you scared of women? Well, I thought it was right. I thought Rainbow was
the
bad.
reason why I made about the van because the day that I bought the van, I know who donated because I didn't do a campaign.
But he was donating days before he got it.
I only mentioned it maybe 2 or 3 times.
Hold on. He said he didn't do a big campaign. Oh, just because you snatched down all them videos with Inky. Look, I still ain't rearranged my hard drive. I got some shit. Melanin Royalty in the house. Hey, boo.
Hi, sweet dear. Hey, family. Now that my audio is good and I ain't working. I saw I saw that clip, but you know what? I think a lot of what's going on right now is that these old schemes and scams that have been run for so many years has gone under the rug or under the radar because we didn't have social media. And they're using social media and platforms such as you to run their scams. They're forgetting about it increased their accountability.
Yeah.
It's increasing how many people are watching them. It's increasing how many people are holding on to receipts. And now they can't wiggle out of it. And I literally just had this epiphany. He reminds me of Omar.
Yeah.
He low level. But he's doing the exact same thing where you don't have he's not accountable to you, only to the donor. But then doesn't even give donors the information, right? So it's pretty much shut up, pay, and dribble. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, in that audio right there, you hear Cliff Suave say, Queen Throne donated. I know who donated the day I got the van. For that van for well over a week before you went. He only broke up last week, and he was running that strange shit the whole time Inky was over there.
And that like button, family. If you haven't already subscribed to Triple C Playhouse, go there and subscribe. Also subscribe to One Community. And if you haven't subscribed here, hit that that subscribe button, family. We coming with the exclusive.
Yeah, that he was pulling about the van.
Yeah,
about
fun community he had to build the more and be more.
That's right.
Yeah, right. Went hard. That's what he don't seem to understand. I ain't worried about him calling me bottom feeder. Hell, the real Morris Science attempt, the real Bays don't fuck with him.
Yeah, he called us bottom
so like Izzy
feeders
used to say back in the day,
because we got the real scoop.
Is questionable. I gotta find that clip.
Right. But I just think it's really interesting.
TaharkaBey called us bottom feeders, but he's trying to piggyback off of our content.
He been calling me a bottom feeder for days, but he go to the person that dropped the video right before I did, talking about you doing the work. But he got my photo up and shit. It ain't, people seem to get it twisted just because I mentioned that. That's not the part I'm offended at. I'm offended that he had the nerve to say that shit with all the bullshit he got.
Yeah, he put Tasha's picture up on his thumbnail
for me.
And for those who don't know who Tasha is
criminal.
Playhouse.
Well, and the other issue that raises a red flag to me, which is this is going to be something that our men need to deal with him about, is the way that he came at you. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's what the men have to hold him accountable for, because I see, you know, this F-boy type of behavior where they don't deal. They'll go after the woman, and then they'll stigmatize her, put up photos, call her a mammy, all kinds of stuff to denigrate her. But then they won't do that to the men. You know what I'm saying?
Intimidated by strong women, so they attack them
when they do those disrespectful things. Because, like to your point, you weren't the first one that posted it. How that same man that did it.
No,
you see what I'm saying?
Oh, you want to go after the single feet? You think ain't no man stand to protect? That's what it is,
right?
Nah, boy, see, my daddy taught me don't wait for no man or woman. Shit, we ready. Yes.
You know, it's very disheartening to me. But you know, if he's gonna, not just him, and that's all of them that want to pull these Ponzi schemes and do what they doing. Just understand that when you're using the platforms such as the internet, the receipts are there. It's not, it's no longer word of mouth. You know what I'm saying? All this stuff is documented now. It's now people are doing videos with your, so there's no more hearsay anymore. So you either gonna step your skin game up, you know what I'm saying, or you're gonna have to deal with the fact that you're gonna be held accountable. It's just, that's just the way it is at this point.
Let's continue so we can see Jazz drag T-Bag
on my show, because there's an audience rock with me that I reached out to them personally for the assistance.
Oh, you mean you did it on the back chat?
I got it. I have a private group. Everybody who donated, for the most part, is in this private.
He act like that private, and can't nobody look. Let me hip you on something, T-Bag. Can't nobody break in, but the people in there can show as hell send shit out. That's how that works. Well, somebody could break in technically, but you ain't that important for nobody to risk a charge like that. But what can happen is people in your private group can get tired of your BS and put it out for everybody to see. And that's what happened. Okay, Ramil, let's continue.
Private group. I reported to them with pictures and receipts the day that I got there. Inky, and I'm not going to keep bringing up his name, but Inky inflated it with, he embellished on his show with like, oh, he got people donate for a man, and he didn't even go to the polite case.
I don't know about nobody else, but I remember him saying, I know Nandy said earlier that this ain't the first time that he asked for money for a van. He was asking for money for a van, go around and help the people get vaccinated or something. So then when this mess popped off with Polite, got up there with Inky. And I heard him with my own 2 ears from the little bit that I listened to. So anybody correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm not finna sit up there and watch that shit. Yeah, if Inky was on there or not. Man, I watched two videos and it was like, fuck that. But he's up there and said, I'm going to get this van and I'm going to drive to Florida and I'm going to be the correspondent. He said all of that. He said that, nobody else. So now you're saying that you didn't say that and Inky was trying to conflate the situation. You know what? Y'all bring up Inky name so much, it don't work no more because we know y'all using Inky as a goat. Inky might not be the most clean cut in the world, but he ain't as bad as y'all all make him out to be. Because it's real funny. The folk always got somebody name wrapped around their mouth with some fuck shit.
But then if you notice, just even listening to him try to just explain himself this little 45 seconds, he's dodging. He's dodging the situation. Like, it doesn't matter if Inky embellished it. It doesn't matter if he had any parody. None of that matters. The subject at hand is, because this is the same thing that he does on his platform, to directly answer the question, right? Yep. He wants you to directly address the issue. So don't come on someone else's platform using conjecture and dodging the issue at hand. The issue at hand is, you said X, Y, and Z, you didn't do it. But see, this is what happens when you create standards for other people that you don't live by within yourself. You see what I'm saying? So he's trying to play both sides of the fence and doesn't recognize in his mind, he thinks he's crafty. He thinks he's smart. But for everybody else, we're seeing the dance, right? But it's frustrating for me.
Our minds just put in that secret code for the treehouse. You ain't the only one that's frustrated. It's like, you act like just because you took this video down, don't nobody remember what you said. I remember that shit. I remember.
Son's mother passed away. I wasn't going to bury my neglect burying my son's mother.
That bit look like he jumped out reverse out of Cool World.
That's just the bottom line. Now, I said on my show over and over and over, I have the band. People that don't watch the show up on the show. Every show they say, repeating Inky. You scam for the van, you scam for the van. I said, listen.
Nigga, because you did scam for the van. And then you take that with the messages, Inky video, where it said he scammed for the van. He got the van and the van didn't even make it home. Shar Sham, Shalawam. We got Shar Sham in the house. If you want to come up speak on this love man's perspective on TaharkaBey and his, I don't know, but I heard him say that he was getting that van.
And he's lying.
Go ahead.
He's lying because on the video with Inky, the one that you're referencing, saw, he said, I'm going to get a van. He said, you guys donate and I'm going to get a van. He didn't say I have a van. He said, get a van. So again, here we go. You want to be, I don't like to throw out my credit, but degree in journalism. You know what I'm saying? And so I understand how to interview a person. And I pay close attention to the words that people say. So while you're standing on this platform trying to appear like a journalist, you're not recognizing that you're finding yourself, you're discrediting yourself because you can't keep up with the lies. That's really what it is. It's just you're not able to keep up with the lies that you're telling people. Because the other thing is you recognize when he has an ulterior motive, he starts talking really fast.
He blocked you out of his chat to mine. You wouldn't have rather. I'm gonna have to steal the clip from Monty Python, and he remind me of that damn night. That nigga tore off everything. He wasn't nothing but a head, and he was still going. And these four, I don't claim to be no journalist. Like we gonna claim our privileges as vloggers, which under the law is journalists. When we go down there to Miami for this court trial, so we can get some video. But generally, I don't claim to be a journalist. I just claim ran on the topic that I'm investigating people on. Go ahead.
Right, but the thing about it is the only reason why I mentioned that is because he said he's a
yeah.
Do you see what I'm saying? Like again, I care about what I hear. So I only mentioned that because he said on his platform that he's a journalist.
But when they call him on his stuff, I ain't got nothing to do with this. Hey, and then if he claims to be a journalist, he needs to have all his credentials stripped for that interview he did with Uma.
Yes. Yeah.
Because a journalist knows that you fact check your source before you go running with the story.
That's right.
He was on the argument league early in the Cole and Taz cussed him out. But it's so much to dissect, and it's just 5 seconds. We have to stop and go in again. So we gonna continue for a little bit.
Because I know you didn't even make a contribution. That's in context. Because I've already put it 4 and 5 shows in.
You know,
with Inky, he keeps saying the same.
The only thing I can say about Sinetta is at least he took my advice. Now tell me again that nigga don't listen to me.
Would go to that extent too, because you're not going to go in.
Let me hear them say they don't know
10
me.
shows, keep repeating yourself. Look, at this point, believe what you want.
Now it is New Rapians over there going ham in the chat, but the rest of the chat ain't. And
this is my other thing. Yes, anybody who.
This is my other thing. How are you supposed to be conducting an interview? Tell you beforehand, to chill out. How don't you tell your mods beforehand to chill out? Like when we have closed circle conversations over here, everybody already know. Everybody welcome, but the only people getting sniped is being disrespectful. They was sniping people for asking questions. And in the Sinetta chat, his mods, I ain't gonna name no names, but he was sitting up here disparaging the guest that came on to speak. You don't do that.
What we are seeing in real time with the removal of comments and questions is we're seeing a dictatorship form itself.
Mm-hmm. They're trying to batten down the hatches to save themselves. Go ahead. Sorry.
What they're doing is they're removing those questions that's going to challenge. So remember, he said his platform, because this was the reason why I started watching this platform. He said that his platform was a neutral-based platform. He was open and welcome to points of view, right? And so created a platform from the Inky up till this point. It was a platform where anyone could come on there and challenge, right? Mm-hmm. And it was supposed to be a safe space. But what started to happen, he started to see that the questions that was coming at him, he couldn't answer it because it was contradicting the things that he was saying and how he was moving. Mm-hmm. So what he did was he armed his team to now go into the chat and erase questions and that was contrary to him. So what you're seeing, dictatorship form in live time.
Because they trying to make a same. Ain't that what they call it?
Yes.
When you take out all it, same.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But like, okay, I keep telling people me and TaharkaBey was supposed to have anybody that know me know how I do an interview. Unless somebody else is bringing them on that I know, trust, and already vetted them, I have to talk to them beforehand because I'm not finna let anybody just come out and say whatever. I want to know what you're gonna talk about, so that we can have at least a semi-flowing conversation. Any journalist does that, right? You investigate who you're gonna do the article on or who you're gonna do the interview with. You talk to him beforehand so y'all get some kind of rapport going, and then you do the interview. You don't just jump up and, oh yeah, I've never met you before and I don't know what's going on, but go tell your story.
You're right. And the other thing that, makes my heart very heavy, all of the stuff that's surrounding York, what made my heart the heaviest with watching Uma is that he overlooked her brokenness to where he didn't even protect her because it was all about ratings. In his pre-interview, there's no in his pre-interview that he gotten the notion that it was a wise decision to put her on a platform like that. And this is not even a journalist. We're talking about just humanity, right? Yeah. Just human to human. You see that someone is broken and you know that they have endured trauma, you don't put them in the lion's den like that. Mm-hmm. Because other people have knowledge that you're not aware of. And what made it even more frustrating is when he just was so boastful about that he didn't know nothing about the case. Yeah. So if you didn't know anything about the case, you haven't done any research.
Sit up there and say he knows absolutely nothing. It is well publicized, easily found online. It's also on the Southern Poverty Law Center because the Nuwaubians are listed as a terrorist group. And you're going to sit up here and tell me that you couldn't take the 5 minutes that it would have took, not even 5 minutes, to type in Malachi Z. York and familiarize yourself with the case enough to know questions to ask your interviewee. What's the point in doing that's not an interview. He let her on there to basically vent. And instead of him admitting his first mistake when he recorded it the first time without her permission and it got out, instead of him admitting the mistake, he doubled down on the fact. But then when he brought this woman out onto the platform, he did not protect her. And then he brought a sibling that he knew they did not get along at the same flipping time. Then you had another sibling that was in the chat saying, let me up. And he arguing with her, talking about, they do all this tonight. We gonna have to come back another night on this. That's because you're trying to stretch it out for some damn super chats. But that same energy that you're putting out, it's gonna increase and it's gonna come back at your ass. And that's just what I know from observation and reading and shit. Karma is a bitch. This is mine, but I will repay. Girl need help and she need protection. She being steered toward mental assistance.
And them.
All of them, Jacob.
That was the platform for them to deal with their sibling issues. Because when you really look at it and you assess it from outside of the outrage of York, what you realize is these children didn't know
talking about TaharkaBey,
up from down.
Interview that he did with Dr. York's daughter.
So what makes you think?
You hear when I read the book?
Which book?
The Ungodly by Bill Osinski.
I think I popped in a little bit.
On one of the last chapters, it was telling how after Jacob moved back to Atlanta, he moved back to help the Nuwaubians that was trying to leave. He had to teach them stuff that was as simple as how to go and get a driver's license.
Right.
So if that's what the adults were going through, what the hell was the kids that was still going?
The other thing, here was a caveat. I think it was probably like 20 minutes into the before the closing. Jacob was explaining. Finally, the energy had gotten to a point where they could talk to each other, and Jacob started explaining what his experience was and how things were. And then you heard Uma say, oh, because she realized a lot she had known what she believes and what she says that she knows is based off of her because she was a child. She was 7 and 8 and 9 years old. There's no way she could have interpreted the complexities of that situation correctly.
Yep.
No way. So
And
she should not even.
She's been
She
with
shouldn't
someone
even.
that's a York supporter this whole time. Gotta be. That's
And
the only way
yeah,
that
her
she
husband.
so freely out of her mouth.
Yeah, her husband said that he was a part of it. So see, so he had her on the show. Again, I go back to this pre-interview that he likes to mention so much. How did you not grasp that out of the pre-interview?
But see,
That this child was.
He didn't give a damn. He thought he had the hot exclusive. He don't give a damn about women. He don't give a damn about children. He don't give a damn about victims. That really shown from the way he sat up there and let them do all of those York siblings, those York children, and those ex-Nuwapians that went over there trying to speak their piece and trying to correct what they knew she was saying was wrong. And because he was sitting at the go on so that people would hit up the super chat to keep the interview going. I cannot with them. We keep going. We ain't never gonna get Taz cussed
constantly just repeating propaganda.
Yeah, I'm
adding to the problem.
And let me speak to Taz exclusive.
Because I'll let you 1 second. I'm gonna let you go in. I just want to say this because see, you got to understand. I'm not repeating what I heard. And my issue was yes, you have kids. People want to see
put on the dragon clothes.
He has put a man on his. He's done all of that already. My problem was after, and you notice that doesn't sound. It's a very sensitive subject. I don't like speaking around because it involves past and above. But at the point where you knew that had happened, was still going. And so money was still being donated. There was no announcement to the court date that she had passed and why you didn't go. There was no pre-warning that I'm not going because I had a law.
Hold up, say it again.
There was no pre-warning. You only told us about the death in the family after Polite's case.
That's not true. That's not true.
So when did you announce that you wasn't going?
This is not the receipt king. Mm-hmm. I can, you know the videos that are posted. They actually have dates and you can go and look at the date that I said it, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Text me your email. I'll send it to you.
Why he gotta do that? All he gotta if the video's about date, why he gotta send it to her through email? Why wouldn't he go to such and such a date? Since all his videos, his videos are supposed to be his receipts. So when he had receipts of him getting that Zoom link, he probably means somebody emailed it to him and said, hey, somebody put it out. But you being a responsible person should have said, hey, where did you get this from?
You know what I think what happened? I think that he mentioned it to his quote unquote loyal supporters because they're the big donors, right? I think he told them. I think he told them because he knew that they were going to hold him responsible, but even more accountable, and that he recognized, like Inky said, that's where his money comes from. Yep. So I told them, but they're a small portion, not the sum total of the donations that you receive.
You can't just like paid subs and tell them something and then come back and say, well, I told y'all no, you paid for that was paying for early access. But stuff like deaths in the family that are gonna change plans on YouTube, that's not something that's just privy to paid subscribers. That's privy to everybody that donated to you, whether they donated $1, a dime, or a stack.
Right. And here's how the whole thing would have been eliminated from the beginning. It wasn't the fact that he had a death in the family. That wasn't the issue. He was not holding himself accountable and being transparent from the beginning. Because when he purchased the vehicle, he was supposed to show the receipt that he purchased it.
Yep.
Once he showed the receipt that he purchased it, there's no question that this thing doesn't exist, right? Because that was really the first bulk of the question. Does this van even exist? So if you would have showed the receipt of the purchase that you made for this van, and then you had to come back a couple of days for the death of my family can't go, then people would be like, okay, cool, we understand that, because we at least know that the money went towards what you said it was going to.
Yep. Hey, Nick, what? Oh, drop the link to your channel in here. Niqua, while you in there, drop the link to your channel in there. But yeah, it just pissed me off on so many levels. In that video the other night, I was like, literally, I saw red. And I was just, I can't do this. I can't. They pisses off. But let's, because it's getting close.
And you can see the look on TaharkaBey face while he was doing the interview. You can tell he took the sleeve back. He didn't give a fuck.
In the moment with you, my nigga. You don't send email messages for the hell of it as a way out.
Going to get to the clown stuff.
I mean, it's not clown
This
shit.
ain't no clown stuff, my nigga. You a clown.
Like we only can talk one at a time. Let's talk.
Okay, no, I'm gonna email you. I just put my email in the private chat.
I got you. I sent it to you. But,
Okay.
But King,
How you gonna send anything in here in the car on the wheel on one side and a freaking the smoothie in his hand on the other?
With that being said, I can show the timestamp when I actually said that.
Oh, you need to be on the 1,000 list, Niqua.
On when to
you
say
need to
it,
be on the
I
1K push.
I was debating on when to
Y'all
say
need,
it.
y'all all got riches, so y'all can all rotate your channels in the chat.
Sensitive situation. And should I announce it now?
We be moving around this motherfucker like old school, like Earth, Wind, and Fire.
Because my family is involved.
Like the Isley brothers in the band. Gather around.
My son's on my show. Somebody in some dark room, just an image on YouTube. My family actually been on my show.
So I can answer Hada. You are exactly right, Hada, because if it was a message not to share, my secret angel would have never sent me the video. But he never said anywhere, don't share this out. And guess what? When you do shit in the dark, it comes to light. And you weren't supposed to be recording Uma in the first place. Then you come out talking about the rest of the interview. No, nigga. How is it a pre-interview, but this is the rest of the interview? No, you was forced to come out and do a live interview because the one behind the paywall got leaked. Quite simple as that. Simple as that. And then you had her back up there live, and you knew the other family members watching. You sat up there until Jacob and them got damn near rabid in that chat, and then you let him up because you deleted their messages multiple times. But guess what? They didn't block them. So how do Maz know the difference between somebody that's trolling and a real family member? Probably because they or knew they names, but they deleted the messages they didn't want nobody to see. They quick, but I'm quicker.
My niece is my nephew. I'm not going to announce to the world about somebody passing away on my show if I know my family haven't been prepared yet. That's irresponsible. So I know that I waited almost close into the date because I wanted to make sure that my family was aware of what was transpiring. Because some of my family, this is my son's mother. This is not my.
So why your family got to be made aware of what's happening?
Haven't been together in over 15 years. So you know what I'm saying? So I got to make sure that's correct first before I go.
Yeah, Nick, well, he had one for the COVID stuff and he wanted to go to Miami. And out of both them, he ain't came up with that one busted van and that
Yo, let me get this in, but I just want to say about that. Okay, so how to the date did you decide to tell the, you know what?
It was like 2 days before.
Like 2 days prior to you announced, I'm not going.
You know what?
I'm not going to be able to go because my son's mother passed.
Suave them touched down, if I'm not mistaken, before TaharkaBey told everybody he wasn't going to be able to go. That's what I'm saying. He ain't even spoken to me to my face. Only that one time on the phone. Like, oh, you was disrespectful on the phone. No, I wasn't finna sit up here and let him blow smoke up my ass. That's one thing I'm not gonna do. You gonna sit up here, sister. You gonna call me sister, same breath. In the back of your mind, you getting ready to strike me. And not only that, you went trolling back to old ass videos, like months and months, years and years, to go find screen stills with me in awkward position so you can put them up and call me ugly. Guess what, bitch? I can go my hair done, but you can't get that face fixed. That's there for life, my homie.
But see, right there, that right there, if you call yourself a grand sheik and you're a Moor and you have principles and values and you respect women, that is not even an option. That response is not even on the table. So here again, we have to now say, you're moving questionably, right? Because on one hand, you're saying you respect women, but yet and still, this is how you respond to the action of a woman doing something that you didn't agree with. Well, now the question has to be, how far will you take this? Exactly. And we now see how far he will take it, right? And this is why I said in the beginning, I'm calling my men. Our men need to check him.
Yep.
You see what I'm saying?
Like, single, I ain't got no support. Look, my brother look like a goddamn Mandingo warrior. I ain't even got to them yet. I ain't even got to my real siblings yet. I just told y'all about extended family. Did my brother show up knocking on your door? Bitch, you'll think you was in Africa.
But it don't even have to. But it should not even have to be your level, right? And that's my thing. Like
he wanted to sit up here and act like I hacked into his stuff, make me visible, when in all actuality, your people sent it to me. You said about, oh, YouTube don't make money. Craig, they actually let you speak in the chat, Craig. Oh, they being nice now. Sign on his repenting tour.
But then here's my other question. What was the real outrage about?
Exactly.
It couldn't have been about the information. No, so now we have to say that it was about money.
Yes, it was about
which means that you were exploiting the pain of people that have been traumatized. Yes.
Their father has been in jail for 19. They still not figured out and patched up all this stuff. And he thought it was a good idea to sit up there and basically have a WWE match between half siblings of an incarcerated cult leader. Whew. How the rabbits got sniper firepower. Look, I talked to TaharkaBey on back when you still used to be able to use Google Hangouts to go live, right? We sat up there and I talked to him for over an hour, and he taught me all this stuff about his plans for the community and this, that, or whatever. He can sit up here and say he don't know me all he wants to, but watch that video. Don't go to the one where I clipped it out. Go watch the whole thing. I made it I put it back on public, but go back and watch it when he dropped down in the chat. He know me perfectly well and has for over 4 years. He might not be Ace Boon Coon, but he know I'm on YouTube. So for him to sit up here and say, I don't know this woman, but you do. You just a walking, talking contradiction. If they look up oxymoron in the damn dictionary, your picture is beside it, looking like old boy off of damn Goonies. Hey, you guys. But you got the nerve and the audacity to sit up here and try to talk about me. My boss, them ready for your call. Get ready to get dragged again. Professional IT.
And the funeral was the viewing was the 5th, and the funeral was the 16th.
Okay, go ahead. Taz.
You call CPS on me as soon as they come over. And ain't nothing wrong with my child. I'm gonna tell them I want to file a report because these people are making false claims because they are scared because there is an active investigation. recording on YouTube.
I can't talk.
What do you mean?
I ain't gotta go nowhere. I ain't gotta find shit.
So
I
being
gotta do is go
civilized
down to the
means
local police
playing
station.
Anything else, Bob?
They will contact your state.
Anything else?
Hey,
You got all that shit you got on your record.
Don't lie on me, bro.
It ain't a good look to be
Hold
pregnant.
on.
TaharkaBey,
Not at all.
Hey, bro, you cannot say I'm uncivilized because you lied on me, bro.
Can I explain to you and your audience, Bob, about
Oh
why he
Lord,
didn't
T
get
Duck
the,
up there too.
and
You
this
can
is what
explain
he's
it to me.
upset about. He's
can
upset
explain it to
because
me.
I didn't send him something that I paid for in my research.
Bitch ass nigga, I didn't ask you for it. You offered it.
You know he ain't talking about that interview because he clearly said he didn't know anything.
No, he's talking about so there was an email that Taz, I'm not quite sure what the name was, but Taz asked him for some information. He said that he would email Taz. He never emailed Taz. So the back and forth that they're going through right now is because remember he told Suave, email me, right? So now Taz is saying you're not even good on your emails. You don't even respond to emails. So how you gonna ask him to email you when you don't respond to email?
Exactly. Hey Levon, hey Melanated. And he do that all the time. Look, you can only run the same little shtick on people so many times. Let's finish this up and then we gonna do a throwback Thursday. And we gonna go, Black News 102 on Trial.
You offered it.
Why he didn't get it, Swab? Swab, the reason why he didn't get it is because I run a business. I raise my family. I do YouTube.
Yeah, I do all of the same.
Let me finish consistently. And so,
right. We all do.
So, I gotta finish. And so, he didn't get it in a timely fashion. But if he would have stayed on my heels, don't forget me, I would have easily dropped it. To him. But before he stayed, instead of staying on my heels, being your brother's keeper, you go and get ignorant like you're doing.
How long I need to keep you? How long would I have needed to keep you? My brother.
How long? It's just a piece of paper.
Why are you making foes out of
Stealing from you, Craig. I'm gonna have to let you borrow my microwave, and I'm supposed to be the crackhead.
How you gonna cuss me out for asking me for something? I don't owe you nothing.
No, you know what?
At the end of the day, if it's a misunderstanding, y'all brothers need to communicate offline. Like this ain't how it goes.
That's the point I'm talking about, King.
This is my thing. Okay, you want to sit up here and say y'all can't say nothing. Hey, El Most High, peace and welcome. You want to say y'all can't say nothing if you didn't donate. But how about this? You don't know who we know. You don't know if the donator's been low rumbling and don't want to say shit to you. So we speaking up for them. You know. And hey, guess what? If you do it we can comment on it. If you didn't want none of us to know, you should have paid. You should have stayed behind that nifty paywall that you had, and just let your loyal supporters support you.
So here's the other thing. How does he know that all the persons that's bringing this to the community's attention didn't donate? He doesn't.
Why should
I see what I'm saying?
donate?
So here's the thing. Just like, okay, you have Cash App or you have PayPal. You can create your own username. It doesn't have to be your name, your legal name. You can create it to whatever you want it to be. So who's to say that all the persons that brought this to our attention were not the ones that donated?
Exactly. You don't know.
So no, that's right. So this is why
receipt. He just say he got receipts. Just like when I called him on using my Zoom link, the Zoom link that I found. Then you gonna say, "Oh, I didn't get it from you, sister." Look, I know you ain't got no top people on your team, and I know how long it took me, the IT professional, to find the goddamn link. So I know that unless you paid somebody, more than likely you got that link from me, because everybody that got it came back and said, "Thank you, Triple C TV," except for y'all motherfuckers. But we outside y'all. Sinetta was there, TaharkaBey was there. It was a couple of bays there.
If you talking, you muted.
Hold on 1 second. I got an angel drop. We trying to set some stuff up. Now say that again, Melanie. I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just he doesn't know because he wasn't transparent once he received the money. He doesn't know who donors are, right? Mm-hmm. Outside of his core group of donors. But once you open up to PayPal, Cash App, all of the various ways to receive money, you don't know who. When you have this group of people that wears the money, you don't know if they're one of the persons that donated to you. So with the lack of transparency, this is what put him on the hot seat. I go back to my point. Had he said, I received X amount of money, I made this purchase, here is a screenshot of the receipt, all of this other stuff would have been out there. It wouldn't even existed because we wouldn't have to question his integrity.
Hey, y'all, when y'all sent me my snack money and I said I was going to get some Jamaican food, what I did? I made a short at the Jamaican restaurant. Even the people that lifted, hey, I was trying to help them out, but at the same time, I want y'all to see, I'm going to do what I tell y'all I'm going to do. It's so easy to show a receipt these days. You don't have to say, well, I'll email it to you. Most of that stuff be on deck. Speaking of which, let me check my email because I was supposed to get some. I ain't got none yet, but that's okay.
Integrity. That is an
example, but it would be so easy. It just came out while he was buying the van and go live. Even Young Spinoff was at because you don't have any credit.
Right. And so this is why I keep on going. This is why I said in the beginning, he's reminding me of Umar. Mm-hmm. He's following a lot of the same plays that Umar has in his playbook. You know, and to constantly move the goalposts little by little. And then to talk in circles, because if you notice, that's what he does. He gives a whole bunch of conversation and he ain't saying nothing to try to throw you off on what the whole point of the conversation is to begin with. Exactly. Right? Mm-hmm. So that's what he plays his wordsmith, like he's so smart. That was the other thing. Hold on 1 second.
Yeah, look, one of my co-workers, he runs a YouTube page, but it's like one of those ones where you look at hamsters because he got like animals, so he got the camera trained in the cage room, and he also does like he over there in the poker sector, you know, where they're playing poker. I know, right, Hudson too. But he was telling me how much they charge him on taxes. Nigga, I wouldn't want to be monetized. I already didn't want to be monetized, but when I heard that shit, hell no. He was like, he had to take his stimulus and pay his tax bill. My nigga, no. No. See, he think he's slick. He back in the back venting. He back in the back chat to his supposed loyal followers venting about ain't no money on YouTube because he don't realize that even up here gyrating and pounding your chest, if them people ain't sitting there for that hour, if you got 150,000 people that only watch for 1 minute, you ain't gonna get paid for that shit. You get paid for long haul, not for the short haul. All you got to do is go and read the analytics and all the little tutorials they got in YouTube content creator to know that. But he know he can't hold no audience. So he uses that to push people to the other one and to push his music. Who want to buy that shit? I don't. I heard Dr. York in one of them songs that he said was his. And I promise you, when I find that video, I'm gonna slow that bitch up on halftime. So York take a minute to say you. Cause I ain't crazy. I be doing other stuff, listening to stuff, and when something catch my ear, I don't forget it too easy. But let's get back to this so we can get on to what else we gonna do for the night. Cause we ain't gonna spend all night on Teabag. Cause as we know, that's his name from now on. Can he build it? Apparently not.
We're all busy. If I drop the ball, then you come to me like a brother, not like a savage European. If you come to me like a savage European, I ain't giving you nothing. And let me tell you,
who acting like a savage European?
He's saying that Taz is acting like a savage European, and he doesn't have any type of decorum, and that he,
Taz is a little rough around the edges. You know, we all can't be scholars around this bitch. We black. Let's be real about the shit. Taz
well, but
he a lot bit rough around the edges.
Well, but really what he's doing is he don't want that smoke. Because he again
know how Taz is. The information man shows over here. He came on my nigga, and I was like, Taz, chill. And he was like, man, it's just how I talk.
Well, but here's the thing. It was clear to me in this exchange between them. He's not used to being called on his stuff by other men that is going to hold him accountable. He's just not used to it. You know, and that's okay, because not all men are held, accountable by their peers. But again, you have come into a sector where it's different now.
Yeah.
Your scams are not the scams that you used to do on the corner and in your neighborhood is not gonna work on an internet platform. It's just not gonna work no more.
Yeah, basically what he be saying, quick, dirty translation. Leave me alone to scamming pigs. I ain't scamming you. You didn't get scammed, so why you worried about it? Cause we worry about our fellow man, douchebag.
Let me tell you something. Taz don't have nobody. Taz don't have nobody shaking. I'm from a place where people like Taz get the taste they.
This nigga stuttering why he say Taz ain't got nobody.
What they want on this YouTube screen. Anybody can say what they want.
Taz wasn't there.
More
the fraud that's stepping out. I'll be on the block. Boy,
he never threatened you anything like that. He's
duty and fuck, nigga.
We know what killer talk.
Uncivilized. You gonna do what? You implying what? Nigga, I live where you from. You niggas got a lot of fucking nerve that fly shit. You drop the ball. Oh, nigga.
You ain't gonna do nothing. That's why you talk like that.
Bitch ass nigga, you ain't gonna do. I didn't threaten you. Fuck,
I didn't threaten you.
Oh, you
I
did
said
though.
where I'm from.
Anytime you start talking that where I'm from shit, evidently I need to
But
get
no,
there.
hold on, let me pause this real quick.
Evidently,
Nah, you know what? Let them keep running them. Let them keep running them motorboats. Every time they run that motorboat, that karmic credit keep piling. Look, hold on, consciously is. Come on, 123 Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, eBay, and others are reporting income over 600. The Amazon started doing that shit. That's why all them content creators start crying, because them tax bills ain't no joke. If you got a job on YouTube, you sliding yourself up into that upper bracket where the IRS comes. Oh yeah. You go up into that upper bracket and you gonna be in the lower part of that upper bracket, and them tax payments gonna be hurting your ass. Hurting your ass. That's why somebody got a private website, because he ain't got to report to nobody. But go ahead.
I was just gonna say that would explain why we are seeing this escalation of a, because I'm more than sure. You know what I'm saying? Because January is right around the corner. So this is where all of this tug of war is, with trying to get as much as they possibly can, because the show is almost over. That's it. That's right.
Look, I've been new. Why? Because cert came out years ago. Because government, people be sitting up here like, oh, the government had to get us this, that, and the other. Every law is reactionary. Doing wage work, and they had the information to file, and they didn't, because it felt like it was gonna cut into their taxes that they was gonna get back. So the government got tired of that shit. They cut. Same thing for YouTube. Ever since I found out not about Sinetta them, what I done said, they've been paying their taxes. Because the tax man, whether here, whether today, whether tomorrow, whether 5 years from now, Sinetta ain't got no Social Security, because Sinetta ain't never held no real job, and Sinetta ain't even put nothing away for his savings or whatever. He probably done got scammed out of everything he got by Polite, and people like Polite because that's who he hang around with, and that money grabbed because he see that channel going down the drain.
I'll tell you this: if we married, it may not come from him, but it's on his wife. It's gonna hit him either way.
Is Cynthia ready to put out a statement?
Cynthia, either way, they gotta file married. They gotta file married.
And they actually married. They just been together all that time, so I don't even know.
Oh, okay.
Cynthia, love you. When you was here, I mean, we had our little hiccups in the conscious community, but not like this shit. This is from the balcony section. We love you. You kept them at least halfway on the straight and narrow. Now these bitches just left the whole road. Cynthia, we need you to come out and make a statement. I know conscientiously aspiring. Thank you though. I know he had him on there, but I know. I'll get the rundown and I'll get the recap, or I'll download it and watch it like that, but I won't give him a view. I don't care who he got on there. He could be interviewing Jesus and I'll say I'll watch it later. Because I can't with him and I refuse to support the free. But let's see. We're going to have to clip this out. We're going to have to clip this out and play this. Because this is...
Come on.
I'm
in Baltimore all day.
I come to Baltimore and do some content and see what your civilized ass can do with me.
Listen, email and let me know. Just say left.
What the fuck would that mean? You didn't respond last time, remember?
Say left.
You didn't respond last time, remember?
Respond to this.
Oh, you'll respond now? So Polite wasn't important enough for you. respond to. Ass nigga. See how you just killed yourself off, respond to deal with this. Anything to do with you kicking it with him years ago? I seen the video you chopping it up with him telling people he a real dude and shit.
You know what?
Remember the video you did with Polite saying he...
You know we need a real old head to come out. I mean, an old Southern old head like Nandy did a fire ass job, but we need an old head that looked like he been in the field for 62 years of his life, and we need him to come out here like this brother right here. I just want to hear him apart one time. When I saw this picture, I hollered. Because it always do start out that way. I can just hear it right now. You funky bitch. Let me tell you something, you raggedy. Not raggedy, but raggedy bitch. What the fuck is raggedy? Like, come on, man. I cannot. You can't make this shit up. You can't.
And then I thought he was.
Yeah, remember the video you did with Sarnetta Dick Riding? That's what you a dick riding lane. You talking to the wrong person.
You a homosexual.
When I came and hollered at you as a man, you said you ain't fuck with these niggas like that. You a fraud. You a fraud, my nigga. I came to talk to you as a man about this shit. You told me that you would send me the information. You don't send it, and so when you get asked about it,
because you mad I didn't send you something belonging to me, and I was going to send it to you regardless, but I didn't, and now you talk like a live sister.
My nigga.
Say my name. He won't.
Again, this is a grand sheet.
Mm-hmm. Hold on 1 second.
But still never got to the point. We haven't got to deal with the point.
UG, where George at? Like, you gonna get yours. We already know that little fella, but we worried about George now. George, did you finally figure out the truth? Is you curled up in the field position in the corner? Come on, I don't care. You can say God against me all you want to. You don't speak for him. We just want him still breathing. George, it's crazy out in these YouTube streets. You gotta chin every once in a while. Stop. Oh Lord. But how am I this uncivil? Civilized woman. I don't get it. I'm uncivilized because I released a video in the first place. But you called me a whole crackhead, telling people I got fired from my job from being funky. When we're from home, yes.
I don't know why you jumping out the window trying to talk about my sisters. Pick the bitch ass niggas like you who can't keep it. But you talk like a bitch ass nigga who can't keep his word. You talk like a nigga who can't keep his word. Is that what Nobody Ali taught you? To not keep your word? Huh? This what all more do you even have. People not keep their word, but I don't care about that. I'm trying to figure out why the fuck you sat there and told that fucking lie. Why did you lie?
called Garrison, huh?
Why did
anybody involved murder Liberty Heights?
Great. Why did you lie?
So I'm gonna go get my son now. I mean, share this around. I hope I was Rob. Salute to you for listening to me. But this is where I do that every day, all day. I give you guys I give you guys a pass, man. Because I know how to conduct myself before this. But this camera ain't always gonna be around.
I don't need a camera. You do. That's why your pussy ass was on the camera with Polite and Sonetta. Fake ass.
Jump on his 20s.
Fake nigga.
Hold on. This nigga done put 20s.
Yes.
20
yes.
On the
yes.
face, on the 2000 back. Oh my gosh. As if 2021 couldn't get any fucking weirder. Weirdo. Where's Shame TV? Weirdos, junkies, and the criminally insane. We called years ago. This nigga up here looking like a picture from 1975. All he missed is them aviator sunglasses round his face of the turtle in his face. Oh, where's that video of him saying he loves you, G? Them 18s, but he keep them on. I can't believe he did that. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Oh my goodness.
Oh, you did though. Anytime I aggressively ask what happened to that email, killer, bitch ass nigga. Aggressive.
Look how you talking.
I don't know what's wrong with this page, but all of a sudden it blew all the way the fuck up for some reason. Hold on. It don't like being shared. There, now it's back to normal. Oh, that's what Uda is. He over there on the argument league. Oh my goodness. Lord, I done lost it. How? How swag? You two playing games today. What that red ass shirt? Oh Lord, he playing that video with Judah again. What's been going on today? I miss everything when I take a nap. Here we go.
You didn't respond last time.
I'm respond to this.
Oh, you'll respond now?
There we go.
You know, Tasha, we need to find that person that posted on in the comments about this whole scenario with this van and the disgruntlement of his wife. Huh?
I said, you mean the engine blowing up before he got home?
Yeah, we need to find out who that person is, because we now see that person was very accurate in what they said about what happened with the car.
Video, that comment is under the video, Inky's video called Lively from a few days ago.
We need to put an APB out on the person and tell them that we'll have.
He hopped up in there when I was on the phone. I think he's quite easy to find.
Yeah, we need to put an APB out and just say we want to interview you privately.
He might be in the clouds. We don't know. Name off top, but it's something like Easton Moorish or something. I don't know. If somebody wants to go back and check it right now, his comments under Inky video. The one titled Lively on his main channel, if I'm not mistaken. It's either on the main channel or that second channel with the orange avatar.
Yeah, we need to find out what's going up there and be more.
I must have been an elephant in my past life or something.
Like to watch here.
See, we lived it.
But you stand next to niggas like that.
My baby go stand just talking.
You stand next to that.
Peace and welcome.
I ain't got time to ride all the way up to where my son go to college.
You see the red, black, and green flag? I live this for real.
Yeah, I don't. I shit on red, black, and green flags, nigga. Are you intelligent enough to debate that red, black, and green flag?
That's the difference between me.
Would you like to debate that red, black, and green flag? You fake Moorish RBG Garvey follower?
Regardless whether you.
Since when did Moore start following the RBG flag?
I live this.
Since when did Moore start following the RBG flag?
Since we endorsed Garvey with Prophet Noble Ali, what are you talking about? You know nothing that you're talking about.
I know that the flag has its own flag in the second United States flag. When did your scam ass version of Moore start adopting the RBG flag? I know all about that scammer Drew Ali. From the house he stole in Chicago to the young girls he got married to. When did he start talking RBG?
What are you talking about? Would you divide and bring some
Absolutely.
You look stupid?
Yeah.
All right, but you can't cuss. You can't talk like a savage, though. All right, talk like you civilized, and we can do it.
We can do it where?
Hey, Chuck.
Whatever you want to do. You tell me.
Right, we would have to wear other than your shit.
Hey, I like Otis.
We can do it anyway.
Nobody give Otis enough credit.
We can do it right here on
He
the
might not leave them together. And he wrote the song.
I would say. Email. But we know how that works, right?
I deal with smart.
Hey, here we already know. Science Temple of look. Our department delegates from the Morris Science Temple of America made a quote. Source. A very reliable source, Morris Science Temple of America does not fuck with nor affiliate with T-Bag. Can he bet? Apparently not. Baltimore Jammer in the house. Chuck chat. The links at the top as always. Yes, family. Yes. Oh Lord, this is what happened when I take a nap.
I'm very civilized. What I'm not is
civilized.
What I'm not. Oh man.
I want to point this out. He hasn't cussed since you asked him not to cuss.
I mean, you still talking like a savage.
How can you talk like a savage, bro?
Look at him. He can't even sit still.
You know, you can
He just got
You look up to me for real, man. You want to take my class so I can help you build your channel?
Wow. You need to build yours first, don't you? You need to build yours first, don't you? You're just small compared to the niggas I fuck with, bro.
What? No, we talk about who you mess with. Watch your mouth.
Right, but I'm just saying. But
we talk about you. We're not talking about who you mess with.
I'm in a building like you have been. How long you been on YouTube?
We're not.
How long you been on YouTube?
We're talking about you. I don't even think you're debating. I don't think you debate hype. You can't even think on your feet. Look how fast you try to endorse somebody else.
Levon, you have to put an A on there.
I've been on YouTube for 5 years.
Right, and so look at your chat. Here's all the dick ride. They're sucking off Socknetter, standing next flight, and that's
I gotta go, bro.
28,000. After all that riding you done did for all these years, you better get somebody here. Hey, T-Duck, what are you doing?
Hold on.
I am the GOAT. Mr.
Seven, or should I continue?
No, that's the end.
Let the dragon commence. He been out there and lies, but see, it doesn't matter how much they lie. It's the people that believe them. It's like you just want to shake the shit out of them and say, "Wake your ass up, Yo G. You better tell Tito like your lawyer told you. Be quiet on the internet. It works better." I cannot believe he exactly conscientiously aspiring. He doesn't even teach the Moorish science. The Moorish Science Temple of America does not acknowledge him. And I have heard that from more than one Moor, aka Bey. They don't fuck with Taharka. Can he build it, family? Apparently not. We need the t-shirts. Design them welcome. Hey, look, your avatar is right behind Cold Cats, one of the best avatars on YouTube. This happened this afternoon while I was taking my nap. The shits always go down. The Chicken Van Diaries. That's the name of this case for the fraud department. Craig called it the Chicken Van Diaries. Hey, Craig. They might say I'm a crackhead, but they stealing from you. I'm going to help you get a security, Craig. It might not be the best in the world, but take pictures of their faces when they try to come up in your shit. Craig, we going to help each other. Is there anything else you have to say about T-Bag and that little mini dragon he got before we continue on with tonight's never scheduled programming?
Oh no, I'm good. I just thought it was quite interesting myself, but just wanted to drop in and give some of those insights. Like I said before, I do more observation because sometimes it's stuff that you miss. But it's really unfortunate. I don't know the solution to all of this madness. But one of the solutions, as you mentioned, is the people that follow this madness. That they lose their supporters, then some of that stuff kind of dwindles away.
They don't have time nor the money for that.
Right, but thanks to January 1st, 2022,
oh, baby, it's coming.
We gonna see a whole house get cleaned up, and then we'll see what they talking then.
You are witnessing the last money grab of the great YouTube oil. You can compare this shit to like when they first struck oil and they was running everything and people was selling oil wells and shit. Y'all didn't strike gold this time. Hey, Jade, if your computer working, hop on up. These people are comedy gold, if nothing else. I didn't lose money. It takes nothing for me to point out the fact that you might be getting scammed. But you want to call me a hater. How am I hating? I'm not asking you to quit sending money to him and send it to me. I'm telling you, he tricking you to get your damn money. That's like people that sit up there and look at folk when they doing shit they know they ain't got no business. Like drinking that shit from the snake oil salesman. And they grandma telling them one of these days that shit gonna kill you. And they rolling their eyes at them. And then what happened? They be sick as a dog. And this in the days of hospitals. Snake oil salesman. They will sell you any goddamn thing and call it good for you. UG Raj White. You need one more cell. And if they put them close enough, y'all can have a spades game. But right now, y'all are reduced to go fish.
What I also thought about is this emotionalism that we carry and that we transfer from one quote unquote leader or prominent person to the next. This is how we get caught up in cults. This is exactly how we get caught up in cults, that we do not suspend our emotions and look at things critically. And this is no different. It's no different from what we're talking about York. It's no different from any of the other prominent quote unquote cult leaders. What we're looking at, even on the micro level here in YouTube, with the different sects, SECTS, against each other, is nothing but a mini cult.
Mm-hmm.
Because persons don't want to question that the person that they're following could possibly be scamming them.
Yeah.
Even though all those are in, the signs are there, they still use their emotions to say, oh, you just hating, or you just jealous. When it's like, no, if you look at the receipts, if you just look at it objectively, how could you not see that?
Yeah, exactly. And then they get mad at you for pointing out the obvious. You hating and shit. You gotta be an agent because you can make 2 + 2 = 4. No, you should be able to make 2 + 2 = 4 too. And I'm worried about you. She hated in the house up on the panel.
Yo, can you hear me?
What's up? Yeah, we can hear you fine tonight.
Oh, all right. I don't know what happened before. Peace.
You did your piece. Okay. Yeah, we hear Craig say he need the crime music ASAP. It's coming, Craig. It's coming. More. Say that again.
I feel like every phone, I catch up a little bit, and then when I go pick my daughter up from school, I miss something, and
every time I take a nap, up. I can be up all day long and won't nothing happen. As soon as I take a nap, YouTube blows up. Well, like yesterday, I got stuck in. Lord, I was like, I told my boss. I told him, I say, I just sometimes this just happens around me. He say, sometimes I think it happen all the time and you just done got used to it. I said, well, yeah, you're probably right, but it all works out in the end. As soon as you get me in, I was like, it doesn't want to let me play. It was like, you don't need to play in here. Not that kind of play. I want to work.
But I'm trying to figure this out, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Cortaka had Jacob York on his show, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this is the same Jacob York who have had rumors circulating around him almost since the, like when, the Nuwapians got together and tried to create this whole whatever campaign, this rescue campaign for York's image. There were people saying that it was really Jacob York who was doing all the foul shit.
Yeah.
And he was the one who was setting his father up, which I never believed.
But I mean, how could a father sit there and let people throw his son under the bus like that and even encourage it? That tell you how much.
If your father's the white York,
yeah, Jacob said something about he went after his son's girlfriends because they were his girlfriends. Like he already had to pick all the females there, but he went for the ones that his son liked. His sons like not just Jacob, but the other sons too, because he was referencing another brother.
Yeah,
it's just shit like that. Yeah, that one. I can't never keep the names straight. All these
too many names. I'm not like I'm with you because she's in Jacob York because they're out public. Mm-hmm. Jacob York, I want to say he was like Cameron's manager for a period of time.
Mm-hmm.
And a couple people in the music industry he was working with. But in that story about the All-Star weekend, and you know what I mean, I kind of have a feeling that despite I don't think it went down the way that Uma trying to put out, I don't think the way that Jacob put out either. But like I said, like there's a bunch of shit
I'm just more concerned about the fact it really seems like that whole thing is going the same as if York was out.
Well, the family is still out. York's the only one that's incarcerated.
Right.
And then you got to think about it. They grew up, like Jacob is kind of lucky in a way because he left young with his mother. Hey, Inky, you can hop up if you want to. We just having a general discussion right now. But, you know, he wasn't there during the key periods where most of that mess was happening. Yeah, somebody knocking at the door, but they ain't popped up yet. So we got Chuck Morgan in the house. Let me get around the ones in the chat. I got him, Nandy. I was waiting for you, boo. Hey, Chuck, how you doing?
All right.
Peace, Chuck. Peace.
Now, if you want to ask Chuck, hop up here. Why he ain't here regularly, but like he here. Love me, Fro. Peace. I missed the rabbit horde, but I did it of the aftermath. Oh goodness! If you have any questions, you know, just throw them in the chat or come up here and ask them. That's how we do these over here. What burning issue do you have to address tonight, Chuck?
No, man. I just want to say hi. I'm hungry and go to sleep.
Hey, we know we be catching you on the fly.
Man, never get any sleep now.
Jaded, you never got to answer ask your question yesterday because your internet was acting crappy. Didn't you have a question for Chuck?
Right.
Or some kind of clarification?
Man, I think I asked Chuck a question in the chat, but you were the video that you posted with the sister. I think her name was Habiba, right?
Yeah.
And she was talking about how they were trying to intimidate, like trying to get her to recant her story, and she did it just to humor them, and she kind of felt bad when she saw York was in, right?
Right.
So I'm going around the internet, and I think I was looking for stuff on Damon Pryor guy. The video services with Habiba. I guess she's recanting a story. I had to tag one on Facebook. Like you had posted the articles. I don't know if you, but
no, I didn't know it was it.
That those two are right. That you remember the videos? That was the same woman that you had.
Yeah. I talked to her after she did that. See, here's the thing. Okay. Now, Leah was the one, and also she did a video too that same week. Matter of fact, that same day. All of them did that. And, you know, Leah was just talking about the whole thing behind the scenes on how that whole thing came about. So they all did that. But because that video was set for the Wapians. And then they leaked it onto YouTube, and then York's attorneys saw it, and they were like, "Oh, we got a recantment, so we think we get a new trial." And so that's when she was subpoenaed in August of that year, in March or May. And then when she was at the hearing to determine if he had a trial. She said, you know, she just explained it. I was in that article when JimJones is questioning her about the video and her statements. And then she just said, yeah, I lied to the Nuwapians. I lied to all of them. And I just felt sorry for them. We were asked to do this and do that. Because she said, but 130 years might, because at that time, you know, when she was just coming, she was raised by him. That was his lover, you know. And that's technically a death sentence, 135 years. You know?
Yeah.
And so that was her way of falling victim to that witness tampering system they had down in the Wappian thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Rabbit season, peace. Did you have a question, Jada? Go back to
Yeah.
where you at. Signal
Yeah,
phase.
I got a question for Chuck. Peace to all the rabbits out there. So for Chuck, let me rephrase that. What are your personal feelings on Jacob? Because I felt like you was on the platform and you know, you had the opportunity to kind of take that conversation in a certain direction, and you got out the way and let them do, you know, you got out the way and let them do them. So what's your person's on Jacob or the validity of the conversation from tonight?
I mean, I didn't want to get in the way of that whole thing because, you know, it was, they wanted to get it out themselves. And I was, you know, I asked to come up here and say something. I didn't really want to say something. I just wanted them to clear up a lot of the lies that the Nawapians were putting out. That was my whole thing. So that's why I put that question out and then just move from there. My thing on him, you know, I mean, I've never had any problems with him. You know, he was all here and I've always been cool. You know, he'll hit me up from time to something relative. You know, we'll kick it and that's it.
I prefer Chuck to be there, whatever platform they on, just so he can fact check.
Mm-hmm.
I would prefer Chuck to be over there to fact check than to let them go off on their own on these tangents. Because as we see, them going off alone on these tangents causes a whole lot of mess.
I mean, look,
when they get interviewed by somebody that doesn't know the situation.
Okay.
Now, the way that they did that, I think that it was good because a lot of the old commentaries came up, and of course, you know, they had that opportunity. You know, they weren't coming up, and I think they did a good job in clearing up a lot of the stuff that York put out and the followers pushed for years and years and years. No proof, just a bunch of talk after talk. And they talk about it so much, and now every time they talk about it, they think it's true.
Yeah. Jacob said that he did see York molesting the children.
He was speaking specifically of Safia. Safia was one of the listed victims.
Yeah, correction changed the narrative, was saying that he didn't say, he said he did see it. That's why we have to go back and watch this stuff if we have any doubts.
You know, at this point, you know, what 19 years ago, y'all went to trial, they all testified, they gave their account of what took place, the people who participated in the sex acts, they gave their story, you know, the evidence that was collected, you know, it was presented to the jury.
I think he was talking about a specific incident.
Yeah, that was, like I said, that was Safia.
It was on South
Safia.
Didn't see it.
She was one of the listed victims.
But that interview he did, well, when he was talking to TaharkaBey, he admitted to seeing it. And how could he not? He was in the age bracket at one time that York was molested.
But that's the whole thing. You know, people were talking about that, but they got pushed out. Nobody was going to believe him. That was when York was in his ultimate power. Nobody was standing.
Didn't a couple of the parents, when they found out what was going on, they just took the kids and left?
Yep. Plenty of people did that. Yeah. Yep. So he would be Archon when he like really soft. That's how York was. I mean, them guys were killed. Yeah. From what I understand, have.
Inky got like witness protection right now. Look, he rolled over. We didn't have to prompt Inky to roll over. Inky rolled over and told everything.
Oh,
as we've always suspected, they've been using him as a goat for a lot of stuff. Like, hey, I mean that. I mean, we know he didn't do the kidney water thing because he cleared that up. And we know that the laptop he actually got was the polites. Unseen, P. He was molested. Do you know by who?
Who?
That's a question from the chat.
Yeah, I know. No, I don't know.
Yeah, that escape don't know the exit and took it immediately. So I mean, we can't run down Inky for forever for some daggone shit. I mean, hell, they all from the same area. Now, if he starts some fuck shit, we got our eyes on it, bro. You know, soon as somebody say they ain't getting their something like that, we gonna have to sit down and talk. But for right now, we cool. Okay, Melanin. See you later, and thank you for coming through. Yeah, and see, that be my main concern. I got mad because Umo on there, and even though he did that behind the paywall and somebody sent it to me, he was planning to release parts of it on YouTube anyway. So the storm would have kicked off, but it probably wouldn't have been so big. That's first off. So you sitting up here running around talking about you a journalist now, you know, doing stuff like this. Okay, but you didn't fact check your source. You didn't verify anything of what she was saying. You didn't even look into the situation. You still acting like the man on trial instead of in jail and been there for almost 2 decades.
Yeah, all of them just like that.
Yes, sometimes. So, Look, the Lord is loyal to his followers. And as long as they loyal to him, we cool. Like, we have problems, then Inky supposedly stealing laptops.
Yeah, this is like side news.
All the stuff we got it from Sinet and them. So I always thought it was something weird because Inky will be there 1 minute and he'll be gone the next, like he just stopped by because everybody was there. But he was never, if you go look back on it, he was never like, you know, like they treated him like they didn't really want him around. So how much could he have really had a party? And they had him there for a purpose. Hey, look, some of us are a little more mercenary than others. But right now, hey, Sunkiss, ain't nothing new happened. Leah and Jacob York went on Sinetta tonight. Yeah, Leah wants nothing to do with her sister now. Bad in a way, but them a whole lot of kids from a whole lot
of whole bunch. She won't be missed. So many of them.
Jaded. But yeah, them a whole lot of kids by a whole lot of different mothers raised in a whole lot of situations. And some of them, like, feeling that whoever was around supporter of some type. Because she read off all that stuff she read off would sound like she had NuWapianFacts.com open while she was reading that stuff. And just incidentally, they were also in the chat. You know, so I don't put nothing by nobody. And do you find it funny that Damon Pryor tried to accuse 2 pedos, first York, then well, no, not really, because he won 2. You must not put on the live from earlier, Flesco, because we talked about that. Deuce York, allegedly. And he want to be a York. And he out here windmilling for the pedos.
Hey, Chuck. I got a question for you. What do you, this is kind of a conspiracy, right? But what do you think the likelihood that for the last 10 or so years, it's been a big buzz throughout the entertainment industry about all of these different black solutions of the Illuminati, and there's all of these quote unquote rituals that gay sex and sex with young and people disappearing and dying and things like that, blaming that on the Illuminati, right? The likelihood that most of that Illuminati talk was really this Nuwapian inner circle in the entertainment industry.
I think that when the Illuminati thing got kind of thrown overboard, meaning it just spills out everywhere. Because you go all the way through 76 and White Slap and that whole thing with George Washington and, you know, that whole Illuminati. And then when Lance Collins started talking about it in the 70s or 80s, and he was talking about the political religion called the Illuminati and you know, and all the different stores and organizations that were, I mean, I think that because of the people that were really pushing that, you know, were Christians who were coming up with all kinds of crazy Christian, you know, theories on this stuff. And I think Lance Collins's audio kind of made it mainstream, and then other people started quoting from it. But you know, I'm just not into that whole conspiracy thing, and there's never been even. No, I'm not.
Have any kind of connection with Dusa or Dane?
I didn't know. No, I didn't know anything like that.
Okay.
I think that with York's publications, he put a heavy emphasis on him because they started talking about it in the Leviathan books. And, you know, going through the history of it, all of these different rituals, sex rituals, that was more associated with like Bohemian Club, and the Order of the Owl, and, you know, that those things that are supposed to be separate from the Illuminati. You know, and even as an Illuminati, that whole thing, you know, died off way back, you know. But the whole conspiracy thing still permeates because there's a mentality of people who wants to believe conspiracy theories. There's always got to be some kind of sinister thing behind everything. It just doesn't appeal to me. I mean, I'll analyze it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that it's a Illuminati, Chuck, but more so like to me it's looking like, you know how when they say there's a little bit of truth in all of these different stories, it's looking like to me is that the little bit of truth is that they're not Illuminati, but a lot of these people are followers of York, and it just seems very strange to me that when you see Russell Simmons with all these allegations and you know, people's head, he leaves the body, and then there's pictures of him in York at services from the 80s. You got Bambaataa, you got, you know, all of the different associates of York who have this stuff with them. You know, as someone who's raising children in the United States who are the Black community, who you know, my children's names aren't like Sally, right? It irks me that there is this group of people moving around in this quote unquote conscious circle, these nefarious schemes. You know what I'm saying? It's very concerning to me. I think that every parent, especially, should be concerned. Especially those who identify any kind of consciousness. You know?
Yeah, my opinion is that I think when people who have looked into York, I think that he made it among us more socially acceptable. That's what I think. because people who looked into the case or even heard about what was going on, I think that he made it what's the word? Made it more because you can always come
all the information that was spreading around. It was like a hub.
Yeah, because you can always come up with a line. I'm saying that by it being considered acceptable, you all have an excuse to use to try to get out of it. Because even to this day, people are going to constantly, continuously come up with reasons to doubt. Forget about what you saw him say. There has to be a conspiracy behind why he said what he said. Even though we know he has kids with children, that's let's eliminate that and just go with there being some kind of conspiracy behind it. So people say like, well, damn, all you got to do is they see me do it. It wasn't me. That's why you guys say it wasn't me. What you see, that wasn't me. Don't believe your lying eyes.
Right. But I mean, that's what they do in Marcus Garvey's day.
Go back to where you was, Jay.
Oh, I said it's the same thing that people want to believe. Like I just heard Charlemagne God on his little show talking about how Marcus Garvey was a shipping mogul and all he wanted to do was bring this stuff. But that's not what happened. He sold that.
You're breaking up, Jaded.
Money with plans to take their stock certificates once it was all said and done. My laptop is taking forever to turn on. So stay on. But I'll be sitting in my recliner because my back.
You gotta put that picture whoop pose on. You know, you gotta kick that leg up and put that arm behind your head and stuff.
So I gotta do something. I don't know what's going on. Because it's like every time.
What's that statue you have? Because I've seen it on a couple of your things.
Which one? Oh, that was Gudea of Sumer. He was the governor, leader of Sumer, and under him there was that renovation period where all the statues and a lot of the writing took off into prominence. So he's one of my favorites.
Okay. I was just curious because the other picture you got, you can see the top of his head and like the front. So I know it's old from the way it's carved out, but I just didn't know what it was in reference to.
Yeah, it's all in a water container, but that was during that period what they call renovation period. I'm sorry, Renaissance period. Because in that location in southern Sumer, the people that pushed the Akkadians out, the people, Gutians, they didn't reach down that far, and so they continued to live their old. And after they were eventually started the whole campaign to spread the language and writing and so forth.
Mm-hmm. Well, you're gonna have to come over here one day and give us a history lesson. You know, we like to take a break from the prevent and the nastiness.
Yeah.
So when you get some time, you can talk about something else.
Of course. I mean, I'm just doing this. I pull back into it because I'm trying to focus on my language studies and history and stuff, but I had to put all of that on hold now since this thing with polite. Everybody's asking questions about you all. But yeah, I'll get back on.
Yeah, we're gonna have to set that up. We're gonna have to set that up. Yes. Because we have activities up until the trial.
Yeah.
We're gonna keep ourselves occupied. Up, somebody is tapping on the door. Prime in the house. What up? Hey, Prime. If you're talking when you got your mic muted.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Last night, well, this morning, we was talking about Egypt in America, and it's like a history I'm kind of rusty on, but I know most ex-Nubians are like when we was talking about the Olmecs and the connection between ancient ancient Egyptians and America. Can you expound upon that, Chuck, if you know?
Not really. I haven't heard any connection between ancient Egypt and America. No.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we was talking about ancient history, you know what I'm saying, when it comes to ancient Egypt, you know, diaspora, our people. We was talking about Islam, its effects on North Africa, and the reason why you could see a lot of Turks that still live in that area to this day. So, you know, I think a lot of people, I think that's kind of like a history lesson a lot of people in the conscious community need to learn about, you know, what happened to Africa after Islam.
Oh yeah, that's a good topic. Yeah, that's a good topic. But I think after this, you know, start moving in to sort of like kind of like history classes. And
yeah,
take a topic, go with it.
Yeah. I was glad that I think I told you this, but I was glad that Jacob York actually came out to correct a lot of this stuff. A lot of the Nawapian propaganda has been propagated because of senior members like him not coming to the public and actually clearing the air, you know, about a lot of things, and that's how a lot of faithful Nawapians to this day have been propagating and getting members based upon these conspiracy theories. And I'm glad he put that to rest.
And yeah, I think that's dumb. I mean, they still use on the Nawapian Facts website these videos that the organization had, you know, ensnared them into to do, and so they recanted, or they on one hand they say this.
They got a site on Facebook too that look like it's been pretty active lately.
What's that?
Nuwapians. Ran across but yeah, they look like they've been pretty active recently. I told you, it looked like it picked up as soon as it got announced that Polite was in jail.
And also because a lot of them got that little adrenaline shot when they heard York for the first time. And
yeah, that's right. That day.
Yeah, and so that's exciting, but it's a sad reality because they're being conned again. Nothing saying no isn't what in 2006 about him. He may be coming home or he's coming out. We got the lawyers and they're going to get him trans. The same story. Like, it's a new story to the people who are not familiar with the old story. Because the brother that we're going to have on probably tomorrow, or I'm sorry, Friday, he worked on that stuff. Now, gimmick. And look, York is not from Ghana. He's not. But these dummies, they want to believe that. And that he's from Planet Risk and Incarnation and Avatar.
Ramel, can you put Chuck's website and YouTube channel in the chat? Because it looks like we have a lot of new people here. If you are not subscribed to Chuck Morgan, you should be. You really should be. because that way you can go and actually look up a fact. He takes the time to break it down, so you don't have to sit up here and try to ingest all this at one time.
Just trying to share some
You
stuff.
don't have to go off for rumors on the streets, on the YouTube streets in this case.
Give you some ammunition, you can go and dig deeper and you'll find more.
Yep.
Yeah, because like even when it came down to Dr. York, also him back in like 2009, they compared him to a political prisoner, Abdul Jamal, the Black Panthers, the Move, you know what I mean, all these government conspiracies and stuff, you know what I'm saying, because that was really heavy on YouTube, the conspiracy theories, the zeitgeist, things like that. So people was just really, a lot of the internet conscious community started to develop around that time, around 2008 and 2009. And they resold a lot of people on his instance based upon comparing him to people that we already knew, that we felt like we in this Black community feels like who got a raw deal, like Mamiya, the Shakurs, things like that. So they purposely tied him, to the hip with Mamiya Abdul Jamal and other political presidents.
And he exploited that too.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's how a lot of people but I always believe in doing research, and it didn't take me long to figure it out, and then just talking to a few like Jacob York said, I went to a few space cadet Nuwapians. And that's real. And whatever reason, these women usually be very attractive, those space cadets. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like Uma, she's attractive. Like you run into those type of chicks.
That's how how honeypot gonna work if the honeypot,
like I was friends with her on Facebook a long time ago too. And just like Jacob said, you could only stand so much of the weird stuff that she was putting out there. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like, I mean, people can have their own opinions about her and everything like that. I do. There's some mental issues going on in that woman. I hope she can find help and peace. But you know what I'm saying? But that is the archetype of a lot of the women that are in the conscious community who are faithful followers of these strange cults. You know what I'm saying? That I've when I first heard about the golden child and the children being little people instead of people, it came from the modern Nuwapians. You know what I'm saying? So like I know you old school, you've been around since the Ansar days, and I noticed there's a big difference between the Ansars and the Nuwapian Moors of today. It's a very big difference between those who was there in the 80s and early 90s versus the modern people that are there today. A lot of these people I know for a fact have mental disorders like schizophrenia, and his doctrine attracts a lot of people with mental illness. It did, like the ones I've came across.
Yep, I remember class. Man, we would have people in class. Every now and then, somebody will come in and they'll ask questions, and next thing you know, they'll reveal that they're being of Jesus. And how can they get in contact with New York? Because they come to take his throne.
Yeah. I knew a girl said she was the reincarnation of Mary. The picture that you think you said Nikki Lopez drew of Mary being a light-skinned Black woman, and when she's a light-skinned Black woman, and she says that's her. So what I mean? I mean, it like the space that thing is really deep. You know what I mean? And a lot of these people do need help that's out there, and you just got to be careful when you entertaining some of the people that you meet on the internet, just in general, you talking to and their background.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, just the way he used to write the books, like you just go read the way the Holy Tablet starts off, and the Man from Planet Risk, If His Rescue Was in Creation, the way that he wrote it, that alone attracted us. Oh wow, You know, say I, Daniel Zadok Yokel. I mean, when he opens up the book, he gives his credentials, and then he drifts off into this spooky world, and that's what made it appealing to that kind of mindset. They because remember he used to do those True Light tapes, right? And he said that a lot of you people are not from here, and that's that's why you feel I can't relate to everybody else. There's something about me, and you know you come home supposed to be, and people who feel insecure or don't measure up or bullied, this is what attracted them, and it made them, it held them, because if they were to leave, they'd be nobodies. They'd be back in that world.
Yeah, and I think that's that tape he was talking about, how Satan's supposed to get in their way and cause all kind of havoc and everything because they're special and they're not from this earth. You know, and that's very attractive, not who don't really have a grip on reality. You know, those kind of things.
And then that he's saying that he isn't the extraterrestrial Michael, and he's the angel, and then he said, "Well, you're an angel too."
Yeah, I think that tape you're talking about is when he was in yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's called Who. That's called Who and What Are You?
Yeah. I mean, if you ever want to listen to a mind trip video, that's I'm telling you, like, you'll see the manipulation.
Do you have that documentary of the man behind the whatever, behind the nastiness?
No, the man behind the empire.
Yeah, that one.
Oh no, I don't have that. No.
The last time I saw it, I was supposed to order it for something in London, but then they said they sold it.
Yeah,
but it'll pop.
That's why I keep spreading the word. We got an APB out on that too. We got Roy Bay. Don't forget, we looking for Roy. You might not even call yourself Bay anymore, but we need you right now to put on that chicken bucket hat and come fit.
Brutal.
But y'all look like y'all stole that joint straight from Colonel Sanders.
And you know another thing with cults, I do notice they are very good at attracting beautiful women. You know,
of course. They get them first.
Yeah, they get the women, and then the men come behind them. Because the thing is, like, a lot of these chicks, a lot of the women that join these cults are like nines, and like they're like 8 from 8s to 10s. A lot of them are. You have a lot of exotic dancers who believe in a lot of these occultic type of belief systems, like, you know, the Wapianism, like even that young pharaoh stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like with the aliens and the cultic. Also, you got the cultic community with people who believe in certain magic, like voodoo and, you know, Santeria, that kind of stuff. So they attract these women, and then the men usually follow, you know, and that's how they start building up these little empires based upon men, you know, getting with women and being a little weak, you know.
And over time, eventually, if he falls weak, she's gonna end up with him anyway.
Yeah, she always get with the cult leader. You see that with Nature Boy, right?
With York and all of them. Jim Jones was just hooking them up.
All of them.
Yahweh was taking everybody woman.
Yep.
And there's a whole lot of cults that make every celibate, but then the cult leader be sleeping with the women or the men, as the case may be.
Yeah, that's one. See, happened. But that was one of the main reasons I didn't want to move. Hold on.
Mommy
says, you didn't believe I'm eating a pickle. Hold on.
I don't know if they was the same, Mommy, because young Pharaoh say he got spooned. So I don't know whether he was the big spoon or the little spoon, but we took a vote over here the other day and people think he little spoon. So we go roll with that for now. But I don't know, because York ain't never said nothing about being spooned by aliens. He done said Predators and Pickle Man, but he ain't said nothing about spooning.
Yeah, all these cats been abducted by aliens. You go to Farrakhan been in the spaceship. Who else? Pharaoh, young Pharaoh, polite by aliens and talk to the aliens. Dr. York, of course. There's a lot of these guys. Yeah, a lot of these guys claim the spaceship for whatever.
Young Teaspoon. I came with y'all, Young Teaspoon.
But even as when York was pretty much beating up the Bible, he was able to come up with a whole new teaching, and whatever he said, he felt at the moment, just because he said it, made it legitimate, because he can go to the Bible and show whatever inconsistency that the way that he frames it, and that's what people see. Just what you see is read this in the passage, and then you just run with it. And so anything that came out there, you just accepted it at face value because he was right about this, he was right about that. Now you can't be wrong about this. And that was how he was able to get away with a lot of stuff. And that is part of that little one-liner of, I came giving you what you think you want, so you'll learn to think on the level of what I really have to give.
Mm-hmm.
But then when he says that he finally came to give, that you now have finally has to give, he kept changing it and changing it later on and later on. So now he's back to teaching, according to them, a whole new doctrine. But the Holy Tablets was supposed to have been the end of all of that.
Mm-hmm. And he still changed it again.
Yep.
An alien violated my 33 vertebrae. I can't with y'all. Young Teaspoon ain't never gonna live this one down. We gonna make sure of that.
Man, young Pharaoh was biting off of York's stuff.
Oh yes.
I was listening to him. I was like, man, he got that off of them CDs.
But he done added in the spoon, and that's why I say I ain't never heard.
He invented the black woman is God. He got nature.
He invented everything.
No, while he was still young, York was saying that. York was saying that
before
back
he was
in,
even a twinkle in his daddy eye.
York was saying that back in '94. Yep, because he said y'all now it's time for the sisters, because the sisters, the black woman is God.
But he had them living in filth if they wouldn't sleep with him.
Yeah, that's true. So the ones who did, those are the elite, those are the chosen. That was the inner circle.
Okay, JD. Y'all got it for 2 minutes. I'm finna run and go grab me something to drink.
All right, I ain't gonna be around too much longer because I gotta go get something to eat. I'm sorry.
Of course, Prime and Jaded up here though, between all y'all. Y'all got it for 2 minutes. I'll be right back.
Hey, Prime was speaking facts about the women, because I noticed that too. I noticed that every time you see a lot of this information coming out from women, it's always from a real beautiful women.
Mm-hmm.
And I've always heard, well, I say this, like starting around 2010, when I first met King Simon and started being around that circle, I started hearing the logic behind it, just spoken plainly, like, oh, beautiful women are gonna get the brothers excited, so you got to keep the women around. Yep. You know what I mean? And it makes perfect sense, because these brothers are following behind the women, and then all of a sudden you're gonna wanna be the best at the information that the women are gravitating toward. You know what I mean? And it also puts it makes a lot of these brothers want to be like a young Pharaoh or a polite, because they're getting all the attention. Does that make sense?
And you got beautiful women talking about how they believe in polygamy. They sexually open. You know what I mean? Meaning that you can have bisexual sex with the sexual woman and have another woman. So it plays into a lot of brothers' dreams about and fantasies about women, and and also the chick got dreads, and she's vegan, she got the flat stomach, and so it man, that'll mess a lot of weak brothers up, man. Like
absolutely,
yeah.
Young reptile.
Y'all be wild.
But it's. I saw something earlier because I went on Uma York, and the one that wasn't private, because there's a couple of them, and I was seeing there was a post she had that was about, it was on Father's Day, and it was very strange because out of one side she was saying like free Dr. York, and but then you could tell she's also conflicted because there's enough information out about this man that if you want to walk away feeling like he was a great dude,
right?
Yeah,
you know what I mean. It's nothing. It's a belief. Jesus coming back and Malachi York being free are in the same category.
Yep.
They're gonna always be having something to look forward to for him to come. He's coming. He's coming every year. It's like clockwork. Every year he'll be out by Christmas.
And let me add something too, Chuck. For the folks in the chat, right, and anyone who may listen in the future, there's a website that's overseen by the Mormon community called FamilySearch.org, and it's basically like Ancestry.com for free. Okay, and you make a free account, and you could do all the searching. You can find Kai York's father, his mother, I believe it's their marriage license, on FamilySearch.org. And it very clearly states that his mother was born in Pennsylvania, and his father was born in Boston. There is no Ghana, there is no Liberia, there is no Mecca, there is no Risk, there is no Sudan. He's a nigga from Boston. All right?
Yeah.
And people understand, because these fantastic stories about one's origin are part of the scam package. And it's over 100 years old. And I've been throwing this name in the chat. I don't know if anybody, but the man's name is Lucius Lehman, Lehaman, like the Lehman brothers. Lucius Lyman, right? And Lucius Lyman was one of the first of quote unquote Svengalis. And Lucius Lyman went from being a Buffalo soldier, then he ended up in California, where he got married to a woman and was arrested on charges of pedophilia or molestation or something like that, because he had carried on a relationship or something with the wife's daughter. While he was going through trial, the white folks were so impressed by him, they wrote up this big thing. I wish I could find it's in my computer somewhere. I'll send it to you later. But they wrote up this big write-up about how impressed they were at his legal ability. Mind you, this is like the early 1900s, and this is a black man who seems more proficient at law than his lawyer.
I remember you showed that. This is Inky, right?
No, this is Ja. This is Jaded.
Oh, hey, sound just like it. Sorry.
Yeah, I got gold teeth too.
That was Africa and Inky. I think it was Inky. Yeah, I think it was them. They were showing it.
Okay. I talked about that in Inky chat too, so I don't know if you heard that from me, but
I don't know. It might have been. I don't know. I know I heard it, and that's
but
that's
a lot.
And I think I might try to. I'm gonna try to put together something on that.
Yeah, I mean, this brother is fascinating.
Yeah,
because before he went to trial, he was working with this Pentecostal revivalist movement, which the Hebrew Israelite churches came from. And then when he got incarcerated in San Quentin, I believe it was San Quentin, he ends up adopting this Muslim persona. And he changes his name and he starts writing to the UNIA. And then the first time that Islam and Black nationalism is ever mentioned in America is from this article, where Lucius Lehman basically says that the only way for the Black man to get free is to adopt Islam. All right? And about 1825, Wallace Ford goes to the prison for heroin possession, is probably encountered by stories of this Lucius Lehman guy, and this is where W.D. Fard comes from.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, the whole idea of, and W.D. Fard, who was an immigrant from New Zealand, who came into the country by way of Canada. And all of this can also be verified on FamilySearch.com. The shipping records going from New Zealand to Canada, the United States, from the immigration. You can find the birth record, because Fard's name up Wallace Ford. He stole that name from a different.
That's what I had heard.
So scam arrived in this country.
He came over here personally to scam.
So and then the NOI tried to produce some Pakistani man and say this is Fard, and that was not the same person. He was not even old enough to be Fard.
Thank you.
So, you know, these guys. So like for solution, because I know our brothers like solutions, right? So one community always talk about solutions. I like that. But here's a solution, right? If you encounter someone who says they know someone or are someone who is, and then they start telling some outlandish story about their father and all kind of other stuff, A, they're lying, and B, you know, probably you're gonna see this stuff. When you start hearing these brothers start talking about aliens, listen closely, because you'll start hearing the stuff that York was talking about, because these hear that sounds attractive, and it's not like they believe it, they just as gay. And when you have someone like young Pharaoh who and Polite, who claim they weren't raised by their parents and raised in the system with different people and all this other kind of stuff, they're looking for ways to get validation from other people. So if they come across information that they could use for that, then they're going to be the best at it. And that's what you see with Polite, and that's what you see with young Pharaoh, right? And there's and right now there's maybe about 20 more guys who you don't know of, who are lurking around Facebook. Some of them are children of York. Some of them are making claims to be children of York. Yeah. Some of them make claims to be. But if you hear that kind of language, you gotta turn the other way. And no matter how attractive it is, you are better off listening to going to buy a Madame Blavatsky book and reading that if it's attractive to you, because Madame Blavatsky's dead and can't do nothing, or your children.
Yeah.
but Malcolm is sitting in a cell, and I'm very sure that all of his little minions that carry out this activity write him letters about it, and he reads it and gets off.
That's his one. That's his to get him get over.
I mean, chilling. I'm gonna put the picture up here, and you just take your pick. Which ones do you think picked him up? It could be these. If they was spooning, I'm voting for something this. You know, but
I think it's the Ethans.
This one or the one
I
above
think one
it?
of them was spooning them with the glowing finger.
You don't have Predator up there yet. You gotta have Predator too now.
Well, you know the Predator. He already looked like Predator.
Like the ones that came and picked him up right over here in the right hand corner. Right here.
Oh no!
All right, y'all. Sorry, I gotta go. My fingers about to
Ain't
crash.
no problem.
Yo, Chuck, salute.
Y'all later.
It was
Yeah,
time
build
later.
Take care.
You know, you got the passcode to the treehouse door.
Oh, I appreciate
and
that.
You always welcome.
Thank you, dear.
Look, I'm gonna tell y'all something.
And I give you a salute.
I appreciate you, bro. I appreciate
We
it.
appreciate you
and
being able to come out
you,
here and speak about this stuff.
Yeah,
'Cause I
him bringing
know
out
some
Jacob York was him bringing out Jacob York was a big because our information to X and YPNs, and they finally gave up on it. And their eyes are open now. So
good. One at a time. One at a time.
Yeah.
It ain't gonna be no mass awakening. It's one at a time.
All right, I'm gonna talk to y'all later.
Okay, Chuck. See you later.
Peace, y'all. Peace.
But I remember one of the only York read was that Leviathan book. And in that book, he talked about something called the Kingu, right?
Yeah.
Kingu, right? And as I watch all this unfold, and that was about that was about 20 years ago, 22 years ago, right?
Yeah.
And as all this unfolds, I realized that the curse of Kingu was the curse that York put on the Black community.
Mm-hmm. Look at it like this. Y'all know what I look like. I could polish myself up to today's standards, and get some African garb and trick. I have 1 million subscribers overnight. Sitting up here calling myself Mother Goddess or some shit.
Yeah,
and
you would.
Hook, line, and sinker. But that's just how easy it is. And I would know how to do it because I know how they move. I ain't that because I ain't got a mentality.
It's like the Black community is for scam artists.
Look, a whole lot of us are 80s babies. We grew up when Ted Bundy was getting executed. We saw that on the news. We didn't have a 3 channel. We grew up watching the compound burn down during David Koresh days.
I remember that.
You saw Ruby Ridge and old boy up there, you know, and then they'll never forget the Unabomber. You know, we grew up with all this stuff.
Gary Nicholson.
And I don't know, maybe I come at it from a different way because I was never searching religiously, because like Jehovah's Witnesses is benign basically. If you ain't a place where they actually actively being predators, they actually pretty benign. So, you know, I read science fiction because they told me not to. But by the time I got mixed up in all this stuff, I can't read it because it reads like a freaking science fiction novel. And then, you know, between the science fiction and the true crime, you know, and then you put in the cult thing, and it's like, these dudes are basically fanficking these people to death.
Yeah, they are.
You got people starving themselves, you know, because they believe in the quote unquote cause.
You know, and the sad part is, and I have a lot of respect, and I've done a lot of kind of research on a lot of different organizations. And though I do not agree with a lot of the political stuff in terms of the dichotomy between capitalism and socialism, I think that the Black Panthers were very helpful in terms of at least having teaching teaching some type of ideology that was based in reality.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Marcus Garvey did not teach reality. Oh, and I was breaking up when I said this, so let me just break this down real quick, right? Marcus Garvey, scam artist, and people don't understand that, and because they don't, that's part of the priming. Okay, so the first primer that we'll go back 100 years. The first primer would have been Marcus Garvey.
Actually,
because
there's
Marcus
one
Garvey did not have a real position. Pardon, sir?
Before he got everybody over to like Puerto Rico. I read it. I gotta find that video.
Probably. I wouldn't be surprised because I mean,
no, I read it off. We read the whole thing over here. It was they got everybody over to Puerto Rico or somewhere down in South America, and everybody got fucking sick. And one of the people that went over there had to work with the consulate to get everybody back to the U.S. But keep going. He one of the first ones, but it's all the same. It's been the same archetype from the beginning.
But Garvey, that Black Star Line thing, right? Understand that though it was a dope ass idea, just like a X-Men school for black boys with helicopters and military training, right? It's a dope idea, right? But it's not gonna happen. There was no intention from the leadership, which is Garvey, of actually making that happen. Their ability to make that happen. So Garvey did not have the basic understanding of business. Like he didn't understand that if I'm running a business, I can't just walk into my business, go into the cash register and take $100 out because I want to go buy a new suit. So because he did not have that business understanding, that's what he felt like he was entitled to do. And he did it often. And he was caught by his followers. And when he was caught by his followers, he would turn it around on them and make accusations. And this is how all of the criminal stuff comes about. All those people who get called agents 100 years later ended up talking to the police, threw them under the bus.
Trying to cover his own
behind. People don't get that. People don't get that Garvey was doing the equivalent of clickbaiting with that Black Star Line. He was taking of ships that he did not own and had no intention of ever owning, and selling them as the ships of the Black Star Line. What he actually did was he rented a ship from a white man that he could not pay. And every time it was time to pay that white man, he literally begged him to let him keep the ship. That's the guy, right? The same way that when Malachi York got caught, he folded up in front of those white people, just like how EDP 445 folded up in front of those white people. All right? So because we have accepted this man as the image of strong black men, right? That's why we got a follower.
Right.
Because our community is primed to follow people like this. We are primed. And because when the Black Panther, now we're going to jump to the Black Panthers. The Black Panthers offered us a reality base. Now, in Eldridge Cleaver's book, right? Now, Eldridge Cleaver was a rapist. But in his book, he wrote something that was very powerful. He said that the people were sick of waiting for the mothership. And that's what the Black Panthers represented. Reality. And then somehow, even that has fallen into this cosplay bullshit. Where now we see the new Black Party hits for the York. So we got to understand how deep this is and understand that if it's not based in reality, it ain't gonna help us. Cause mind you, right?
Mm-hmm.
When they came to give us the jab, the mothership didn't come down. Malachi didn't turn green and materialize. COVID disappeared. Timothy Drew didn't come back and tell us what to do. None of these people came because those prophecies were fantasies. Right? All we have is reality. All we have are the things that we gain in the real world to combat this thing, to understand what we're dealing with in America in 2022. Because as a community, we often live in the 40s somewhere. And the way that we approach the United States and the way that we approach things is if we have not made it through civil rights era and we don't have freedoms and things like that we do, and because we're following cosplay doctrines, we don't utilize them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So we gotta get to a place where, like this, for instance, right? Like a little bit about Sabiism, right? Now, I agree with the fact that I think people should be eating healthy, but I do not agree in the idea of people deifying a holistic doctor. We got to stop that.
If you go ask your medical Western doctor, go into a holistic doctor, they will work with them in your treatment plan. But you have to use both of them, because if naturopathy worked 100%, they would have never had to even attempt to come up with Western medicine. But they was doing things like old men was sleeping with virgins to cure syphilis, and they were giving people mercury to cure the gonorrhea or the clap or something.
Leeches and all kind of other goofy shit.
You want to take us back to the dark ages? I'm not going.
Facts. But naturopathic doctors can't give you diagnoses.
And they also need the help and the assistance of the Western medical doctor in order to find out, like your blood type, because any good naturopath is going to want to know your blood type and, this, that, and the other before they start prescribing you any kind of herbage. Because depending and what kind of medicine you're taking, you can have a counter.
I had a friend that went down to Dr. Sabi's place, and she went viral on Facebook with video with Dr. Sabi. And right after she left, she went to the hospital because I don't want to put her medical information out there, but she had to go to the hospital because the diet and the therapy that she was taking, whatever she was taking, it was so extreme that it did some internal damage to her. So, it's like a lot of that. You gotta, like you said, I've been to holistic wellness places. They have them here in Florida, and they have doctors. They have trained doctors there. And they have holistic healers there at the same time. You know what I'm saying?
Facts.
So it works, but it has to be monitored. You know what I'm saying? With someone that's trained, and you know what I'm saying. So you gotta work in tandem. Like how Tasha said.
Yeah. You can't approach this stuff like it's a religion.
How you doing?
All right. I can't really I'm in the middle of something at home. But I just wanted to come up and just say from a psychological point of view, we all know these basic principles when it comes to codes. They have to isolate you from your loved ones, your friends, everything you know, and turn you against that which you've been raised under. And they have to make you self-worship individuals as if they are deities. It's a Jesus, it's a Messiah complex, and it works on the mind. So when we were talking about JimJones, the things that he was doing to people, having people come up, wake up early in the morning, late at night, giving them sermons over and over again, repetitive statements over and over again. How do you get people into these coats? You give them something to believe in. You give them repetitive words. Oh, you make people dress the same shoes, same clothes, same attitude. When you look at these little groups out here, they got the funny hats, they got the funny clothes, all in unison, right? You get people on that same page in unison, working towards one and putting and repeat the message over and over again. It's called cultural conditioning. Condition thing to a way. We'll notice have one thing in common when it comes to the black. Everybody is always trying to grift the black community with this cult-like message, and it's always a message that has a way of resonating with you because they'll speak upon things that you can relate to, such as, well, racism is affecting you. Let's talk about the pyramids, even though we know, let's talk about anything that has to do with African consciousness and spirituality. Wrap into those things that can resonate with your spirit, then it's easy to refocus your attention in another way. It's called wolves in sheep clothing all the time. And this is what happens. We're all born. Everybody on this panel, everybody here was born when you came to the world with a different level of temperament. So what I can take in terms of pressure, stress, each of us can take a certain level of it until we pop. And people who have weak temperaments, people who run these games on you, they tend to gravitate towards people who are looking for self-identity, looking to be recognized, looking to be a part of a group. And usually they have very weak temperaments. And people are out there. And let's be honest, Black people, from a psychological point of view, as to what has happened to us through the years and decades, we have been psychologically fractured. We are walking trauma, and therefore it makes us susceptible to people to bring these con games. And the first thing that they do is they break you down to build you up in the image that they want you to be and how they want you to think. So they'll tell you, well, they'll turn you against your family. They'll tell you all these things that sound good. You got to live a better lifestyle. And they get you wrapped up into the dogma, the ideology, the clothing, right? It's us against the world. And when they do you down to turn you towards the wrong path, just like that brother said, they'll make you believe that the mothership that thought that they were dressed in the black robes and the purple. Remember purple.
The Heaven's Gate.
Remember purple. All these colors have a spiritual code to that. They were wearing purple for a reason, right? And they all had these Nike shoes on and all this kind of weird stuff, right? Because they believed the mothership was coming to get them. So you get people on that ideology.
It was supposed to be coming with hell, Bob.
But it becomes you have to be a continue. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Now that you mentioned purple, when the KK their meeting with Jeremiah and Malcolm X back in the 60s, there was a conversation about whether the NOI should get robes since they would be considered the other arm of the KK. And the discussion was that they couldn't wear robes. They could wear purple ones.
Very powerful information. I mean, look, but look how these groups work their magic onto Black people's mind. And another thing that they use that can control you over a period of time is Black people in particular. We like to give ourselves these funny titles. Honorable this, you're honorable that. we all, now it all sounds good because it makes you feel good. Like I said, people in general are people in trauma and very fractured. So when someone replaces the self-esteem with building you up with you're a king, right? You're a queen, you're like the Honorable Minister of Farrakhan, all these kind of terms, it's things that make you feel good. Revolutionaries like a Malcolm X, always look at what people do, not what they say. Look at what they did to Malcolm X when he tried to take the righteous path, and they turned on him.
Yep.
But I'll have to
I know
come
you
back.
said you don't have long right now. We're gonna have to set up a time. It's so busy right now, though. Everybody's like spazzing at the same.
I could
But
tell
let me
you that
ask
the
you
best
this.
time for me is weekends usually. I
Okay,
get
so
in
we'll look
late during
something
the
up
week
for a
sometimes.
Saturday or a Sunday afternoon. But let me ask you this before you leave. What's your, are you over 1,000 on your subscriber count?
Oh yeah, for 2 for grinding it out. My channel's going as I've been doing a little bit more polarizing content, but you know, I'm doing the damn thing. I'm gonna keep working it, and
we
building the
doing
channel.
the 1K push for all of the smaller channels.
Oh, no problem. I got no problem with doing with that push. But this is how it works. This is how it works. Everybody in this chat room, because I say this on my channel all the time, everybody here should have put this video, what y'all doing tonight, through every social media that they have, creator in the community tab, right, as well. For that, I'm gonna pop this in my community tab right now and let that go out. So everybody should be doing that. Everybody, and that brings more eyeballs to your channel, and it pushes it through the algorithms and all of that. That's
I'm
what
not
people
worried about me. I'm worried people out to nooning out. You know,
what I'm
prices
saying.
Out. Yeah,
that's what
we
I'm
need to
saying.
be doing
Sister
that.
that's over here needs to share out their videos and put the word out there. Talk to your family, talk to people that you know. You have to, Black people, we know word of mouth better than anybody, but we need to use it more. And let me say this before I get off. When I look at bigger channels, ladies and gentlemen, are watching smaller channels and they're stealing your content. They will always tell you that you're bottom feeding them, when in fact they get a lot of their content from us. This is how it works.
Where that Sign of Jesus conversation come from? Check my channel.
Right.
How they went and found
this is how it works. You say something that's deep, or you have a phrase that you say all the time. These bigger channels are some channels, but they're hiding in the bushes. You say something that's powerful, they go back to their channel and say it, and because they have a huge platform, everybody will say they get credit for it. And when you say it, and you were the first one that said it, everybody will think, oh, you biting off of such and such. Oh, you getting this from Tariq Nasheed. You getting this from such and such, right? And you say to yourself, God damn it, you can clearly tell they're watching these smaller channels because they know that the most real shit and real statements are coming from small channels. They know it, but they ain't gonna give you no credit for that.
I've been saying that for years, because I know the stuff I say ain't normal. I talk like other people. So when somebody takes something I say, we all know it. I done seen Twat waffle over on Bigger. I'm like, I just got here.
To be honest with you, that's just the art world. If you look at hip hop,
they want to keep, like I said, that's why they won't say my name. You don't want to say my name because then they'll be curious and come over here. And then, you get this before you get that. So that where they gonna stay at? Are they gonna stay at somebody that's biting? Or are they gonna stay at somebody that can, that can get it off?
This is one of the deepest channels on YouTube right now.
What usually, it is. What usually happens, brothers and sisters, is that when they don't want to say your name because people will automatically come over to your channel, whether they're lying on you or not. They want to come over because they're curious. And then when they come over and they take the time to listen to you, look at your videos, they realize this person telling the truth. I'm subscribing. And that's the fear, right? That's the fear. Everybody have a great rest of your night. I'll be back over here soon.
Everybody, thank information, man. He really didn't have the time.
Thank you, information, man.
Hey, I appreciate everybody on your channel, everybody in your chat.
All right.
Oh yeah, brother. I had to go in on that issue because Black people going missing, Black women going missing, and our kids. And then guess what? A white girl, Gabby Patel, she gets all the goddamn press. Ain't that something?
That's right.
Yeah.
We gotta protect our women, we gotta protect our babies, and we gotta stop bullshitting because there's a lot of men who are playing the role of Black men, but they're not fitting the bill.
Mm-hmm.
So
yes,
if we got to talk, because a lot of these guys keep saying, what kind of man talks about another man? Let me tell you a story, right? Let me tell you a story, right?
Yeah.
I could go see some of y'all niggas.
Mm-hmm.
I could do a lot more than talking, and you don't want that because a lot of you have seen this face before, and it pops up randomly. And it seems like niggas like Ali Muhammad, Polite, the Pills, the niggas get real uncomfortable when I'm around. But there's good reason for it. Because I give a fuck about black people. I give a fuck about black people, not just because I am one, but because my one. And if you feel comfortable doing something to one black woman, you might do something to my black woman. Or the black woman that I'm raising. And if you do that, oh God, I pray for you. I pray for you. Because I know what I'm capable of.
I hear you, brother. I appreciate your what you're saying. The bottom line is the truth always rises to the top.
Yep.
And when you are speaking, that's why that's a big theme on my channel, truth. And when you're speaking truth, people feel very uncomfortable around real truth. People really psychologically like to be lied to because a lie is more comfortable, believe it or not, where it brings what? Light out of darkness.
Yep.
Right? And people run away from that all the time, like roaches when you turn on the lights at night. And if you got roaches, what do the roaches do? They run to the darkest places to get away from light. And we got a lot of people that are in that are living in a dream world, and they don't want to come to the light of reality. And when people like yourself are speaking this truth, it resonates with them. So they have to go back and discredit you and say that you're just a little thing. Everybody have a great night and peace and love.
You as well. Peace, love, and blessings. A good night and a better tomorrow.
All right.
Hey,
all right, sister.
Hey, look, they say my boss fired me for fun. How about I get the president of my company that's on the Fortune 500 to come tell y'all how they call my name at the corporate meetings. How about that? You know, I ain't worried about what they say because I know it ain't true. But this is what they do to people that don't stand like I do.
Tasha,
people that,
you work in IT, right?
Yeah.
And they say you got fired from your IT job, right? But here's the funny part. Reggie, who claims to be a doctor of law or something like that, he only has an education in IT. And he got fired from his job at the law nonprofit because he wasn't even sufficient at IT work.
Wow.
And then he tried to sue because his boss told him, if I want the printer, if I ask you to fix the printer, I want it to fucking work. So he was so frustrated with Reggie's ineptitude that he had him and he sued because the boss cussed at him because of his ineptitude. And he lost that lawsuit.
Because he went to ICDC college. Look, you can't sit up here and get these jobs and say you actually have to show and prove it. I'm head of the migration team. Why? Because I'm good at what I do. How y'all think y'all
got computer science, Tasha?
You
computer science?
I got an associate's in systems administration and 2/3 of a bachelor's in cybersecurity with 8 years of experience at IT in the Navy. IT in the Navy basically means anything to do with phones.
Okay, you got it.
Yeah, so I worked in server.
I'm going into that myself. I'm going into that myself. I already have an AA, but I'm going into computer science.
Oh, Shalama, they don't hire in your state, but go to Virtual Workers of America on Facebook, and they post everything, and you can search by state and everything else. They have IT jobs on there. You know, and they work from home.
You can get C++ certifications.
Working from home for stuff that can be done virtually, like Apple. Everybody tries to get on when Apple hires. You have to jump on that fast. Amazon has jobs from home. Pay is pretty good, and the pay after that is even better. Google Fiber is hiring. you know, it's plenty of play. GC, baby. But yeah.
Yeah, if you get certified in C++, Python, and Java, you know, just those 3 certifications and get you some money.
Man, I was working on Java, man. I gotta get back on Java. I gotta get back on learning Java.
Hey, they'll take you as you are, Shalama. Some of these places pay for training right now. Jump on it while it's hot. I'm telling you. And you ain't never gonna have to leave your house except for to go get that little background check if they ask you for that. I think
C++, Java, and Python. Learn those 3 computer languages.
If you have, and
for everybody listening,
for the people that are searching for work from home work, they're not gonna ask you to meet up on WeChat or nothing like that. It's gonna be your location, and then you know they'll set up an appointment. It's usually on Zoom or the other one, but they rarely use Google Chats, and they show as hell don't use WeChat. If they asking you for social security numbers and everything else, and if they data processing is really not a thing that you can get a work from home job for. If it is, it ain't gonna be called data processing. That's one of the main work from home scams right there. Oh, you can data process and you ain't got to talk to nobody all day. A lot of these jobs require phones. You know, you don't need to go to the little ones. You need to go to the bigger ones because them little ones be trying to work you half to death. It's possible, but it always depends on call volume or chat volume. But like a whole bunch of jobs are hiring from home right now. They have nurses because they have systems to call the nurse and talk to the nurse instead of going to the doctor. They have nurses doing that from home, and the pay is hella good.
Yeah.
Yo, this is the new world.
Yes.
Working from home is the new world, and if you don't want to take that shot, that's going to be the move for you.
Quit the jobs, or they just got fired, they just got laid off, whatnot. Look, these little customer service work from homes, you might be frustrated, but at the end of the day, that check gonna look hella good. Because I mean, base pay is basic. Minimum wage is what, around $8. Most of these customer service jobs starting at 10 and 12. You already coming out versus unemployment. You still making more, even if you're not working. Some of these jobs, the companies have more than one position and they hire in-house.
Yeah.
Have to do is set up your little room as your office, you know, set it up like you're gonna set it up, and you have to do it. But hey, if you like money, you're gonna sit your ass there. Thank you for calling customer service. How can I help you today?
Right.
Also for those who don't have criminal records, you can do online notary. You can make a lot of money doing that. People need notary certifications all the time, and all you gotta do is be at a camera and do Zoom, and you can do online notary certifications. The people always real estate deals all times a day. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And they need a notary.
Careful with those. Yeah. If you go into one of those job search sites, a whole lot of those are scammy. That's why I said go to Virtual Workers of America, because some of these are actual work from home workers, and these are people that's been working from home for years. So they usually vet the post before they put it up. So you might want to check on that, because I get emails all the time, and I keep blocking them bitches, but they keep sending me emails, and it's always some Indian name, but they say they got this job or that job, and it's a
I be so leery when I see Indian names.
It's a real company, but you have to check on stuff like Glassdoor, and you have people that clone real companies and send up here. Look, most places ain't paying no $40 for it. Not right now.
Yeah.
Because the market is flooded with them. The more... Hold on, I'm going to pull it up and let you see it.
Yo, here's my question, right?
Uh-huh.
What do you think would be the best move for like in school right now, considering we're watching as The service industry is going automated. The construction industry is on the way to going automated probably in the next 10 years. Like, what do you think?
Invest stock for your children for tech so they can live off of that, or you're going to learn tech.
Hey, you got to get into the computers.
There's 188.88 thousand members. You know, you just click to join. They'll go ahead and scoop you up. Medical answering service operator, overnight customer support for VO. Some of these are chill. Like, you got people answering for travel agencies and all kind of stuff. You don't have to do nothing. Now, and my company does different contracts with different people because we just like that, you know. But other places, some places might be like the Hilton, the hotel, the Hilton. They hire regularly for customer service and for booking rooms and stuff. Visa, I think it is, or MasterCard, one of those banking services, they hire too. It's too small for you to pull it. Let me make it a little bigger.
That's the Facebook group you were talking about, right?
Yeah, this is the Facebook group.
Yeah. Also be careful of those online. Be careful a lot of that life insurance scams.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people.
I'm gonna tell you, I had my application up on Career Builder, right? And I get this call and they're like, "We're interested in you," you know, da da da. What's at the end? I'm thinking they calling me for an IT position. I get down there. Mind you, this is in another state. I had this ride from Georgia to Florida from this shit. I get down there and it's a goddamn seminar to sell us up to sell fucking insurance.
Oh yeah, it probably was American Income Life.
But all them, they talking about, oh, you can build your way up in the company and this, that, or the
Prime
other.
America.
Man, I hate that shit.
Yeah, you said you like my resume. All my got on it is IT stuff, admin stuff. So why on God's green call me by some? Because it's a law of averages. They call 10 in, one gonna sign up, and then you're gonna be on the hook for them classes. You gotta pay for them classes and stuff, and you gotta pay for the license. And then after you do that, how many people do you think can sell insurance in one town? And all these different competing insurance agencies. I'm trying to hustle smarter, not hard.
I sold life insurance, but I don't work for nobody. Like, I do my own independent thing if I sell.
You see, you do that on your own, but these places are a hook and you got to get a commission. You don't get a paycheck.
And they steal your commission too. So what they do is once you join, they'll see what a lot of people don't understand about when you sell life insurance. So say if I sell Tasha's life insurance, Life will give me 50% of her annual premium of like, meaning that if she spent $1,200 that year for her family, they'll give me $600, and then from the point on, they'll give me half of her premium the next year. So like every time she makes a payment every month, say if it's $60 a month, I'll get $30. So that's how. But what they do is once you join these life insurance places, they'll nullify your insurance claim movement. So they'll steal it from you. What they do is say that, oh, if you gotta be before you can start getting your annual premiums on the people that you sold. So so the best thing to do is work for yourself and get your own leads if that's the kind of business you want to go into. And it really pretty much it's a nice part-time thing. And another thing, what they do is they'll get people in, and they, for whatever reason, love Latinos. They love Latinos, especially when it comes to life insurance, because they're very family oriented. He gets a life insurance thing. He goes to home and he signs up his whole household. Get what I'm saying? His cousins, extended cousins, and all that stuff. And then after that, what happens in the 90-day period, he doesn't make his rate. What they do is they drop Jorge. You know what I'm saying? They'll drop him.
His leads.
Yeah, they'll drop Jorge after he done sold to his family, and now they're getting their premium, those premium payments.
And they
get all of that moving forward from that after that year.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they don't even give you half. What they do is they give you 25% or 35% instead of the 50% you're supposed to get. You get what I'm saying? So it's thievery all the way around. It's a scam.
It is
and they use you for tax. They do a lot of them are tax absconders. They'll load you up with taxes. You know what I mean? It's perfect. It's a perfect market for scammers. You know, when you get into that technical world and like corporate world, it's very vicious. It's like, you know what I'm saying? It's very nasty. You know, it's all about trying to like dump on some people, using people as vessels and tax all kind of stuff, man. Crooks.
Some of the insurance companies are hiring, but these are like insurance companies like Progressive and Geico, you know, service stuff. They realized and they didn't have to do it in-house. Yeah, we saw a couple of runs down today. We saw a couple of drags today. Nandy was dragging the skin off 2.0 up and down.
Oh, shit.
Then Taz dropped down on Teabag Head.
Oh, word? What happened?
Yeah.
Over on the argument league. TaharkaBey wanted to go over there trying to do his little tap dance. TaharkaBey not the one for that shit. Look, Taz the one you call when everything else you done went through all the ones that
that nigga be barking on motherfuckers.
Speak English and Ebonics. Then you go get Taz. Taz is there for the rundown. Taz the one in the car talking about nigga, hurry up, get in. You know, as drug Taharka. And then TaharkaBey go do that little jailhouse pose in front of the little 8 to clean 18s. He done put on that 2008 Ford. Lord have mercy. What was the third one though? I done missed something. What's the third one?
I'm trying to figure out who is 2.0.
That's Nepal.
Oh, okay.
Look, we got the original one back. Oh, I forgot we got new people. Y'all up here like, who? I know somebody gonna be like, who is George under this video tomorrow. But no, we got the original one back. And then we got
like I was in and out. Yo, the little bit I heard,
that was a long, slow grill Nandy did today. I was like,
and then she pulled the videos out. I didn't even get through all the videos.
I gotta go watch that then.
Man,
Lord, Karen Loveheart set me off.
But yo, hold up, wait a minute. Where did the HIV shit and Sonetta allegedly got
that you gotta go back and listen to it.
He admitted that he admitted
Karen Lovecraft or Love Seed or whatever the fuck. It's probably some man showing his pussy side, but that's another story. She came over here and she said something to me, and I read it. And then she came over here and she said something to Uda. And then Uda got up on he got a little pulpit that he got a portable pulpit that he pull out on short notice. And he got up a joint and gave a fiery sermon as we threw her out the window, as we tend to do around the treehouse, so you can hit every branch on down that motherfucker. Trying to change the nerve.
Yeah, like I didn't understand started.
Yeah, so then when Nandy came in on the tell it, and I was Nandy, calm down. We done already did it. But who said he going off and he started talking about Nepal. And that's when Nandy up on the hot fire. Like that, he does actually spit it. She drug her for about 30 good minutes. And then 20 more minutes of video footage. I said, you know what? Lord of mercy. Harder than some chicken from somebody in there that told them they wanted fried whole. I tell you, I was over here with the mic muted, rolling all over the bed. I
remember one time I was cooking some chicken and I fell asleep and I woke up and the fire trucks was out front of my apartment.
Y'all gotta go back and watch
me of that.
Not only for the 3 epic drags in the row, but because of I got the text now too. We gonna use them. We gonna say, hey Nandy, we getting the armory hooked up. You know, we got a hollow in the bottom of the treehouse. But no, I had just asked Uda the song off your new release, And he was like, yeah, that's when Karen came in. So not only did Uda just fiery sermon her ass out the chat, then he blew us all out the water with that hot single, which he was singing along with. So we know it was him. Hot fire. We spit real fire around this joint. They got water guns. We got them things they had on that movie Thing when that damn alien came up out the ice over here. Y'all say y'all got receipts. We show receipts. Twat waffle polygamists.
Man.
But no, you should, y'all should be. Hey, look, Nepal, T-Bag, Eugene. Y'all should be tired of getting drugged up. And what let it Frank. Hey, Frank.
Frankie.
Why you putting your people out here on these dummy missions? I know you listen to me because you invited Chuck Morgan up with Leah and Jacob tonight. You know better than to pull the fuckery that T-Bag. He already dropping, his followers dropping like flies left and right. They ain't going nowhere else. Ain't y'all tired yet? Apparently ain't shit y'all working, ain't shit y'all doing working in 2021. So go sit your asses down somewhere. Bitch, go back to spinning paper in the air fakely.
Like
not even anywhere near credible. Girl, we grew up in the 80s. We done seen all this shit. Bitches floating in the air with wires right there. They was. We grew up in the 80s.
Yeah. I forgot all about that, right?
Remember they used to have them fools on JimJones and shit during the day. And if it was too hot to be outside, you'd be inside watching this shit because you ain't had no damn choice. The parents said Blockbusters was expensive, so that was a treat, not a right. And it was like $2.50 for a damn tape back then.
Yeah,
like,
and don't let it be a new release. That's like $3, $3 or $4.
That was like $5.
Yeah,
I know, right? We gonna wait for that one. We had patience back then. We waited them 6 months to that price.
And then anytime you go, the movie you want was always gone. It was just
always gone.
It just be the cover. You looking behind the cover like, man.
Looking at the ones around it, making sure somebody didn't put it back wrong.
Man.
I can't with these folks. Most of us grew up during this era, or we had children during this era, because I checked my analytics and we running from about 30 to 60. So we got shout out the elders in the ground who don't say nothing, but they be giggling in their privacy.
But let me just say something, right?
Go ahead.
We got I think there's a problem, right? This is popped in my head when you were talking about the job stuff, right? As a brother who was born in one of these cults, right? I was born into the Moorish Science Temple, and I was in one of these cults, right? And like you said with Jehovah's Witnesses, from my experience, I didn't have I didn't grow up in a temple that had a grand sheik like the one that T-Bey came up with that was touching on kids or whatever allegedly.
Yeah.
It was very churchy, right? So it was an experience that was similar. Like when I talk to people about their experience with church, it was very similar. Like in the 80s, people weren't talking about Moorish sovereignty. And as a matter of fact, the first time I heard someone hurt my government and they asked if I was a sovereign, and I was like, I know what sovereign means. I don't know what a sovereign, whether I'm a sovereign. No, I don't know nothing about that. And that's when this stuff started unraveling. That was probably like around like 2004 when I got released, right? But the thing is, when you come home from prison and you don't have a lot of options, and when I was in prison, I was studying with the 5%ers. And I had a quote unquote pro-black centered mentality, and people would always tell me, "Oh, that shit's just for jail. You need to figure out what you're gonna do when you get home." And in my mind, I had
had read Eldridge Cleaver's book, and I had read all these other people's books, and in my mind, I was going to come home and, you know, go work for my people. And when I came home, I had to get a fucking job. And it wasn't until I left Connecticut and moved down here where I encountered, I'm in the capital now, but I encountered what you call it? A community, like a quote unquote conscious community where you had all of these people that were all doing things together with the same type of mentality, right? And then I was introduced to the whole book thing, and just my personality. If I listen to somebody long enough on a platform that's not like TV, where it's like real people, I'm gonna, you know, I like what you're talking about. I'm gonna go meet you. I'm gonna go seek you out, right? And that the child show and her work, and then from there I met King Simon, I met Polite, I met the Red Pills and the Blue Pills.
The law firm.
I was actually a part of Ali Muhammad's organization for maybe a year or two.
What about Marrakush? Remember Marrakush?
I remember Marrakush. I remember the blog.
Cheyenne.
I got a question for you, Jay, because you might know, because you know you used to roll. What is all this talk about Taharka somebody told to get on?
There's a brother by the name, well, rest in peace, I guess, or rest wherever you're gonna be, named David Bailey Eel. And David Bailey Eel was considered by some the Supreme Grand Sheik. Now, what a Supreme Grand Sheik is in the Moorish organization is basically kind of like the Pope, where when Drew Ali passed away, he allegedly passed the leadership to another brother. I'm not going to get into the history, but he passed the leadership to another brother, and then that there has been a chain of leadership from that point. Now, if you go to different Moors, they'll tell you different people are the one that's in charge, right? And that's what they talk about with what's called a schism. But David Bailey Eel was in charge of a faction in Chicago. And apparently, I'm not going to say apparently, allegedly, David Bailey Eel was involved in some homosexuality activities and perhaps even a boy. And people say that he was caught. And I guess Inky got, I think Inky got receipts on that. So I'm gonna say, but he was allegedly caught with this young boy. But Taharka, and now I'm giving you this, right? If you go on Facebook and you look up David Bailey, BAII -Eel, EL, and you look him up on Facebook and you go under the post section and scroll down a little bit, you'll find quite a few posts with Taharka Bailey Eel along with other people. And Taharka also has where he explains that, you know, he runs with David Bailey Eel and all this other stuff, right? The issue is there are several different incarnations of the Moorish Science Temple, right? And at some point there was a court trial. There's been a couple court hearings about it, similar to the stuff with Ali Muhammad, where different groups have sued other groups for the use of the name and likeness of the Moorish Science Temple of America. So this is where you have some people saying the Moorish Science Temple of America Incorporated versus people saying, oh, we the Moors. Or people saying, I'm MSTA, right? And I'm telling you, I personally met at least 5 people who make the same claim about so going to the county clerk and filing some documents that gives them the ownership of the Moorish science and all that stuff. What I'll tell you this, right? If you look at the FBI files, which I'll say this, right? And I say this, look at these Information Act FBI files. People will often say, oh, well, you know, that's the white man, they're lying and this, that, and the third. And I say this again, in the 1920s, it was 40 years before that anyone in the FBI knew that anything would be seen by the public. There is no reason that any of those people would be lying, because this is information that they're using between each other. Now, could they be incorrect? Absolutely. But is it a conspiracy? I lean towards no if we're talking about the 20s, because
it seems
again,
more like a power struggle than a conspiracy.
Say again?
I said it seems more like a power struggle than a conspiracy.
It absolutely, it's a power struggle. It's a bag.
Okay, if this is the right guy, I think he might have scrubbed his Facebook page. How far did you say? Yeah,
I just saw this a week ago. I just saw this like days ago. I gotta save some of the pictures.
I put in the dash, it didn't come up with anything.
Really?
This was the closest I came was this guy, yeah. Or maybe you already know his.
I might have. I have a lot of mutual friends with him because I grew up in the temple. So a lot of people in the Moorish organization know me. They know my family. You know, so you know, I don't really like anybody who knows me and my family. Yeah, I got them all, because I got if you look up, there's a page called Moorish America. 27th, this is probably right before he passed away. There's some images with brothers sitting there shaking his hand. He's kind of an older guy. He kind of looks gumpy, you know. You know, there's been a lot of issues between, you know, these different organizations from the beginning. There was you know, what you'll find if you find an issue with someone named Claude Green, right? And Claude Green, by the name of Els LD, I can't remember his government name, but his Moorish name was Ed. I can't remember the first name either. These brothers were sheiks of different temples, and their temple actually financially successful. And at some point, they kind of started losing in Drew Ali. Now, my personal opinions, my grandfather, who I have endless respect for, rest in peace, was a strong supporter of Noble Drew Ali and Marcus Garvey. I have his picture, my grandfather, on my wall in my house, right? That is someone who I look at as an ancestor. However, just because that's my ancestor, my relationship is with him. I don't cover for people that he coded for. You know what I'm saying? So when I look at Noble Drew Ali and I see things like, I find a census card that was filled out, and when they asked the man what his occupation was, he said prophet. So to me, that says he's crazy. Because prophets don't call themselves prophets. Other people do. Usually after they're gone.
Long-term subscribe over here. That's who Shots Fired is, Baltimore.
But they ended up beefing over some money, and Claude Green was killed, and another blow. And he left it, you know, he started another organization, but it goes back really deep, and it goes back a long time, and it's been the same. So the same stuff that you see now, if you look at the Moors, and if you might be interested in the information, because a lot of it is factual, and in my opinion, there's probably a better, if we talk about all these different doctrines, right? There is no such thing as an Asiatic black man, right? So there there is very little in the Nation of Islam's doctrine that's true. You got to find, oh, well, someone talked about something like this, but it's not true. Like, it's not like you're going to go back in your history and that Muhammad was talking about, right? In terms of Hebrew Israel, when you look into the history of Judaism and Africans, you're gonna find a lot of Moorish connection in that, right? Because you have this connectivity between the Islamic people and the Jewish people during that period in Spain, right?
Yeah,
and
in the
in Europe.
1400s, they was one and the same.
Right. And then you'll also find records of Moors being taken as slaves by the Spanish and brought to America.
Yeah, that was the first slave ship to come here.
Right. El Cool J had an ancestor by the name of I believe his name is Miligno, right? And he was a boxer. But it's when you look this man's name up, and I'll find the information later because I'll be talking off that. But if you look his information up, you'll find he's listed as a Moor. And this man was an American slave, you know what I'm saying? And he's listed as a Moor. So if you look back, you'll find that. Now, do I get into all the Aboriginal stuff? I personally have you know, a Native Americans in my family history. But would I stretch and say that Moors are Indians and Indians are Moors? No. There's a lot of stuff that got added into this doctrine when the followers of York started using Moorish information to try to get him off for pedophilia. So when you see the Moorish Aboriginal connection, that's York too.
Exactly.
So be careful. So when you hear Moors, right? Understand what if you want to deal with Moors, right? This is what you should expect from a Moorish science temple, right? Be a lot of how you should behave in society, right? That's very, right? I didn't follow those rules. That's why I ended up in jail because I was rebellious, right? But there's a lot of talk about you should obey the law, and people look at it like, oh, that's agent talk, right? But my mother's father, who, you know, not the grandfather I talked about, also told me that. Said, if you want to, because anyone who grew up in that time period is going to tell you that it's not cool to break the law. It didn't start being cool to break the law until we were breaking laws like Black people can't store and buy food. That's when we started breaking the law. And then that morphed during the Black Panther era into a more radical civil disobedience, where you see bank robberies and different things like that. And then that continues to break down as agents came in, and people like the people that we see in the conscious community came into the Black Panthers and started forming similar organizations with radical, crazy ideologies. So we have gotten into this thing by the time growing up pretty much in the late 80s and 90s, where it was like, you're not Black unless you're a criminal. And when I see a lot of you guys in Facebook now in my adulthood, right? Because growing up where I grew up at, it was like, yo, you was like, most of the dudes I knew was on some criminal shit, or they stayed out the way. You know what I'm saying? So if you wanted to be in the mix, and I'm a Leo, like, you know what I'm saying? You kind of end up fucking up, right? So when I see y'all and you guys have avoided a lot of that stuff and avoided the bullshit, I commend that. You know what I'm saying? I commend all of you people in Oro for being able to avoid the traps, for because there are a lot for young Black people, and there have been for quite a long time. And a lot of that comes from being primed by these communities to be anti-establishment. You know what I'm saying? Because being anti-establishment ain't for everybody.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
would you say also that, because I know when I grew up, I was an athlete, and athletes get a pass on, what I'm saying, having to deal with a lot of street and criminal activity and still kind of be in the in crowd. You know what I'm saying?
It's interesting, right, that you say that, because of the guy that taught me how to rob, because I went to jail for being a stick-up kid, but the guy that taught me how to rob was a football player. My father was a football player. He stayed out of trouble like you talking about, but I remember having a conversation with him once, and he said that one of the best basketball players that he had ever seen. This is back in the 60s, right? But this guy, my father has played against Kareem Abdul-Jabbar in high school or college. Manu's rebound record when he got it in college was the first time that my father's rebound record was broken. So he did his thing, right? But and if I said football, I meant to say basketball. But the best player that he'd ever seen ended up Queens, and he took a brown bag. He was a runner for somebody, right? And he got caught and got locked up. So then when he got back out, this coach, I can't remember the coach's name, but he was a very big coach in New York in the time, right? But the coach ended up getting him a deal to go to college, and then right before he got that deal, he got shot again. And there's a lot of stories about that. So, but to answer, I think that yes, some athletes can get away with it, but I think that certain kind of athletes also you end up being with guys from the street when you play sports too.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do.
So there's a mix, and you gotta, ultimately what's gonna keep you out of trouble is having listen, I got in trouble because when I was about 9 years old, well, I think I was about 7. My father started working for the Ford Foundation. And working for the Ford Foundation meant that I didn't see my father. Like, it was like he didn't live in the house. Okay. So he spent months at a time in Africa. Helping their growth. So the reason why Nigeria is not in the place that it was in the 1980s has a lot to do with the work that my father did with the Nigerian government in the 1980s and the Kenyan government and different governments in East and West Africa. But anyway, when he got back, my parents got divorced. My father decided that he was no longer a Moor, and he married a white woman. He left my mother for a white woman, and then subsequently married her. So pretty much everything that I had that I was holding on to as an identity kind of got thrown away and said, well, that's all bullshit. On top of now having to deal with being in a single parent household, I kind of just self-destructed. So to answer your question, but to answer your question, I think that the ultimately having parents around, preferably 2, but having a parent around who is paying attention to you and what you're going through, right?
because my mother did my mother was great. You know what I'm saying? My mother is a wonderful woman, and has done a lot for me through my life, and I've put her through a lot. You know what I'm saying? But when she got divorced from her husband, and her strong black man, who was a black nationalist when they got married, left her for a white woman, she had shit that she was going through, and she didn't see and she was not see what I was going through, and that led me into a whole path of self-destruction. So to avoid that, you got, like, parents are so important, and people don't get that. People think that the stuff that they go through in their relationship, right? If your spouse isn't beating on you or abusing you and the children, right? If you got financial issues and he can't get his shit together, you could figure that out.
Yeah, but do you also think that I mean, I've seen some of the biggest differences. Like, most of my friends that I grew up with are incarcerated, doing life sentences, or dead. You know what I'm saying? And it's real. One of the biggest differences I look at between me and them, I did have a father in my home the whole time, and that was one thing. But another thing was, I know if it wasn't for me being more involved in activities that I enjoyed in school and out of school, like, extracurricular, like, martial arts, or if it was football, track and field, or whatever it was,
right,
I would have been on that same path. You get what I'm saying? And I've seen single women who had their sons go through similar programs and things like that, similar walks of life as of like what I did, and they were successful getting them by the hood, and it came out with a lot less trouble.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in 100% agreement with you, bro. I think that activity is super important. And when I stayed out of trouble when I was a kid, is when I was in martial arts.
Yeah, because I know when I had nothing to do, I'm at my friend's house. Everybody want to be Tupac in the late 90s.
No, hold on. Chief X title to his video he just dropped: R. Kelly in the Mann Act of 1910 that got him convicted. In quotations, trapped in the closet.
Wow.
Yo, that Mann Act is serious though, because there's another trick that a lot of these Nuwapians like to use. They like to try to bring up the Mann Act in the context of Jack Johnson. And they try to use that to say that the Mann Act is only for black people. And they only use it when black people, when they want to get black people. But that's why I brought up the fact that that one of the first people to go down for the Mann Act was Edward Young Clark, who was the Grand Kleagle for the KKK. And he wasn't a child molester. Adultery was illegal in the 1920s. So when he had a mistress who was in the organization, he was running his bootlegging scam, he got caught with his mistress, which brought the Mann Act down on him. So the Mann Act is used for, and if they use the Mann Act on the KKK, then I don't want to hear supremacy.
That Mann Act on anybody that's sitting up here doing nasty shit to women and children. Right. That's what the Mann Act is for, because them motherfuckers was trying to wiggle out that shit. So they made it so they wiggle, they can nowhere, baby. It ain't got nothing to do with color.
Like, listen,
it got to do with
if you take your dog, right, but hold up, Prom. If you take your dog or your cat or a chicken or your neighbor's dog to another state and have sex with it, you're gonna go to jail for the Mann Act.
Wow.
Any sex crime. I believe if you go across state lines flashing people, that could be a violation of the Mann Act.
Hey yo, anybody want to jump up in the treehouse? Y'all know the secret code. Shave and a haircut, 2 bits. But you two hold it down real quick while I take a pause for the calls, and I'll be right back.
Yeah, sodomy is still illegal in a lot of states too.
Yeah. You know that back in the day, sodomy was considered this like pedophilia and sodomy was all the same thing?
Yeah, I've heard people get arrested for sodomy all the way up until like the 80s and even 90s. I've
Yeah.
heard a lot of some of the criminal charges were involved in sodomy. So
You know who else went to jail for some sex shit? Al Pacino. Al
I didn't know
Pacino
that.
went to jail for sleeping with a married woman. And I believe he got caught in a car sleeping with a married woman. He got locked up for that.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? Now, the reason why I know this, right, is because when I came home from prison and almost screwed up on parole, I could talk about this now, almost screwed up on parole, y'all. And I had ended up in a tenement house, and then it was a crack block. So the crack dealer's weed. And the whole place got raided, and I had to abscond. And now that's all said and done now. That was over a decade ago. But I ended up down here, and I started working for an organization called the Prison Art Gallery, right? And basically, you have to, you know, in doing that, we advocated for prisoners' rights. A lot of it had to do with different prisoners getting access to art materials, being able to sell their art on the street. So I did a lot of that. So I dealt in prisoner art for a long time. And in doing, you learn these little tidbits about different people, which to humanize, because that's the other thing. It's super hard, right, to get out of jail, have to tell people you were in jail, and then have to deal with those people while you're trying to work, right? Like, I remember I worked at an airport once, and as soon as like the guys that work with me found out,
y'all done got off topic. We were supposed to be. What was he drinking?
Like, this is from my understanding. This is from my understanding, right? When I was talking about, when I was talking about the paperwork that all these people filed to get their quote unquote rightful claim on the Moorish science teachings, there's all these different documents. I probably got some of them around somewhere, but there's all these different docs that you need to know the secret to these documents. And then when you actually get the documents, you find out that most of this shit looked like a motherfucker that couldn't read wrote it. But there's all these different documents that they're supposed to
talk about that what we was looking at yesterday that looked like a 5-year-old wrote it.
I seen some of those documents, and they are atrocious.
Tasha, I'm about to go get Ali Muhammad's, not today, but I got the Lawmaster Handbook somewhere in my house.
Yeah, you should know the policy over here by now.
I'm gonna dig that up, and we're gonna go through all the typos. This nigga Ali can't spell. This nigga Ali can't spell. This nigga Ali don't know syntax. For a nigga that claimed he got a law degree. But anyway, so what I assume, right? Because I wasn't there, right? But what I assume is that David Bailey Eel being the Supreme Grand Sheik, right? A lot of these guys have different documents. They have different photographs and different pieces of the Moorish history that someone can use to authenticate themselves as an authority. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
So if Teabag was sucking anybody's toes for anything, it was likely for that kind of stuff. Because if you're gonna say, like I can say I grew up in the Moor, I was in the Moor since 1979, and my first nationality card was in 1980. right? I was given a nationality card and I was given a necklace with a star and crescent on it. And I had that up until about 5th grade when it popped in the pool.
Devastating. Hey, boo.
But anyway, if I were to say I'm the Grand Sheik, right? I can't really do that because I can't go pull out pictures of such and such with Drew Ali. And this is this document from such and such that says such and such, right? So if T-Bag wants to do that, because I don't think that T-Bag became a Moor in the 90s, like he says. I think T-Bag decided to become a Moor, and this is my opinion. I think he decided to become a Moor sometime in the 2000s whenever he got up with David Bailey Eel. That's my opinion. So I think that in order for him to make those claims, because, and this is why I say that, right? Because I've been to the temple in Baltimore on several occasions, and I've never seen nor heard of a Taharka Johnson Bey. I've also asked my elder cousin, who is a Moorish authority, who they all go out and I'm not going to drop his name, but they all go out and go speak to him, right? All of these platforms seek out my elder cousin. And when I asked my elder cousin about the TaharkaBey, he told me, stay away from him. You might end up getting into to see you getting back in trouble.
You
So
going to
I just
Baltimore
told you
tomorrow?
my background so you understand what that statement means. So I think that TaharkaBey is someone that everyone should steer far clear from. And that's my opinion. I think if you're looking for information about Moorish science, I think that you should go and read books about the history of the Moors. I think that if you're looking for a Moorish teacher, you should become one by reading on the subject. Maybe even paying for a plane ticket to go to Morocco, to go to Mauritania, to, you know, if you can go to Libya, go to Spain. Do not go to these people in America. Do not go to these niggas wearing fezzes. And I'm gonna tell you something, right? There is a prophecy from Drew, quote unquote prophecy from Drew Ali, right? And he said during his time, he told his Moors, fezzes in the street, carry them under your arm into and put them on. He told them that because they didn't represent the Moor. They didn't represent what Moors represented.
Mm-hmm.
And it's still the case. TaharkaBey is one of them. Right? They like to call them
Didn't the
dirty
Moorish
Moors.
people come out and denounce him or something?
I mean, a lot of people do, but here's the thing about that, right? You have to take a Moor denouncing another Moor with a grain of salt, right? Even me, right? You have to take it with a grain of salt, and you have to listen to the methodology that got them there, right? Because like I said, the Moorish Temple was one organization up into a few, maybe a year or two before Drew Ali died. After that, if Brother Prime decided to put on a fez and say, I'm starting the Prime Moorish Science Temple, and people followed you, you could. And that's what TaharkaBey could be anybody. I've been in this movement for a long time, and I've seen, like, all you have to do in the Moorish movement is put a fez on. That's how Malachi started being a Moor.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So now I know it was a Moor named Jerry L. Used to live right down the street from me. he died like 3 years ago, and he was with the MSTA and the Like he's, and he showed me some work that had like it pretty much you can see like where like bugs done ate it. It was so old. You know what I'm saying? He was legitimate, and I asked him about people like TaharkaBey, all these modern Moors. You see, he said, "Man, I ain't never heard none of them." I don't know none of them.
TaharkaBey.
He said, "Who are these people?" He told me. He called me by my street name. He was like, well, "Who the hell are these people, man?" He was like, "I'm gonna tell you this: stay away from them people, man."
Yep.
He said, and he called the temple. He called the temple and asked about the people. Then he told me, he said, "Whatever you do, stay away from the people. They're not Moors."
Listen, you could go to the temple in Queens, and they have a record of my grandfather and my father and my uncles all there. You could go to the temple in Hartford, Connecticut. That used to be the Grand Sheik of that temple used to be a brother by the name of Countryman Bey, right? And you can verify me, right? There is a verification system in the Moorish Science Temple because, again, birth certificates and marriage licenses and things like that were all covered inside the temple, right? So what was created was supposed to be like a conduit between the people in that organization and the American society as a whole, right? So he was telling people, don't go to the white man to get your wife, come here, right? You don't need a marriage license from him. You know what I'm saying? We'll deal with it in here. And the idea was that the community was so solid that you weren't going to have a brother get divorced from a sister and screw her over because the white man said you could, like in Ali Muhammad's organization.
Now the old timers, they didn't use the word "el"; they used "il."
Il.
He said his name was Il.
Yeah. Yes.
He said they don't say "el"; they say "il."
You
know, the old timers.
It's the pronunciation in Semitic languages, like when you say Elah Elahad, right? It's Elah, Il. And that's what it's tying back to, right? The Canaanite god, right? Because in the teachings, we were taught that our ancestors come from Canaan, right? Now let me validate a little bit, right? If you look at Africa, right, there's several different language groups in Africa, right? One of which is called Chadic, right, which is an Afro-Asiatic language, and it's believed that people from Canaan moved into Africa, right? So there is some truth in that. Now, am I saying that these are the truth? I don't know. But what I am saying is that in that language group, you're going to find people in Nigeria that have Muslim backgrounds that could be considered Moors.
Yeah, but another thing when it comes to the Moorish genealogy, they'll say that these Canaanites were related to Rebecca. Was it Rebecca they talking about?
I don't get into all that. I get into a lot of the biblical stuff and the specific and the specific.
Yeah. But I'm saying that I use the word. See, it's confusing because it is saying, okay, the Israelites use patriarchy lineage, and they'll do is they'll use in the Moorish, they'll use the matriarchy lineage, but they're actually talking about the same people. So some people can actually confuse the Canaanites with the Israelites, and so it's it's a bunch. It's pretty much just one using the mama and one using the daddy. That's all.
From my understanding, right? And I don't want to set off any Hebrew Israelites in the chat, but this is just my understanding, right? The Canaanites, in a lot of ways, were the same people.
Nandy, hop on up. Hop on up, Nandy. I don't mean to interrupt y'all, but
no doubt.
Over here,
you got to tell me if I got sidetracked. I didn't answer the question because
Nandy just dropped this. No, you answered that question, No, it's about Dandy just dropped a video on us, and Rob Rex keeps cut hair for a living check.
Wait, what's that?
Oh my goodness! But
Hold
no, Judah live right now. The title is Tags Exclusives and Anime Disrespect Soul Line. Who is Anime? Is he talking?
Yo, I just want to say this, right? About Solar Mind, right? If Solar Mind is in fact innocent of any charge, but if Solar Mind is innocent of shit that's in the shit that I saw, and that's a different James Cannon, I apologize for anything negative I said about you, brother. But just not comfortable with the like, I'm a street dude, so I listen to the way that people talk and the way that they respond and stuff, and it didn't sound confident to me when you were telling your story.
Does Solar ever sound confident though? He says he usually sounds.
Oh, I mean, that's a good point. I'll admit,
stuff.
I'll admit, this is what I know about Solar Mind. I know that Solar Mind, what I know from Solar Mind was he was caping hard for Umar Johnson. That's what I remember. I have not, like, when I saw all that open caping for that scam artist, I stopped paying attention.
We cool now, but you know, back in the day when he was with Oh God, you know, Spar Department used to go with them too.
Yeah, Oh God got out the conscious game completely.
Answer any differently than he usually did. And I mean, they did a whole hound session on Solar, and Solar showed documents and stuff.
Okay.
So you can go back and watch that on Argument League.
I trust your opinion. Like I said before, like I said on Facebook.
I didn't watch the whole thing, but I know they had the whole panel up there, including people I trust that ain't just gonna let some shit like that slide. And his was good enough for them. And until I get the time, because we all know hectic as hell.
Yeah. I like
the word for it. And if he did, the way he say it went down, hell, he was having sex in public with his girlfriend. But they took two different charges and mixed them up, because if you go back to letters, you can see the misspelling on the shit.
Yeah, see, that's the thing that caught me. I screenshot, and then I went back and looked at the screenshots, and then I'm like, yo, you didn't see shit too tough with the shit that he posted anyway. So I'm like, and then I had to think about Frankie.
Yeah, because Solar came out on that hound session. Solar came and brought all the documents. You know, this is what they told me afterwards, because they was talking about it right after it happened. Because they stopped the hound session when it was done, and then they started up another live, and everybody was talking about it. Look, Suave, I trust Suave opinion. I trust Daniel's opinion. You know, it was females over there. You know, when they all sat up there, and that was a real hound session, like for when they jump everybody in for the debate.
If somebody found anything other than armed robbery in my record, I wouldn't grill me about armed robbery. I take that grilling too.
And then think about it too. That name ain't that. It's common.
You're right, James Cannon. I found a white James Cannon. And
exactly.
Fall back.
So what they did was mix a little bit of truth with a whole lot of lie, and then they ran with it. That's where all the misspellings came from on that shit they was showing.
Hey. Something told me I felt weird taking Sonetta word for it, but I'm like, yo, the papers is in
see where you get the information from. But when he put it up, I couldn't put my exactly what was wrong with the document, but I said it don't look right. And then we went over, and they was telling exactly what he was doing at the same time. So I went back and looked, and I said, yeah, that shit is misspelled, and the copy paste is horrible.
Because you know you got a bunch of people
who was screen.
They tried to do that themselves, and you know, like,
but it's like
as I witnessed in the conscious community, right?
Mm-hmm.
When there's a necessity for something precise, it be fucked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When I come out with receipts, y'all know I have a whole documentary set up, but these motherfuckers don't think like me. Oh, why you keep all them screenshots and shit? Because y'all lie too goddamn much, and y'all love to snatch down a video.
That's why they don't like it. Hey, yo, listen, Todd, I wish that I would have been keeping screenshots and saving stuff from 2010 But I like, yo, from the point of 2009 to 2011, when my daughter was, well, no, 2010 when my daughter was born, I really believed these niggas. I really believed that we were, and then up until about 2014, I continued to work independently with different organizations trying to realize the concept of Black people being on their own land. Realizing that most of that conversation was all these Nuwapians trying to relive Tamaray.
Yeah. Hey, Uda.
So,
but let me give you another way to think about it. Sinetta does debates. His debates been falling off, right? Solar been doing debates, and the debate league been rising up. You know, they on season 4. You know, now all the debate league and argument league go a hard body at Polite. Now all of a sudden, Sinetta, who was with the woman that was with Solar before this, now they got charges to show. How convenient.
Yeah.
Too convenient.
Yo, as you say that, I did not think about that.
Yeah,
like,
see, that's have to sit back.
Too.
You know, like you want to sit up and you want to root. I don't root for Nan's side. I sit back and look at all this stuff, and I know how y'all do. And like he do this thing when something happens. So it's like at this point, it's like watching Mario Brothers. You know, at the end of the day, King Cooper go fuck his shit up and he gonna run off.
No,
Yeah.
that's how you gotta
look at it.
Mm-hmm.
I do have a side I'm rooting for, and that side is with Polite's woman's daughter, with brothers like Tariq Noel and all the other victims.
When
of
I say
Malachi
side,
Moore,
I mean
that's
not
my
a
side.
Or a community or nothing like that. The side
I'm
of
not
right.
a victim of any of that shit, but that's the side I take as a man and a father. And if you are a man and a father and you don't take this, you suspect to me.
Y'all should know my motto.
Yeah,
I
mean, even with myself, I was in the computer world, and I was just like, if I got on YouTube, it was about computers and like some history or something like that. I haven't been really dealing with the conscious community for at least about 3 years. And when this Polite thing jumped off, you know, I was like, man, you know what? It's time. It's an opportune time to really just break up all this fraud and go heavy, because you know I rarely ever got on panels like that. But you know, if I could give people information, enlighten them so they don't get taken and conned by these people, you know what I'm saying? It's time to put an end to this shit. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day. Yeah.
They scare people away from professionals, people that can actually help them get somewhere, because they don't care if the people come up, they just want to come up. And they can't come up if they ain't got the skills that these girls out here have. So they sit up and say, oh, you know, you can't trust them because they work for the man. And this, that, and other. It's always about the man.
And then come to find out, they're the ones working for the man.
Yeah, the man ain't out here selling us fucked up products. Have you had your greens today? We ain't heard that in how many years? What happened to that?
Them niggas, they'll go to the same lodge as Judge Joe Brown. You know what I'm saying? They'll talk all that. And they'll go to the same lodges with the attorneys.
Selling copper spoons.
Yeah, the cops, the sheriff.
And let's get into that too, because there is an alternative community coming up. Now that you brought up Judge Joe Brown, and Judge Joe Brown is a part of that. Who else? Kwame Brown and the Manosphere is a part of that. An alternative. They are picking up the guys that were part of the conscious community, and now they're dissing with that.
That's why I said he moved into the Manosphere.
Right, because that's the new market. And understand that when you see Frankie running over to the Manosphere, there's nothing in the man's value for Black people, and alternatively, their counterculture with the women that do the same thing as a Manosphere. We gotta stop this shit. Now, I'll add a caveat that with all this Polite stuff and all the caping I seen niggas doing, it has given a lot of credence to what the women's sphere is doing, right?
Yo,
where the women are saying that these black
they
men,
said him up in the comments.
right? The women are saying these black men aren't protecting us. They're not valuable. The thing that we need them for, they're not doing. So then when you see large contingencies of black men making up stories to defend a pedophile, not only one, but several. How can you say these women are wrong? I had to apologize to Cynthia G. Because
I netted them power noodles. Talking about I'm in the back chat.
Oh Lord.
Hold on, we gotta listen to this, y'all. I ain't gonna show it.
Pop it in. I'm gonna put mute on. I'm mute.
He ain't even saying that. You know what? He got a bad habit of falling asleep on live.
He hard to listen to.
There you go.
Peace. What's going on, Judah? Man, peace to you and peace to our rag. You were funny. You in here laughing. Laughing like a motherfucker. You always go in. I love to sit back listening to you go in because it's funny, but the shit is real.
Why are you telling them lies?
Over there, SDBL, ultimately, all them niggas are nothing but fucking faggots and gay ass niggas. What real men you know, Judah, stay up 24 fucking hours talking about another man? Talking about another woman. And this
classic deflection.
Talk about
It's gaslighting.
You know, I would be ashamed with a fucking water buffalo like this nigga got. Come on, man. Talking about people's wives and shit. These niggas are all gay, and that includes fucking Domo bitch ass. I used to have respect for that pussy. I don't got no respect for that nigga now. Because I see how I was giving that nigga love. But the nigga, I ain't got no respect for none of them niggas over. None of them. All them niggas that suck on the dog's dick. I'm gonna say mine because I'm not gay. But I'm saying all the niggas that suck on the horse dick. All of them. None of them niggas, I ain't got no respect for none of the fucking fake ass men over there. Talking about another man and shit. And you know, I don't even talk about them punks. You don't see those videos, you don't see me with no goddamn videos up talking about them. They not worth my damn time to be talking about them on my live. Hell no. Hell fucking no.
Yeah, that shit that went down the toilet over there. Like,
oh my goodness.
Talk about other men like, nigga, what the fuck? You done that. But y'all supposed to be real fucking right out of there.
Hey, yo.
Other debaters over there because the niggas kind of got pushed to the side.
Here's a question. Is Sonetta, man?
I gotta get some water. Oh my goodness.
Can you answer that in the chat? Can we categorize Sonetta and Polite as men? Just a question.
And them niggas that do that, I already knew they was full of shit. I already knew they didn't give a fuck about the children because they was making excuses like, oh, what the fuck you mean? Yeah, it was Solomon told one story, and then his whole Lex, his boyfriend Lex, came out and told the real deal about this nigga. What he was doing.
Right. And you know, it was two places, Senator. It was two places. It was he got caught doing something in a library, and he got caught doing something in a mall.
Right. But see, Solomon said it was a library. Lex said no. Which one is telling the truth? Which one is telling the truth? To lie about the shit, you know he's telling a lie for a reason. For a reason, bro.
Facts.
You know, all the niggas are suspect over there. All of them.
It's really a hot damn shame. And then we got not just that. They had this dude Taz over there in anime, you know, Ike Turner's.
Hey, Devanya. Apparently, off the trip with the nice little lovely trip we was taking.
The asses over there. This nigga Taz killed me. He talked all this shit.
Oh, this is retaliation. Because Taz roasted TaharkaBey.
Talking about this together.
Cats
these niggas been off for less than a half an hour. Y'all have goddamn marathon live streams talking about me.
I can't. He sit up there and had marathon live streams where he knocked out sleep. Hey, Divine, boo. Oh my goodness. I can't no more. That's about all I can take. Yeah. Look, look, if that ain't just as obvious as a damn $3 bill is being fake as hell. Taz roasted the shit down the YouTube streets. Now just randomly, Sinetta just happens to pop up on June night, speaking on what we was just speaking about. What did Information Man Show say earlier? They be watching other channels to get talking points.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
But I already told y'all I knew Frank was watching. But what he ain't gonna do is click on that thing and come up on the panel because he can't talk his ish in the chat.
A lot of those YouTubers,
Nah,
they're
Frank ain't gonna come up there
sensationalists.
with me. He be running from me.
They're sensationalists, and they see, when you know history, like say, a lot of us on this panel, we know history or do the long form history, talk about
but we need review tonight. We need to have you. I told him I don't like running around saying I told you so. But in this case, I told this nigga so. But he hard-headed. He from the show me state. Y'all keep talking while I pull this up. Here we go. It's 4 hours, but ain't but about 30 minutes that's relevant. Okay, here we go. Now, remember, I pulled him up on the panel because I wanted to make sure it was him. And this is mine, so I can show whatever the hell I want. This is August 31st, 2021, and I'm going to put myself on mute because I know it's going to echo. Yeah, some songs will get blocked, even on YouTube. The DCIM let you know you're running somebody else, so it'll block you. It'll block the video. It don't do nothing because I ain't monetized. You have to be a little bit more clear when you talk to me. I ain't for the text. Shit. And I read faster than you type. Judah, if you could do me a little favor, jump up on the panel, please.
Somebody say Saj Judah's boss now.
That's a song I like listening to right now.
I think my mind said, "Self is that Judah." I don't know his typing style, so come on up.
Yo, that dude look familiar.
He's an Old Testament Israelite.
That's Judah Nazareth, darling.
Oh, that's okay.
Yes, just listen. Just listen. Okay.
Yeah, that's me. There's a whole bunch of troll accounts under my name. So.
Yeah, but little bit my mind since forever, since I started going live, basically. About 4, 5 years, Leonard. But no, that was just my little piece of friendly advice. I pass it out regularly. Don't get lost in the vortex of the couch. Size nasty, musty couch.
Yeah, I understand.
Around long, I think, and I see Modi. How fake I do.
Hey, you know, I always put up like, yo, I know that circle over there, you know, and other people have known each other for years. I just started talking to some that are like, what, like a few months ago, several months ago, like
right now, it's best to just get in your bunker and put your little helmet on and just wait shit out. Don't even say. Now, if I'm not mistaken, during this live, I also drew the one. But let's continue. I say what I want to because they already know they over here gonna get cussed, slapped the fuck out. Ain't gonna tell them themselves. They ain't gonna act like I don't exist. So that's why I said if I sent you, because people from over that way have a tendency to pop up over here when he want to see something. Sagnetta.
Definitely. You to do. They don't
never come to tell you to do nothing. Some kind of way, they always poke you over to where you want to go. It's not blatant. Darling. They're very manipulative. They might be functionally illiterate, but they're very manipulative. There's a difference between street smarts and book smarts. They got plenty of street smarts, but their books, not so much. But they got the gift to give. Just don't get lost in the glitz. And then you wake up and be like, what the fuck did I do? And why is everybody mad at me?
Yeah, I understand. I'm not involved in no type of stuff.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, I can't even watch YouTube all that much because I'm like, everything is about exposure and
they got some love in Chinese dramas on YouTube as well. They got whole free movies on YouTube. There's plenty of stuff to watch besides them on YouTube.
I mean, I watch BitChute.
Yeah, pick your topic.
Like intelligence. A lot of this is just other people getting tired of this. Like, oh man, they can't even watch nothing. Like some of our favorite shows, channels. And don't get me wrong, I'm not, you know, the guy that's writing his name. I'm not sticking up for that dude. I'm gonna get, you know, I already said what I think about the situation. But it's like people in the situation to get clicks, views, likes, and then after this dies down.
Earlier, internet prostitution. They running around from panel to panel trying to get subs off the back of this situation. Like I said from the jump of it, don't sit up here and let them use this 14-year-old girl and sacrifice her on the altar of Polite to get a YouTube check. That's why I've been going at Polite.
Absolutely, yeah. You're same sentiment that I have. You know. No one's talking about the young girl. They're just, you know.
They fraud people. That's why they say, well, ain't nobody focused on it. Why would I focus on this child? Somebody gonna try to dig the mother and child up. Then her picture gonna be all over social media, and they gonna sit up here and try to drag this child worse than they already doing. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna keep dragging Polite like always do. I'm gonna everything, and what I want to find is golden is a foundation. That's what the fuck I want to find. Polite's oldest business. They're still active, still in the same location, but don't nobody seem to know nothing about it. And every time I ask on a panel, they read it because all of them sit up there and move their mouth when they read. All of them. So when they read my question, I can see it. But they won't answer.
So this is before, quote unquote, New Covenant?
Mm-hmm. New Covenant started around 2008, 2009. It's basically all the same entity. Just like Malachi Z. York, all he do is switch identities. Like he a cowboy one day, and then he an Indian, then he a Christian, next day he an Egyptian god, and then we from the planet Risk and the Bureau coming to pick all up. I read it somewhere in some new age material that I'm scamming because black folk don't believe in watching white folk. But these the same people that we say, if we in our late 30s, early 40s, we grew up watching these motherfuckers on Oprah, bending spoons and reading the minds of the crowd and all that other kind of. That's why Oprah gave refrigerators and shit. It was all for entertainment. They knew that shit was fake as hell because them folks had to set them stunts up before the show started. You know, but they sat up there and put it out as real, just like today.
That's facts.
Aunt Crack Pipe was around by 8 months ago. I came in off the back of a Christian channel and I was around looking for some, when everything went left over there, I put my little church finger and walked out. And I was looking for somewhere else to reside and figured out this ain't it. But I don't want to leave my people ignorant and lost in Never Never Land, covered in a pyramid. So I decided I was going to sit back and try to help. But most people don't want your help. But I stay for the ones that do. Who is
hey, who is? Yeah, who is that?
Knows who Pipe is. That's the whole shit. I'm on there saying who's Aunt's Crack Pipe, Lex Vortex, everybody in the conscious community. Who is Aunt's Crack Pipe? Shit. Can you hit him up on Facebook? He had a Facebook page right before the pandemic hit, but he been quiet for like 8 months. I found the whole Aunt's Crack Pipe channel I didn't even know about. I found one today. Yes,
hey, do you know what? Do you know our brother Unseen Soldier? What's his other name? Son of Your TV.
Yeah.
Okay. He always he was like, oh, gee, man, be careful. I'm like, man, I'm just baiting. I don't know about what's going on. I don't care. I ain't trying to figure it out.
Way longer than you have. Listen to the folk that's been here and watched this shit blow up in folks' faces. Your best to stay away from Sinetta and that mystical, nasty couch he is.
Well, I'm in Japan, so I'm just saying. I go,
yeah,
you know.
But figuratively as well as literally.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I told him to his face, I won't never get on your couch. I don't call in. I don't get on his panel. Now, see, if the person who made Who's Aunt's Crack Pipe had knew Sinetta had also had a crack pipe, it might have been Who is Si's Crack Pipe? Who is Si's Crack Pipe? But you can't go back and change history.
Leo said, I know all their intricate scams in detail. Man, I don't know nothing, man.
No, he said, I know.
Oh, let me see.
Yes.
Oh, CC. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. My bad, Leo. I didn't see the. Yeah. Listen, I am not part of. As a matter of fact, just to keep it a buck, I ain't talking trash about nobody. I'm just saying, like, from what somebody said on my channel the other day, it sounded like kind of like, oh, Judah, if you're not going to get on board, then you go. And I was like, that's cool. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've been here before.
They try to shuffle you on today to make you the MVP of there. See, I rock alone. I got homies. We all rock alone on our channel though. We ain't gotta be like, I do panels just because I like to hear other people's opinions, and sometimes I get tired of reading the chat. So just hop on up and say what you got to say. You ain't gotta put your camera on, nothing like that. But the others around here is this group up mentality. We gotta stick together. It's this camp and it's that camp. And when somebody new comes on the scene, everybody jockeying for, just like saying baseball or football, recruitment season. So right now you on the list, and they trying to figure out which roster you gonna go on. It's better to be a free agent every time.
I don't know, man. Not really. Man. There's a with me. You have to realize, like, a brother came on my channel and basically said something. Yo, you should know, it was a few days ago. Brother, like, kind of said several things, and me and my wife were looking at each other like, word? You know what I mean? Like, and I'm like, okay, cool. Like, now, things are patched up, wherever, ain't no personal, whatever. But he basically let it know, like, on some, like, pretty much like, yeah, bro, like, you know what I mean? If you ain't down, with the get down, then you can always like, well, I ain't about to get into nothing else but debating the Torah and the prophets. I don't want to get into no N-worded tree, Negro tree.
What's the use in debating the Torah when the Torah tells you that it's gonna tell each one? You don't read it with your eyes. It's supposed to be imprinted on your soul, basically. But you're supposed to be able to discern what you need to know out of the Torah. So what's the use in debating when it's gonna look like an apple to you and an orange to somebody else? Hey, Nandy Boo.
Hey, sis.
So what's the use in debating? It's gonna look like an apple. Take the other video off. Hey, Nandy Boo.
Girl, I'm on the damn floor. Can you hear me?
Yes, but cut your YouTube channel on mute. Put it on.
Hold on for a minute. Let me mute this and cut it off. Hold on 1 minute.
Hey, Tasha.
Uh-huh.
You know what that is?
What?
In the summer camps, they'll have you open up a business to do your business out of. So if you get a job, then instead of putting your name in Social Security, you put that business in your EIN. If you open a bank account, etc., that's what you do it through. So it's almost like a shell or a holding corporation.
But does Miami-Dade know that? That's why I'm trying to verify.
Probably to that.
Who?
Anyone who is seeking to sue Polite for monetary damages for any of his
That's why I'm trying to figure out exactly what it is. Because I found it on the New York Register. The house is registered to as an actual residence. It's 2 apartments in that joint. I need to find. You can't find out who lives in either one.
More than likely, he
but
may have.
You go to catch. If you search it on the IRS website, because it's supposed to be a not-for-profit, nothing comes up.
Yeah, they didn't file the paperwork to make it.
Oh, this is pre New Covenant. This is like his first. He had called Golden Aunt.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's more than likely something that he picked up in the Nuwabian camps when they were doing that.
That's why I kept saying I was trying to figure out, because I think that's how he funneling the money.
Yes.
Because he ain't been paying no taxes.
Yeah, I mean that's the same thing that Ali Muhammad was teaching.
Be made aware of.
Right.
Since they negotiating bond and stuff. If he had assets, that looks bad, right?
Yes.
Damn.
So yeah, he does have any assets. Now, I doubt that he really has any assets. Guys,
whatever he got need to be seized, and they need to split it up among the scam victims, especially Crypto's widow, because
he doing a lot of his business through his wives, to his so-called wives.
He need to sell them ugly ass hats and pay them people back.
The money he got, I don't think them children got no bank accounts. I think all that money is in the Golden Aunt Foundation.
Likely, I would imagine that if he has any, but again, this is the same thing that happens with Umar Johnson, right?
If he has any money to hide.
Right, because we keep thinking that we see them making the money and we don't physically see them spend it.
Yeah.
But you know, listen, as someone who lived that lifestyle where you spend money real fast, you could
probably ain't got none.
Right, the money that they fucking with, you could blow real easy.
Yeah, but all that money he getting right now, I don't think they spending too much on much of anything. They going out on other people's dimes or something. But this is the fact that I'm banking on. That he's saying that he is just up. So he got some kind of way to access some in a
I don't agree. I think he's lying.
I don't think it's a big possibility, but it's still a possibility.
It's a possibility. And if it exists, it's in something like that. If it's not that, it's something else like it.
Predict Judah's downfall right here. And you're not listening to me when I say he might be funneling money. The same thing that told me to tell him this stuff is the same thing that's telling me that's what y'all have to understand. I'm not random for no reason.
Mm-hmm.
You see, no one else is right neither. Nobody wants to believe me about this. I didn't ask everybody. They either ignore me or they say they don't know what's going on. Iggy said the only thing he could think of was the bookstore, and the bookstore got the same name as the night. I think it's something that Nicole might want to look into, because if he does have anything hidden, it's
gonna be there.
Remember, Tasha K said he was still using his grandma bank account.
Yep, it's gonna be there, or he may have something like it. There may be another organization.
That's the only one I done found. I have been scouring the internet.
Look for 501c3s.
When stuff keeps popping up to me, that means it's important. It might not be important now, huh?
Look for 501c3s.
Yeah, it doesn't come up with anything because the only place it's registered. That's the only one that's registered. Look, I backtracked. The only way I found Golden Ankh in the first place was I backtracked it from something 4 years ago when we went through all this shit. I've been asking about the Golden Ankh Foundation off and on for 4 years and can't nobody answer me. But wait, put a pause on that and we're gonna save that for another time. What we're gonna do right now is keep doing what we're doing, and we're gonna play this because I just thought about something, and yeah, that's more in line with a future show that's coming up soon. I ain't gonna tell y'all no details, but y'all want to be here from start to finish on this one. This is gonna be the new hotness.
Well,
This is the
Tasha,
hottest thing. Go ahead.
I want to say this real quick. When I was dealing with a lot of those Moors years ago in the sovereign movement, a lot of them sophisticated thing in that movement is learning how to do the foreign trust, the offshore foreign trust, where you can actually have a bank account and everything that's basically non-domestic. So that's some old school.
Somebody else knocking on the treehouse. Oh, Nandy got a picture to show.
Yeah, that's some old school. That's some old school stuff. You know what I'm saying? When it comes down to that, but hiding money.
What's this, Nandy? If you're talking, you got your mic muted. Excuse me.
I'll give you some information. Nasty nuts.
Nasty nuts.
Here we go. I got some for their ass. Let me mute out.
Nandy, you still there? Oh, I saw your mouse move.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
I just muted myself out so y'all can hear the video.
Okay.
I'm sick of them motherfuckers. I'm saying this shit. Got all our name motherfucking mouths. Let's see this Tutti Frutti nigga. Let's get it.
You haven't pressed play, I don't think. Did somebody just follow? Oh,
this hangout is being done. So Judah Nazara recently
Can you hear
made
us,
two
sis?
videos. In the latest one, he actually made reference to me. In a specific video where he's talking about me, he mentions an interaction that we had on my Facebook wall, in which Judah Nazara was soundly refuted on his assertions. He was shown to not be cognizant of even basic Hebrew grammar. And the is that Mr. Nazara has had a long-standing feud with us over I believe it's the Hebrew language, which he himself cannot speak, ironically enough, yet he claims to be a teacher in it. So basically, Mr. Natsara decided that he would make films, and in the latest one again, he mentions me and he talks about. And
let me get to this good.
I wanted to bring attention to his father,
because I want you to see the gay miss. Let me get to it. Hold on. It's in this part 2. I had to go back. Right here.
Is Rap the News, and this is Homo. What's that? Rap the News, the Muslim, and his zombie followers equals the retarded class. Ooh, that makes me talk and debate with you. 3 hours and 27 minutes talking and trying to get the attention of Rap the News, a man. What man does a video on another man for 3 hours and 27 minutes, but a gay one, right? And then what's the rest of these? Rap the News gets wrapped up in trash. I'm not even responding to them no more. Sakari Hebrew Israelites versus Rap the News. Same shit over and over. Just putting out the same video. This is supposed to be me. Rap the News is done. They talking about some stupid video that I put out already. Oh, my chart is off. Everything is off because I'm not on the corners with all you homos. They're just trying to get you out there to be gay. And this dude, man, like, he invited me on this show. And I just said pretty much peace to him because I'm getting on this show. Because he put out that much gay, So if you look him up online, see what we find. He says, "Hello, my name is Judah Nazara. Can I suck your dick?" And he did that in 2015. So it ain't something I'm just making up because I didn't know him. You know what I mean? They gay, like I told you, they gay. And let's see these what he got here. Showing results for Judah Nazara. And it's him. All on here, October the 10th, 2011. Brandon Ham. So a man contacting a man. What's he going? Nazara, I affiliate your gayness and suck addicted to usness Buddhism. I'm going to smack them hoe cakes. Pause on the Pork Act.
Wait.
Nigga said Buddhism.
It's entirely too much.
They finna quit. They finna keep our names out their motherfucking mouths.
Hold on, we need to power the tweet so everybody can absorb it.
I told you I got receipts, so who they playing with? Got Arrogant League and Nundy and all our names in their motherfucking mouths. Oh, okay. I got more.
You fuck with citizens. When group with citizens get tired of criminals fucking with them.
Yeah, let
leave us alone.
Marriage and date on that, cause it's more. Let me know when you're ready for it.
I told your ass to stay out this shit. I told you to get in your little boat, put your helmet on and ride it out. But you ain't want to listen. Now you stuck with Frank. Good luck. Official warning, and you ignored it. Commence the dragon. Instantly inspired. Keep on with this shit.
Because I got plenty, son of a bitch.
After you finish this one, we have an interlude because apparently the rabbits have turned. They are tied. This is Watership Down, and them rabbits that you seen up there with the red poetry and shit, they finally decided to turn on the man that was fattening them up just so he could eat them. So we got that coming too.
Now we gonna use his words. The Most High finna whoop his ass.
Whoop his ass. Oh, and then don't forget, we still gotta finish where I got.
Oh, I ain't worried. I'm waiting on you to line it up. Cause we finna put bullets in their head. I'm waiting on you to line it up. I'm waiting on you, sis. I ain't in no hurry.
Go ahead and finish
I
that.
got too many receipts.
Yeah.
No, man, they gay. Like, the only reason why they want to talk, they don't want to talk scriptures. They homos. They trying to hook up. To Judah Nazara. Judah Nazara. I eat dick for breakfast. Gay. And just keep going. To let you know that it's him. You know. Turns out to be the next Chaz Bono. I love you, Bubble Lip Sean. Sincerely your G. AKA Judah Nazara. Man, homo-ness. Keep going. Because he all over the place with this gay shit on. This is your boy Judah Nazara, America's #1 dick eater. Damn well, looks so damn zesty. Lie can make salad out of the dreads and do the, I guess, the hokey pokey till he turn itself around. That's what it's all about, huh? See, as you know, I'm a weak germ faggot, formerly known as Judah Nazara. But since I'm a black Israelite, I'm not like nigger Africans. I'm the #1 dick eater. Got the news. I'm a godly man. You're not in the faith right. With faith is that. Homo.
Hold on. It's more. Let me to the next one. Why you marinate on this one? Hold on. I got some more on his ass.
Now, what has collapsed
let me clip this back to the
border or Biden's popularity?
Hold on, y'all.
The border has been affected.
Because it's two, they got plenty of them up here. It's one dude.
Hold on, pause, Andy Boo. I got good news, y'all. We finally got that community tab. Oh, yeah. Screenshots on deck. Conscious community convo at gmail.com. Y'all already know what the lick read. We go put it all out there on the YouTube airways. Yes. Now, continue.
Oh, yes. Hold tight, sis. I got another one. Hold on, sis. I'm finding part 2 for you. Let's go in this one. This one about 2 minutes.
You was talking sucker ass nigga. You like 5'3", nigga. What you gonna do? What's all this shit you gonna do, nigga? What the fuck we gonna do, all ass nigga? You gonna do 20? I'm dead ass serious. Do 20 push-ups. Well, wait. I'm so nigga, I do more than 50 every day, all ass nigga. Let's have a contest right now. Get down. Let me this goddamn beer, all ass nigga. Come on. Get down. Come on. Show it. Show it. Nigga, what is you doing, nigga? Let's go. Show your body, nigga. Come on. Look at my shit, nigga. Quick 20 real quick.
Wait a minute.
Where you at?
I want you to see the
We
picture.
got a dub right now? Come on.
Because he got butt naked for a dude. Hold on. Let me find him. Y'all just give me a second because you know I'm new to this. And I got a lot of videos up here that I saved on his ass.
Better take your time and why they do this.
That's why you be talking so I can find it.
I'm going to go ahead. It seems to be a bunny massacre on YouTube. And I have found missing footage from the Bags chat last night. Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, attention. Killer rabbits headed this way. We desperately need your help.
Okay.
All right.
You ready?
Uh-huh. This one right here more detailed. And he got video, he got actual his whole face page. All this
Lord.
That Mr. Nasara, aside from the fact that he doesn't know Hebrew, he's also double-minded. He's a person who really contradicts himself. He'll say one thing, but then he'll do something completely different. And so, for example, what I'd like to show is not only is he contradicting himself on his now, say, disdain for the term Hebrew, when he was using the term Hebrew as early as 2017 until we started actions with him, and then immediately he begins to assert that language can never be called Hebrew, even though he was calling it Hebrew during the time that we were having interactions with him. And I also want to show that he likes to call Christians phallic worshipers, or he likes to use really disparaging, condescending language towards Christians. And yet he claims that, and I'll say this in his fraudulent dialect, he claims that quote unquote Yahweh or YHWH, Yahweh in attribute, told him to seek me out for advice. I'll repeat that one more time. The man who says that Christians are witches, that we're works, that we're, what does he say? We're phallic worshipers, we worship Beelzebub or whatever he claims. He claims that the God of Israel told him to seek out the very person that he claims is a worshiper.
Somebody knocking on the door.
So I'm a little later, but
it's my divine.
I'm gonna play a little bit of this channel from his latest video where he slanders me. I'm just gonna a little bit. Hopefully this plays. That streaming on this platform has been a little tedious, and hopefully I'm not gonna have any issues like last time, but I'm gonna go ahead and play this. Hopefully the audience can hear me. If everyone can hear me, please type one.
And put the short version up. I fixed it where I could just pull up.
Hey, Divine, hon.
What it is information out.
Peace.
I'm trying to see if we can get some cinematic magic going. Hada, are you still here? Hada, we need your skills. If you are able to take on. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I have a history of it. Peace to everybody.
The bloody invasion of TaharkaBey.
All right, let me take this back.
The heathens are back at it again, bro. The heathens are like, hey man, yeah. Shalom, Malik. The heathens are back at it again, brother. Brother Ibrahim. The heathens are back at it again. You got wrapped in. I was blaspheming Yahweh. I told y'all years ago. I was like, this dude is not an Israelite.
The false power and the false God Yahweh Shai. This is Rap the News. And I have literally put Judah Nazara under 4 consecutive times. Humiliated so that he should never show his face ever again in Israel. He was exposed for being a homo, and that is what he is upset about. He can't wait to try to jump on somebody else's bandwagon, stalking and chicking. He's trying to take some words that I said in another video out of context. He said, I'm saying Yahweh and Yahweh Shai is not God. Yahweh and Yahweh Shai, first of all, is the Phoenician Paleo-Hebrew fake-ass language. It is not, and I'm telling y'all the truth, the language, the original language of our people. It is a Phoenician Canaanite language. If you look at the Phoenician alphabet and you look at that Canaanite alphabet, exactly the same. You might speak English. How you speaking 950 English words and 3 fake-ass paleo infiltrated words and think you about something? Joke. You a joke. They gonna say, oh, Israel bought Rap the News, the car they helped. And God bless them all. They gonna put my head down or something? God bless them all. What you put in is what you get out. What you sow is reap. Your kid, you know, and all of them people is blessed, forgiven. You ain't gonna make me feel bad about shit. You should feel bad because you gay and in the closet and you trying to preach to our people in a gay state as you coming on to all of our people. The males with your prison mind and they go nowhere near the Gentiles and your ass purposely went to them and lived there drinking sake with them motherfuckers, man. Fuck out of here with your fake ass self. I'm gonna expose them again. Here it go, Israel. Okay, so yesterday we exposed his ass right here. And it says, this is your boy, Judah Nazara. Let's go back over here. Ain't that his name? That Rap the News is spelled different, so that's not me. He changed the spelling so you couldn't connect. And so we're going to connect him in the spelling because he's a sloppy faggot. So let's watch. Judah Nazara, Nazura. Judah Nazara, Tzarah, right? Same, what do you call him? Butt box boy monkey. Okay, so watch this. This is your boy Judah Nazara, America's, and he preaching what? He preaching the gospel, right? He preaching Torah, right? #1 dick eater. And he didn't even like his Hebrew name that he changed. This ain't his real name. Probably Waldo, huh? But watch this. Your Hebrew name there to liberty of the religion, man. Damn, well, look so damn zesty. Like salad out of those threads. And like I said, and do the hokey pokey till he turn himself around. That's what he's all about. Now watch. See, as you know, I'm a weak germ faggot. Ooh. Formerly known as Judah Nazara. So what is he? A sellout. January 2, 2012. Why? Why is anybody at his page? 2011. Year after year, he's showing you what? He a gay boy. He after what? He's the #1 dick eater. Looks like it too, huh? Look at him. Let's look at him. So everybody knows what he looks like. Let's see what he looks like. Everybody knows what he looks like. That's what he looked like. Exposed. Finished with his weak ass. So then Judah Nazara in the search spelled the other way. Guess who popping up? Him again, huh? Holding a what? Rock guitar. Holding somebody's baby. If he got babies, I feel sorry for him. You know,
Hold on.
Damn line.
Okay, hold on.
Looking like a flame boy.
Oh, look, we have another cast member for the Scam God script. Jesse rhymes with Tussie Smollett. And Who is he as? I'm trying to find my scam cards list.
Oh, we finna duct tape this nigga. We finna gorilla glue this nigga mouth.
Oh my goodness. Okay, here we go. As Judah Nazareth.
Then you see how he changed his name. The whole what you call that shit? Instagram page, all this with all kind of tight shirts and shit on. But see, when people started getting on to it, he switched his name over trying to be slick. But you can't fuck with thorough researchers. You see what I'm saying?
Nothing to see right now. Ain't nothing on the screen. Yeah, I see what you're saying, Nandy.
I'm waiting.
And somebody need to go tell Domo Sarnetta was talking about him.
Oh, he was talking about all of us since I was here in the front of the beginning. He called out Joe. When you go back in and listen to us about a good 10 minutes from the beginning, they brought your shit up, CCCTV. Oh, and Nandy. This motherfucker said, I'm over there.
CCTV.
Yeah, he brought it up. He brought you up and brought
me
he
up. Say Triple C's Treehouse. They always want to keep one channel behind on me.
They full of shit. Then he fucked around and said, and Nandy, all them groupies over there. Now listen to this. Following Taz being
hidden. Peace, anybody I missed in the chat. I've been on the other screen, but welcome, peace, misbehaving. I think Halbert, hidden Mashiach. Excuse me. Go ahead, Nandy.
Oh no, I was just saying he over there discussing us and shit. And talking about we all over there on the argument league because we man haters and
it's mostly men on the argument league. How we man haters?
Girl, I've been getting my head chopped out by Cynthia Grand Canyon G.
Lord have mercy.
Come on now with the jokes. I'm just
ain't she got enough time. Ain't she got enough to do with her baby right now?
Like that bitch, like I call her, that's Cynthia Grand Canyon Pussy G, aka Fire Marshal Bill.
Lord, no, not Fire Marshal Bill.
Bitch, her motherfucking scalp. She ain't even got scalp. Just like Tariq Nasheed, bitch. Tariq Nasheed told her, bitch, check that bang, bang.
That bang.
That bang.
I did not know what was going on when I first heard that song. And then I saw, oh goodness, don't do that. Got to know to be talking about you got that same type headband every time you come on. There was her neighbor saying she was a cancer patient.
That bitch ain't no kiss for my
she had no hair.
That's how that semen been in her eyes. Her and her little groupies. I don't fuck with none of them. Bitch looking like the one of the damn backups in The Walking Dead. I gave her a challenge. You know, everybody got the little crate challenge and stuff. I told her, I said, y'all got 3 days. All y'all black homosphere, because them ain't women, them hoes. Pull up and y'all come up on here without all that hair, all of Mr. Ed hair off your brain. And take all that makeup off of this. All of us be real natural to see who gonna win this shit. Nobody responded to the challenge because none of it was ready. And I was natural when I went on to TaharkaBey. I don't roll with makeup and shit like that every now and then, but it's not a regular thing.
Excuse me.
Bitch tried to call me bald head. I told her, well, let's come on, take your motherfucking scarf off.
I'm ready any day of the week, any month of the year, any year on the calendar. I always got hair. I got more edges than you and your mama combined.
Man, I went over there and watched some of their videos. These hoes over there talking about shit to help you grow edges. What type of shit? I
didn't know hair didn't grow like regular hair recently.
These bitches got goddamn glued on eyebrows, glued on eyelashes, motherfucking mortuary paint.
You can't try to baby your edges and smother them at the same damn time. That's all I know.
Hey, I bought some of that woke hair oil. It just made my head stink.
Remember that dude that bought that Sebi stuff to make his hair grow and his head swole up? We'll walk around. Oh my.
Now see, so you know when you slick your hair back with semen on a regular, eventually something gonna fall out.
Yeah. That's just hair shedding. That's normal.
And the other thing about hair is if you're not taking in the right amount of fat, excuse me. Good question.
Oh, what the gas at? Y'all over there choking and coughing and shit.
Oh, I stay with that.
Catch your bro.
But if you're not taking in some fat, like in your diet, you're gonna lose your hair.
And if you don't take in enough, you quit eating all them damn hot Cheetos and drinking them artificial fruit drinks and put some real food in your body.
That's a fact.
Little Debbie's water. I don't bite my. I want to see the bitch without the scar. She had that scar so tight. I be trying to figure out what is.
Everybody was saying she was a cancer patient. Talking about she lost her hair.
I'm not going in on Cynthia today because I apologize. So I stopped. I went on.
It's okay. I'll do it for everybody. You ain't got to. I ain't apologizing for shit. I ain't apologizing for shit.
Let us finish. We go through this where I kind of lightly drug Judah while I add something else to the community tab. Where did it go? Oh, there you go. So y'all always go argue. That's that damn sense now.
Because there's people out there that, especially in different platforms. Judah, man, such. Yeah, man, what was you talking about, man? Yo, I was doing research on this. I bought my first Tanakh.
But
so
you have to respond every time. Y'all taking that same mentality that y'all had out on the streets and bringing it to the Torah.
I'm not that type of Israelite, sis.
I'm not saying you are, but the mentality of
I don't know. I've been doing this for like 30 years, so I don't know.
On YouTube?
No, on YouTube.
And how long you been in the conscious community?
I'm not in the conscious community, but when I say conscious, but when I say that, I mean the Israelites, the Christians, the Muslims, the whoever, whatever philosophy. But if you mean like that, like HOK circle, I'm not in that circle. I'm not in that.
Wait, what?
I don't know. No, I don't know. No, I don't know.
So you ain't been debating junkie that circles around the HOK neither.
No.
Because everybody advised to get on side never.
Yeah. Well, I was invited, so but I've been here. I'm one of the bigger names.
Doesn't mean pick. You have to pay.
I'm Judah Nazareth. I'm not like I'm Judah Nazareth. I know you don't know who I am, but
I'm just saying everybody had to pay to get on Sinetta, and it's because you Judah Nazareth in big black letters with glitter. If everybody means everybody, so I don't know if they mean physically or what, but they said that everybody had. Well, he might just be letting folk on right now just because, but they been saying that everybody. They've been saying that for a long time though.
I have no clue. Nobody. I'm not trying to figure out what's going on. Nobody's coming to me and like, hey, sure.
Get into the debates.
Yeah, I just debate, and then go back to my channel.
Mm-hmm. But you ain't in the money. You ain't in the money part of it. See, that's what I'm saying. It is okay. Why the debate with somebody when you gotta explain and leave it at that? Because when you debating, it get real. That's what I meant by bringing that game mentality. Because just because I wear blue, or let's to the extreme, the blue and all that, and you can't say the C word, and you can't say the B and all that. It's like the same mentality that they bring into these debates. Instead of just if you can't come away at the end of it shaking hands and saying, okay, it was a good debate, but everybody riled up, everybody's too much on salacious and the sensationalism right now. They gotta find something new. Well, we don't know whether the old is true or not. So how about we get that straight first before we try to drop something else on top of it? Because that's how they ended up on Planet Risk the last time. That's all.
I don't know. Because there's people that be looking for stuff for answers, and they think they find it from
And everybody ain't qualified to give them to them.
Wait, sister, hold on. There's like, I am. I've been doing this for 30 years. Like I'm. This is what I do. Can't
Let me
ask
hit you
for
on
it.
something. You say you've been doing it for 30 years. There's somebody out there that's been doing it for 60 years that'll tell you are not qualified. That's not. I'm just saying, it's always going out there that say you ain't qualified. Everybody, humans are set up to seek. And it's always something that they try to seek outside of themselves, and 9 times out of 10, they find that what they was looking for was within. But that's besides the point. And it's always somebody out there that's willing to sell somebody something, be it real or be it snake oil. Now, when you get the real mixed up with the snake oil, that's where you have a problem, because then people have a problem figuring out, the truth.
I'm Judah Nazareth. Well, I tell them. I know. I'm just saying, like, it's a long time. Where are the people at? They bow down. That's the.
And then, why would you go amongst a bunch of people? The Bible clearly tells you, if they do not hear the message that you are carrying, dust your feet off and walk away. So why would you go to a place where they're basically trying to tear down the message and you already is? Because they don't tear down the message because it's the message. They tear down the message because that gives them content.
But it's sort of like a double-edged sword. It's like they want to do this. It's like when you saw me, I debated Jabari. And like, if anyone who is like, who understands the art of debate and the art of having an argument and a counter argument, they would see that I had him stumped all the time. He just kept going, I can't believe this. You got to do better than it. And it's kind of like, bro, you guys quote other people's books, who quote other people's books, who quote other people's books. That's not intellect. That's just quote. That's school. That's like academia. Doesn't mean you're intellectual. So I go over there, knowing, like you're right, knowing that the whole chat's going crazy. Oh, he sounds crazy. I'm like, yeah, because y'all brainwashed. Y'all been hearing this side of the story for so long. You guys think these guys can be questioned or tested. But when I come over here, these dudes look crazy.
But let me ask you this, though. Are you a follower of the Torah first, or are you a debater first?
I'm a follower.
Okay, so if you follow the Torah, it would definitely tell you not to take your rump over there.
It doesn't say that. It says, who will stand up for me against the workers of iniquity? Who
it
will?
Does, and it also says when you bring the message to the town, if the town is not receptive, brush your feet of that place and walk away. It's that. So you clearly know they are not receptive. They don't even want to hear what you have to say. They just want to hear somebody tear you down.
Right, I understand that, but I'm too strong for that. I'm just too strong. Jabari just that was their top guy. He just had nothing for me, nothing. So they were like, "Oh, you look stupid." And I'm like, "Oh, well, on what part?"
Jabari's a scholar. He's an expert in his field. That doesn't necessarily make him a Torah expert. He's a what?
Yes, Kemetic. But about other stuff, like for instance, right? He don't know the Torah at all. To him, it's just a book of mythology and fairy tales. It's meant to be that way.
I bet you done read it from cover to cover. Because most times atheists has actually read the book, whereas people that say they're Christian do not, no matter what flavor.
That's true. Do you hear me with the argument though? I was like, not even saying I believe it
at all.
Oh, okay. Well, I hit Jabari with the argument. Doesn't mean I believe it, but just to show the art of debating. I was like, yeah, man, it comes from East India, the Hindus. He could not. There was nothing he could do to That even I'm not saying I believe that out there because
But
I know
you-
it's an unwinnable argument.
During that debate, didn't you stand up and you had forgot pants or something?
No, that was another
But see,
show.
that's what happens when you keep going over there. Random shit keep happening.
Because I stood up to close a window. Come on, we gotta do better than
No,
that.
it's not. Why wouldn't you have pants? I'm just saying.
I mean, it was 7 o'clock in the morning here.
Warning. That warning. The warning comes before destruction. It ain't gonna come by head.
Sister, it's 90 degrees.
I understand that.
Well, that's why I was in my drawers.
Put some shorts, especially if you close the. We don't want those mishaps, but it's terrible when you go over there to a place of detractors and that happens. All I'm saying.
Listen, when the Most High has you, you ain't got to worry about none of that. I'm not worried about none of that. I'm not doing nothing wrong. If I defend Yahweh's word, then that's what it is. I'm not over there doing backdoor deals.
You not to defend his word. You can defend his word on the street corner or on the mountaintop. But just like
I can't do it on Sunday.
Channel, then why do you have to go over there if you can do it alternate places?
One, I've been everywhere else.
I'm just saying, everywhere ain't good to go. That's not just directed at Sinetta. That's just in general. Everywhere ain't good.
Well, this is what I'm commissioned to do, so this is what I do.
Okay.
I mean, you can't tell Mike Tyson not to box. He's like, I'm a boxer. Like, what are you talking about? Like, well, don't box in WB.
You're a follower of the Torah first, and then you're a debater. Those are two separate, not completely intertwined.
Okay. You know that debating means contend, right?
I know exactly what debate means.
So I contend.
I said, why do a debate and argue with somebody that's just trying to tell whatever with whatever when you could give a lecture instead or do a question and answer? You know, something like that. Try to get a perpetual cycle because that's all it is a circus over there. They do this on purpose. Such and such against such and such, and they hype it like it's a boxing match. When you can hype a lecture the same way and have people come and listen and be enlightened. So why go to the circus when you can go to the stadium? You see the difference?
No, because we have enough popes, preachers, and pastors. We don't need a person.
I'm not telling you to be a pope, preacher, or pastor.
No, what I'm saying is, but just spouting a bunch of stuff without being challenged. Everyone does that. How about
somebody can ask you a question? There's a difference between somebody the energy is different between a question and answer and a debate every time. What I'm saying is they hype these up into a fever pitch so that the point is lost. Because half the time, 50% of the people gonna say one person won, and the other 50% gonna say the other person won. And Sinetta gonna say whoever won that whichever way is moving him tonight, or whoever cash apping him bigger. You see, so some people are coming away from that. Some people are coming away from that thinking that is real. So why go over there and keep perpetuating that? Because okay, they're gonna say, yeah, he beat down his argument or whatever, and some people gonna go away being ignorant, thinking that is the case. So now they more lost than they was before. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, I understand that. However, like people said, people coming to me like, oh, Jabari won when Jabari was stumped. Well, like the first hour he was done. He was done.
Because
I'm just going on and on and on. But listen, there are people there who don't know. There are people like, I mean, we all been through our search for the truth. So I think it's good to debate. Like if you got a person that stands on this and a person that stands on that, it might be somebody who's just lost. Like, yo, I'm looking for farm. Let me see who's teaching scrutiny. Like what should I, you know? And then some people have learned a lot. Like, damn, man, I used to be a comedic. Now, after listening to you display the Torah in scientific terms, I'm like, oh, okay, now I can go talk to my family about this without it sounding all religious. But I can actually bring in science. So there's a lot of reasons why I do what I do. It's nothing
But
really to do with, like, I'm not
found
like
your could they have found your information elsewhere? Because
Yeah, I'm watching.
if they're seeking, they're going to find what they need, correct? According to the Torah.
Yeah. They see me over there.
If they seeking, they're gonna go to more than one place. And in their search, they're going to find what they are looking for. Therefore, why sit up here and prop up the construct that you know is flawed and sometimes fatal, which is how we got here today with polite and this bullshit, because they sat up there and pumped him up artificially over there and on his channel and on other social media. So why become a part of that machine when you could make your own machine? That's the question.
I have my own channel. However, I go to other people's channels and debate. And I don't see why, I understand some people, like you said, some that are better than I do. So whatever history y'all got, that has nothing to do with me. I'm just going to debate.
History. This is from me observing the bullshit.
Why did he cut me off?
All of the major people that have come out of his channel have been scammers. So if you go over there and you keep him propped up by doing debates on his channel, this shit continues. It hurts the community more than it helps. For the few people that you showed the light, the rest of that chat lost in the sauce, and they done sent money to keep him going. So if they're
they are lost.
If they're seeking, we are promised that we are gonna find. It doesn't say we gonna find on Sinetta Studio. That's why I asked you, do you follow the Torah first or are you a debater first?
I follow the Torah first. And the Torah says, who will stand up for me? Not who's going to sit down. Not who's going to run. Not who's going to make excuses.
To your message, but to dust off your heels and leave.
Everybody over there is not Kemetic. There are Israelites over there as well.
Yeah, and they over there doing almost the same thing you do. And I would tell them the same exact thing. Because if y'all keep going over there thinking you're going to save somebody, you prop up the bullshit. And in order for them 2 or 3 people that you save, a couple of other people, a couple of hundred other people didn't get saved. Because if the channel wasn't there, if we stomp these out wherever we see them, they don't get the chance to do this to people. Look. They've been going on for 10 years, and what has came out of the conscious community? Umar Johnson, where's the school? That's a couple of $100 million from the community. Polite, at least 3 girls that we know of that were underage that have been sat up here and done to what grown men are not supposed to do to little girls. We have what's his name? Natural Tahuti went on to go to jail. Didn't he end up dying? Or is he still in jail? He in jail and he gave the folk the drugs that was laced with the stuff and they died. Yeah, he got a life sentence or whatever. Who else? I know I'm forgetting somebody. Robin, Umar, Young Pharaoh. Young Pharaoh is currently right now tripping out on shrooms, talking about fucking trans-dimensional aliens and shit. Or whatever the fuck he's talking about, shapeshifters. Over there on the people money. That's another couple of $1 million at least. At least. Brother Polite, how much? He got 100,000 out of one. Oh, here goes another one, Nature Boy. All of them sat on that musty, dusty, cosmic couch. The big nasty couch. Now he got Nepal over here, and I'm gonna say this because I sat up there and looked, and I've been looking at this shit for months. She been passing her pictures round, and they've been talking about her passing these pictures round since what? Before the pandemic. Now she gonna come out talking about she a sexual abuse advocate because people are sexually stalking her on the girl. Please sit your ass down. Do any of these things edify the people? Any of them?
No, but they had also nothing to do with me.
Contribute to that bullshit.
That's not. Oh, so wait, are you saying that? So then you're, you know, there's a whole other. Hold on, there's a whole other side. There's a whole other side of YouTube that's not HOK, and they're doing that. They're doing even worse.
Pump your
They're doing
but
even
all
worse.
these people can specifically be pointing to that channel. Now, those other channels that's out there doing their worse, they're usually doing it on their own. That's the difference.
But nobody is saying anything.
I'm not just talking about Sarnetta. All of these places that they do this shit, if you don't give them your view, there's one less view. One less view means one less push up the algorithm. And if we all do it together, that's a mass effort. But if you keep going over there thinking you helping somebody, when you go over there, you got a big channel. Of course, your subs are gonna go over there to back you up. And if they got subs, their subs go over there to back you up. This is a cumulative effect, all because you want to debate. For the handful of people that you're gonna save, how many you gonna lose?
Majority of them.
Okay, so if the ones in your care, you know, you halfway got them, or they halfway where they need to be, why would you risk them to go over there and save a few more when you know you only gonna save a handful in the first place?
Because when the Most High chooses you to do a job, you do it. You don't worry about what people say.
What job did he choose you to do?
To teach the Torah. Teach. So when I'm debating, I'm not over there. So when I'm debating, when I'm over there debating anywhere.
So the Lord gave you the job to teach, but you like the debate.
This is what I've been doing on YouTube for 10 years. Yes.
This is what you've been doing on YouTube for 10 years.
Yes. It gives people a chance to hear Israelites come in a different manner than what they're used to seeing. Because people think being an Israelite is something you can do. Like, oh, tomorrow I'm not going to be Chinese anymore. I'm going to be something. No, you're always going to be Chinese. There's no I'm ex-Chinese. Like, you know, that's ridiculous. So when I'm displaying the Torah the way it's supposed to be, like, people be like, yo, this is ill. Like, I never heard a person teach like this before.
When you're debating, you're not explaining it. You're going back and forth between this and that.
No,
that's
actually,
why I
I
said there's a difference between a Q&A and a debate. You can do a Q&A just as well as you can do a debate. And you'll have more people come because, you know, extra people gonna come because some people don't come because of the BS. It doesn't. I kind of figured that because it ain't been doing nothing for me, baby. I'll just throw this pill bottle in the trash, but I gotta take it till I see my doctor again. Cupcake says, so there's no reason to boycott. So I say boycott and boycott him forever and a day. But that's just me. I think that question was for you, Judah. So you answer that while I grab some water real quick. That guy.
All right, for the person that's coming with the, this is why it's good to debate, because you learn how to, you hear their argument, then you counter them with another argument, and then what happens is they start running around in circles. Then you win because you prove the point. So if that's the case, then you know the people that help fund our slavery and take our money, you know they own YouTube, right? So if we're gonna like start canceling doing that, then get off YouTube. Go find a black-owned media spot and go there. But you're not.
No, I don't be on there too.
I'm talking about the person that's talking about in the chat.
You speculating.
So where's the black-owned media platforms? Like
There's
YouTube.
a couple of them. Actually, they just started a new video chat service.
What's the name of it? I'm looking it up right now.
I'm gonna tell you.
So that was my answer to the brother that asked me a question. Like, bro, get off YouTube. The people that run this ain't looking out for your best interest.
Let's see, there's melanin people. And then there's another one. But you know how black businesses go. If they get big, white folk buy them. Yeah, true too. The point is quality, not quantity. That's what the Lord is going for. Quality, not quantity. What is this? They gonna play the whole album before they play something else. I mean, I like black films, but you on mute if you was trying to say something. Black Junction, but they were janky. Oh yeah, Tariq Nasheed app that never showed up.
If we're gonna go boycotting, let's go across the board. Boycott these clothing companies of people that make money off of us. Boycott Nike. Boycott Jean.
That's conflating. That's making mountains out of molehills.
All right, sister. All right.
Everything at one time.
That's the dance.
One at a time. No, it's not, because
It's dance.
When
all right, y'all not trying to y'all.
You can't go and debate the clothing company, Judah. So why bring the clothing company up?
Yes, you can. What do you mean? You can boycott the clothing company. People do it all the time.
Debate the clothing company.
Okay, so you don't have to debate them. But actually, you can debate. You can take them to court. You can do this. You can do that. You can.
But it ain't gonna be a one-on-one debate with a chat. It ain't gonna be there. That's why I meant by don't conflate what I'm saying. You trying to take what I'm saying and apply it to something else. So you were answering Cupcake in the chat.
I was answering Cupcake in the chat talking about deflecting. No, I took law class. I know how to argue. You can't, in court, you can't say, oh, well, you know, that guy over there is a child molester, but this one over here is too, but we don't like him, so he let him go.
But
no, man.
All of them need to be canceled.
There you go. That's what I'm saying. So get off.
If I can't completely disconnect, I can disconnect as much as possible. That's my contribution. If everybody does the same, that becomes a cumulative effect. You see what I'm saying? Now, if we apply it to YouTube, if we go from this sector to this sector and get rid of this type of platform, eventually, just like Pokemon, we gonna get them all.
So y'all want to start with Saw Netter?
Is not well, yes.
But you know what? Not these other niggas who was poisoning our people's minds.
We'll
leave them alone.
Tommy Sotomayor, they done took him to court. They done did everything to get him off YouTube, and he still has a following. But that does not mean that we stop. What about this one? What about that one? Didn't I just say, just like Pokemon, we got to get them all?
But you're not.
We got to have some type of starting point.
But y'all chilling.
Okay, so currently, Polite is in jail. He's going to jail. If this trial does not go his way, his ass is going to be locked up for a good long piece of time. But see, Sinetta also supports Prince York. And he will sit up here and tell you that he does not have a position. But he will sit up here and push his intentions on you slyly because somebody paying him. This is what I mean. He was endorsing York. He let Polite on there to basically low-key attack Tariq Noel. And those are only examples. That's promoting pedophilia right there. And you can't say it ain't. You can't say that's neutral when we know Polite paid him to do certain stuff. And this is what they come out with. You wasn't here for them to delete the damn videos where Sai went live and talked all that bullshit and then deleted it. No trace. Why? Because couldn't nobody record back then. You got to start somewhere. There has to be a starting point. If everybody keeps saying, well, why don't you start with this one? Or why don't you start with that one? Well, you know what that is? That's a circle jerk, Judah. That's the startup of a circle jerk. Because everybody going to keep pointing out who we could start with instead of actually starting with somebody. So while we got the momentum going right now with the polite situation, and stop putting his big old foot in his mouth, because we all know, because he showed his 9 later gators online, on live. So since we have the momentum right now, why wouldn't we take him down? And then on to the next.
Because y'all not going to go to the next.
Why not?
Because where's the most
time? Umar head. I've been on polite head. I've been on nature boy head. I've been on side head.
Your one sister.
Yeah. And look, my channel might be small, but it's growing. I'd rather it grow slow and have quality people than sit up here and pick up people that ain't gonna help and go fall the fuck off. Point blank, period.
Okay. But I'm just saying.
If it takes me long to I do not get on side another show, that's completely fine. I might be one woman, but how many people in my chat right now? 8? How many views am I gonna have by tomorrow? You don't know what the people in my chat do, most of them. This is a cumulative effect.
I'm talking about
cumulative. An avalanche starts with one piece of snow. Go ahead.
Right. I'm saying in a court of law, that argument would not stand. We need to attack this person over here. When you got a whole goddamn world full of motherfuckers people on YouTube doing all sorts of crazy mess. And no one's saying anything about it. That's why I was like, I can't even watch YouTube anymore. It's like black YouTube has just gotten disgusting. It's like, yo, like what are we doing over here? Like there's no information. It's just click views, whether polite, some that are more like
every time I come on. Anything anybody asks me, I'll sit up here and I'll research it with them. See, that's the difference. I'm here for everybody's edification. So if anybody wants to come over and learn anything, they have to do is ask. I don't have to go around. The only reason I'm jumping from channel to channel right now is because of polite. The word has to be out because the shit's been going on for over a decade and it needs to fucking stop. As long as you let the ignorance go on, the ignorance is going to go on. It's time to put our foot down collectively. Collectively means a whole bunch of one beings doing it at the same time. We are not in a court of law. This is life.
Right, but we have a judge called the Most High. Right? See what I'm talking about. If an angel was to come down, he'd be like, man, what you talking about? What are you talking about? Just because you don't like somebody, he's not supposed to like you? Right? That's what he's cutting me off. Oh, sister, I don't on my own channel. It's all right. All right, sister.
You can't get a word, and I let you sit up here and talk, but you're not gonna sit up here and try to conflate you. We don't. I told you we don't do the backpedal and the pussy.
All right, so you have a good day. All right, so you have a good.
Bye, Judah. Now my name gonna be in the title. Love you anyway, boo boo. No, he made me forget what I was gonna say earlier. Every time I hear Umar middle name, I think about the And on to another topic, as it usually goes over here at the treehouse. But you see. Backpedaling and pussy popping, but you see he couldn't take it. See, that's what they come off at the pass every damn time.
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't know really. I've seen him. I used to watch some of his stuff years ago, but to me it just seemed like he's like a nerd that wants to be appreciated for his brilliance. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So
and anybody that's a manipulator manipulated can see it. You know what I'm saying? And like somebody like Sweater sees that too. You know what I mean? And to be honest, like his best work is behind him from what I've seen. You know what I mean? Like right now, he's not a great communicator either. You know what I'm saying? I don't really
old and grumpy.
Yeah, he's not a great communicator, and you know, it just seems like when somebody that just want to be appreciated for their brilliance and and the thing is, you can just tell it's going nowhere, and Shotnetta's just using them.
Did Devanya drop off again? Devanya, come back, baby. Baby, come back. Baby, come home. I don't know that one too well. But still come back. As y'all can see, it's been a month. And my voice has went from the lovely smooth sounds on that video to what you hear now. But it will be back to its normal cadences soon. Nandy. Remember that? Remember that thing they used to have in the playground in elementary school? The one where everybody get on and it just go round and round and somebody got to push that bitch? Yes. I put them on one every time. I push it so fast till they swing off that motherfucker.
That fool couldn't answer no question. Then you trying to sleep, throw him hints. You throw them several life jackets.
Yeah.
He just went on and sunk his own damn self, drowned.
I love it. That's how I get them every time. That's why they don't call my name. They don't like that type of teaching.
That cremated itself, put itself in the furnace.
I love the setup phase. It's like hunting out me the sniper. I'll be like, y'all didn't let me play first. I'm gonna play first. After I'm done playing, then we snipe. Hey, look, if they gonna plug in me, I'ma bug the hell out of them. And let's see who come out at the end. Hey, look, it's a month later, and I am now over the 1,000 cap, and he is still steadily coming. He got Sinetta over there trying to prop him up. A whole bunch of folk that's the fucked up trying to prop each other up.
I still didn't finish showing all this stuff I got. I'm gonna drop it to you, though, because this got his Facebook page, his MySpace page. Girl, they went to MySpace. They went back.
Damn, they go all the way back.
Yeah, they went to MySpace.
Now do you see why the long-term viewers of Triple C called me an oracle?
And he was in the DM. He was in the DM talking to a man. He told him just hit me up on MySpace.
I prefer walking 8-ball. 100% right, but some shit just seems to work out like that. Like that was a month ago, almost to the day, and he's still over there running his mouth. But remember, he said that he don't fuck with Sinetta like that, and he went down with all of that. Like catch all that when he was agreeing with me when I was talking about it. And then it ain't been a whole lunar cycle, nigga. Hey, Breezer. It ain't been a whole lunar cycle for those of you esoteric people out there. And he done flipped. I told you, they all like fish out of water, just flopping on the side of the right by the water, but they just flipping and flopping and can't get back in there. It's sad to see. I tried to help, brother. I tried.
He a nerd that want to sit at the cool kids table. That's what that is.
And I figured it was whirling around enough to break it, but it didn't work.
It just now all them rats over there fighting for their cheese. They ain't got nobody. Ain't nobody going on Sinetta show. This motherfucker recycling shows. He better on Saturday.
Now he poaching potential guests.
Yeah,
you think I don't know, filthy Frank.
Posting all them old videos.
Yeah, I saw Chuck over there. Glad Chuck went with Leah and Jacob because it turned out way calmer tonight than it did last night. See the difference? The chat was still a little bit funky. And I fault the channel holder once again for that because you should have spoke to your mods ahead of time if you were going to have controversial guests.
But he don't do that. His mod's just as controversial as his bitch ass.
And his mod's sitting up here talking the most cash. Yes. How do you want these people to come back and you know they can see if they computer savvy, they can pull up out? I mean, y'all still living like folk, everybody on your level.
Look at Real Drunk TV, Kelvin Johnson. Drunk
So I
ass
go
Negro
over there.
over there talking about
Look at the chat.
some damn hit squad. This motherfucker, so he hit all right. Drunk ass went off a cliff in their car. Almost killed himself. Wrecked his car. Then he lost his home and his wife. Living with a white woman up there in the motherfucking mountain, old Caucasoid ass nigga. See, they don't. I know all about all along. That's why I told Melvin, watch your mouth. Watch your mouth over there. Real G's TV. That's real drunk TV.
I ain't gotta call you out your name not once to read you or nothing. So I don't know why they get so mad at me, but the truth is don't it.
So it's when you got your foot on somebody's knee, you know they going out of breath. We on them niggas Adam's apples and it's killing them. He can't turn around. You know, it was easy to get $2,000 or $3,000 a day donations when wasn't nobody saying nothing. But now everybody looking at him with a keen eye, just like when he went live the other night. He's on
my other boo, Devanya.
Peace, 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 everyone.
Hey, Devanya.
How you doing, sis?
I'm good.
I'm loving you ladies staying on top of it. I'm just enjoying it.
Yes, ma'am. You know, I can't stand. They be like, why you just? I can't stand people doing somebody wrong. If I know they wrong, I'm gonna jump on their head.
Yeah, I have not to interrupt the convo, but I have a history. That's the thing. This is something I've never went on. It's never my style. They have made videos of me, but I have never retaliated. As a matter of fact, whenever I have kind people out there who know me, well, not even know me personally, but just know me from my character on YouTube and know that Devanya doesn't get down like that. She doesn't come on loud unless they get nasty with her. Then I have to get nasty too. So I have a hit with Judah as being on his channel, supporting him in his bad times, in his worst times. You know, there were a few of us supporting, but he was doing more teaching when I was first introduced to him. Then he started to go downhill, and we tried to warn him. We tried to show. I subscribed from him at the beginning of somewhere around 2020, maybe mid 2020, because he was in one of his rampage again, foaming at the mouth. You know how he gets like that when he's in his drunken stage and foaming.
Yeah.
And he was like, I don't understand it. You know, when I come on here and I'm teaching the Hebrew, I only get like 10, 15, 20 views. But when I'm up here talking fucking fuck shit, then I get all these niggas, they come in here for the this and this and blah, blah, blah. Why? And he's screaming off. I actually just went on, which I use for support, like, hey, take a breather. Let's take a breather. Calm down. And man, I went on there for that purpose, and he kept saying, "Why? I don't. Why? Why do I don't get the views when I'm teaching? Why? So I said, Judah, can I speak? I started speaking, and I said, listen, sometimes your lesson maybe goes over people's head. It's too much. And I said, when you teach for Hebrew, your personality is totally different, because Billy comes on more with a sober brain, right? Your personality is different, and
echo.
you come on with your regular shows. I said your personality is totally different, and that's the personality people like. They like that uppity, and you're punching them with the words and the this. I said, because you have your comical nature, you have a personality that you can grab people towards you. I said, so if you can apply that same personality you use in your videos, I didn't say it like that, but I said, when you're doing your regular videos, if you use that same charisma and charm and, and just apply that to your teaching with that same charisma, I said, maybe, you'll attract more of the Man, what made Sister Devanya even suggest such a thing? What the fuck are you talking about? I don't need nobody coming over here telling me how to run my channel. What, you trying to come over here and take over my channel now? And I said, excuse me? I said, Judah, you proposed a question. You were asked, nobody is coming to listen to your Hebrew teachings. And I was just proposing an answer. I said, I'm not trying to take over your channel. And man, he cussed me out left and right. And I was like, no problems, brother. Thank you for having me on. Take care. You don't have to worry about Sister Devanya ever coming on your show and what you call it, taking over your show or wanting to take over your show. Have a nice day. That was from that. I unsubscribed and I have never been on his show to even in the comment room you can find me. But yet my name is still being mentioned in videos and I have been raping my grand stuff like that, he's been saying. But my spirit is not there to go and fight. Napa has made videos of me. Me and her, we've had our things in the past. So I have a history of both of these characters that I have never spoke about before because that's my character. But because we're in the days of and showing the fuckity fuckness, as Judah would like to call it, of these wicked ass wannabe Negroes, it's open season. It's open season now, and my tongue, I am not cleaving it no more for these heathens. There, I said my piece.
Told y'all. The Lord, the tip of his sandal, the atmosphere of earth, Hotep does. Every day it becomes more and more obvious.
And I have so much more I could say to make him feel bad about himself and his Hebrew. He does not know Hebrew. That's why nobody tunes into his channel. I've never tried to tune in. I've tuned in just to listen to see like what is he saying. And half of the things he's trying to teach, even the words he tried to teach our people, it's like he gives wrong meanings to the words just to fit his temple man. Well, that's a temple man who hasn't went. He has not risen up above the first step yet. If the thing is the 13 steps to this temple, there ain't no such 7 steps to his chakra, his whole chakra. That's why he fits in with the house of consciousness so well, because he goes along with that whole Kabbalah. He says it's not Kabbalah. His teachings are Kabbalah all the way. It's Kabbalah.
Yeah, he's
and
talking that
Most
white
High is
Judaism.
getting him for it, and he doesn't even see his downfall.
See, I told him. I tried to tell him. Warning comes before destruction. Now look at him, and it ain't even done yet. You know, the Lord done with you. Hey, Leonard, he is like the Torah night version of Ruth. Would you agree with that? I guess we got one in every community. Where's the next one gonna pop up from? Say what?
You know what a blight is?
A blight, yes.
Well, let's give it the proper word, the Torah blights. The Torah blight. They're just freaking like cursed. Anything they touch, they put in there. You're just a curse to me. The Torah blights. Let's call it what they really are.
Oh, you never met the one I just mentioned before. If you say his name 3 times, he'll pop up. And remember, it all starts with the mother. But this is like the Torah blights version of him.
Yeah.
We got one for every flavor.
You made a keen observation. I don't know if it was CCC TV or if it was Nandy. One of you made a keen observation earlier. I think it was you, CCC. You said
Tasha.
You said I can say. Can you say Tasha?
Yeah, Tasha. Everybody know my name. They've been calling my name on YouTube for 5 years.
Well, I didn't know if I didn't get permission. You know, I didn't. Okay, so
yeah, it's fine.
Okay. So Tasha, so I think you made that observation. You said, wow, that's why Sanetta came out and, you know, on Judah's channel today, he actually is coming out to defend T-Bone. And believe you me, that was the same thing that from the minute I saw that video, I said, that's what he's here for. He's defending him right now. And
I'm like the Steve Irwin of the conscious community.
They don't think we're sitting back on the outside of their box, their little square that
and they don't realize
and
we
seeing.
keep our eye on them. Because look, as strange as it may sound, people in my real life, I have heard them spouting this crap. And no, no, you're not gonna do that. But no, I'm the Steve Irwin of the conscious community. And here you have the wild cynetta, also known as the West Side dust head in its natural habitat. Oda, my brother from a New York mother. Dude, but I ain't mean to stop your flow, Devon. You keep going.
No, Yuda actually is a witness to a lot of that went down over there in Judah's channel. So I'm sure he will have some input.
Well, his testimony is coming soon, but on another day. We're gonna need a whole segment for that. But yes, family, while you are here, I got a secret, and I'm gonna tell y'all on Friday. So all of y'all have y'all snuggies and y'all snacks and be ready to chill at the treehouse. Because family, when I say this is powerful, I mean more powerful than the force that pushed back Yuda's hairline for scamming.
That's fine.
This is very powerful, family. I can't give you no more information than that. But just know, family, just know you're going to need your snuggies and your snacks. And any donations to my snack fund are greatly appreciated, but not required. If you cannot provide for the snack fund, liking, sharing, and subscribing and encouraging others to subscribe is enough of a contribution for you. Because no matter how big or small the contribution over here, we take them all. What you been doing? You just disappeared. I'm gonna have to find another name for you because you just pop up like the wizard in a sci-fi movie. Start calling your ass the Black Gandalf around this motherfucker.
Real. Moving around, man. Just moving around on these streets.
In them streets.
On these streets, man. Got to give them the news. Got updates on the Kelly case. I've been really on the Kelly case. Little different stuff going on with that, lawyers.
Yep.
How many years is he facing?
He's facing a lot, man. He basically got charged with the same shit York got, man. So it's looking like he probably got like a buck.
That Mann Act is a beast.
Like a buck. That Mann Act is looking like a buck, bro.
Look, when they say Mann Act, you already know it's a nasty mofo. That's the same thing they got Warren Jeffs on. That's the same thing they got York Peppermint Patty on. That's the same thing they got that other polygamous Mormon guy.
Mm-hmm.
This is how they always get the nasty. That Invixium guy, they got him on the Mann Act. This is when when you hear Mann Act, it was Mr. Nasty time on overdrive.
Yeah,
Worms.
Yeah.
Hold on, we got our new caption.
Peace one.
Peace, Devon, your sister. Blessings.
Peace and blessings to you, boy. Man,
What's up? You don't catch me a fish yet. We can't bother with you. We can't catch me a fish yet, you know.
You left me stranded when did you was stranded? What was it? Yes.
I was waiting to go fishing. What are you talking about? You left me stranded. I was about to die.
Man, I was on your
That's
live.
where you strand me at.
I was on your live and you left Tasha holding on, and she was like, "Come on, man, I gotta change my avatar." And I'm there holding on over there, waiting for you to come back. And then all of a sudden, we got the message end stream. I was like, "Boy, wait till I talk to him."
Oh God, man! Just like Tasha said, man. I be snacks in this thing when I got my snooze for. I be having to take a little snooze because
but she did say how busy. I didn't realize how many different things.
Y'all might not realize.
Yeah.
Just as hard
You're
as
a busy man. You're a busy man. All praises. The Most High continue, to strengthen you and bless your journey.
The only nap Snoop to get when he on our panels.
I'm
waiting to go. And he be sleep.
Yo, so we gotta book up. We gotta meet up, bro. You know.
Yes, we gotta link up. I'm trying to go fishing. I'm trying to catch me a Uno. I ain't trying to play,
Well,
man.
you know we're supposed to be going to the polite trial
I know that's right.
in December, the preliminary hearing or whatever it is.
I'm trying to go fishing before. I'm trying to go fishing before.
Oh, so you want to go fishing now?
Before they go fishing for polite. I mean, they go fish for polite ass. But I want to
Hey,
go
I
fishing.
wanted Jay to actually speak on what it's gonna be like for Polite when he go to jail.
Oh man, who
Yeah.
Jay?
Yeah, Jay, is he still on?
Yeah, Jay's up there.
Yeah, he's still up here.
I don't know if
He
he
ain't fell
hearing
asleep.
us,
Yeah.
His name gonna go from Michael to Michelle.
though. Sounds about right.
Hey, listen.
Mhm.
If you're gonna do that, I'll book a flight because I need to go. I'm overdue to visit my son in Florida.
Yeah, that's what we doing.
I
For
have
real.
listen,
Angie setting up the tickets. Hold on, let me text. Well, I ain't gonna text at 3 a.m, but remind me tomorrow because you were supposed to call me today, ma'am, and we both forgot. But that's okay because I had a long.
You need to send the stuff to my email too, sis.
Yeah,
I'm going.
But Angie already got you on the list. She gonna start looking for houses this week, but she need to know the count. So I'm gonna send her +1 again. I haven't gotten an answer back, so we still got that one buffer. You know.
Hey, Cam.
Yes.
If you're serious about this, like the camera I have is a movie camera. You know the shoulder one mount they use on the news that mounts on your shoulder. I've got the mic set up. I got the boom mic. I have lavalier mics you can click up so it's hidden under your t-shirt. You can set up. I've been
we can do it for real.
Yeah, I've got the lights, camera.
We got somebody looking into seeing if we can get press passes because technically, since we're vloggers, we're journalists.
Yes.
So we can do that.
Yes. Yeah.
So we got somebody looking to see if we can get cameras in the courtroom, like with a press pass.
Man,
So we can actually see what's going on.
Yes. So yes. It sounds
I've
good.
been waiting for an occasion to use it, but it's all professional setup.
Let's go.
Like everything, the whole movie kit set up here. I have it in my storage there. I've been waiting for a reason to pull it out.
Pull it out. Pull it.
Family.
And when we get
y'all can also donate for gas, but that'll be later on in November because we got stuff coming up. We got a little baby shower. Congratulations on the twins once again.
Congratulations.
And Friday giveaway from Venom. And then LeVon got some stuff. He's sending it to me for the giveaways. So we got stuff coming up before that. But yeah, we gonna have to chop it up. All of us gonna have to chop it up behind the back and see how we gonna do this and how we can get it out best. Because we wanna do this as professionally as possible this time. We wanna actually get footage without worrying about putting it on the internet.
Oh yeah.
And while we down there, we can all get together and have a content creator party.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. And Udi can do a listening party.
Anything is good with me. You know I'm with it.
Man, Polite better off just pleading out.
Might as well do something. Jacob York said, yo, listen, man, Polite don't surprise me. Basically, he was following I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how people.
He gonna plead out. He think he gonna beat this case. He gonna be stupid. We already see how he acted.
We already know he do dumb. Look,
I'm gonna tell you what's gonna happen. If he don't plead out, he gonna go to that voir dire where they start choosing them jurors.
Big
Caught up.
He gonna be like, whoa. When he see the kind of jurors.
Wait. He done put up another video. I don't know if it's old or not. What do you think? I will be releasing my music soon. What? If you don't know these fools watching us, Eugene, why not just come out the clouds before you fall down every branch into the ground?
Eugene.
Guard. Somebody.
third. Remember in here correctly, the lawyer, his lawyer, they did not ask for a speedy trial, which I was surprised at. I was like, in a case like this, you know your client is a talker. You know your client talks a lot. The best thing you would want to do is get this thing speedy over plea out of it because there's evidence. The fact that they asked for the extended trial shocked me because I'm like, wow,
He gonna fight this nail.
Yeah, it gives the prosecution more time.
Yeah, it does. If wait, let me change my message.
But see, I guess because he's doing extended, that keeps him out of jail longer. But he don't know it's
gonna backfire on him. Yeah.
Yep.
You know,
But
in
don't
those cases, they
because we know you listen to these videos.
Yeah, in those
It's too
cases,
late
they
now.
also go into your internet history and stuff like that too.
Yes.
See what kind of porn you're looking at. You know,
It's a treasure trove. Then there's Shane TV. Couple of other random ones.
And all them in court anyway, they looking at his social media page. So he the one being real stupid. They looking at him.
They looking at all of social media. Because and his associates was low-key threatening that girl, is what that lawyer is, what Nicole said.
Yep.
I have another question. Nandy, let me ask you this now. This is what's puzzling me at the moment is we see how the York case, the FBI stepped in, right?
Mm-hmm.
We see how in the R. Kelly case, the FBI stepped in, right? Why is it that everyone is still assuming that the FBI, just because this right now is a state case, why is that they're not even thinking that, hey, at some point, the FBI, if they're not already involved, just not mission. You know,
if it get interesting enough, the FBI is gonna swoop in. They had to have a concerted effort between regular police, state police, and the GBI to take down York. They had all of that, and Jacob went down there and told them, you know, they was scared it was gonna be like. Was literally scared it was gonna be like Waco, like 100 and some agents off in some barn or some shit, waiting for the word.
The difference is with him, they gonna get involved easily. They already involved because he's not, you know, to say he's not as swift or as slick as, you know,
we have the discovery phase of this trial. Everybody wants stuff to happen like it happens on TV in an hour. That's not how it's gonna work. That's why we got stuff set up over here for the wait, so people don't get antsy and start going off doing crazy stuff. We got activities and shit. We gonna familiarize ourselves with all these perverts, so we know spot the perverts before they get as big as they been getting.
But see, he wasn't them just on the how to shut up like the Wabians. At least, you know, you look at them, they was quiet. They had organization, they had stuff, you know, in place to keep certain federal agents out of certain areas. You know what I'm saying? That's why it took so many. This Negro is stupid. You go live, not even 10 minutes before you turn yourself in, after you turn yourself in, you go live on the day you supposed to. He went live the day he was supposed to go to court. He wasn't in court.
This reminds me of a scripture in the Bible where the Most High, especially when it comes down to the last days, as far as how the evil is going to start unfolding upon itself, and he was going to put, and he gave examples of it, lion spirits to in the ear of the wicked. As a matter of fact, it tells you that's how the world, the last war, what they're waiting for, World War III, It tells you that's how World War III is going to start. The woe. In Hebrew, it's ho, ho, ho. You know, ironically, that's the Hebrew word for woe is ho. So it's like ho, 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 you know. So that last ho that we're waiting on, I says, I'm going to have an angel whisper a lie in their ear that they will believe, that will trigger. So can you imagine? It could be something as simple as, hey, just like War Games. Anybody remember that movie from the 80s, War Games, with Matthew Broderick? And it's like, hey, and they're gonna believe, hey, missiles coming, hey, they're planning to attack you, or whoever such and such is planning to attack, and it's gonna be so real to them, they're gonna have no recourse to fire this first missile. Because the messages that's going to be coming to them from Intel are real. That somebody's going to fire the first missile. Like all of this is already spoken about in the scripture. If you're reading it well, and he tells you these wicked ones, he's going to have them believe it, and that's what's now in their mind. Just like the whole Mr. Vomit. The what they call him now, the homeless barber, right? Yes. The thing. What did he proclaim was it last week? You guys were showing the clip where he proclaimed, "Hey Judah, they're just jealous. We made it now. We over here in HOK. We made it now." And I'm sitting here, and my heart is like felt so sad, but at the same time, I'm like, don't feel sad for wickedness. The Bible says, like this is what's going to happen to them. They really believe. They have made it because they got to a YouTube show that doesn't even pay them, that is falling down rapidly, that is tied up in all of this whole child thing that we're involved. It's like they're so blind within themselves, the whole Juders and the whole barbers of the act like this, that they don't eat shit like a pig. You're wanting, you don't even know you're happy in your shit. So when
that's why
you know what's funny to me though? You know what's funny to me, because I look at all of them and they've been talking too much. Even with Elder talking about the women he done slept with, talking about how he made Polite, how they was going in on business deals and all of this stuff. Don't you think all these millions of dollars and all of this stuff that they done made it floating around, and that shit has not been reported to the IRS, their ass gonna get caught up on that?
I've been saying that for years. Yeah. I hope you've been paying your taxes. When they come get you, the tax man don't play. Yeah.
And when you look up that criteria, they don't even show any wealth, any assets or anything, but you got all this money, you got YouTube keeping calculations of what you're making, you got live streams, you're going live.
Money going because he get the show for it, excuse my language. He go for it. For all this money.
Because really, Sarnetta was the whole thing with that situation, right? Polite fucked him out of money too, all the time. But they all had so many secrets over there
that they just kept messing with.
Mm-hmm.
And Polite rushing money as fast as he get it.
Remember in that video when he called him little Dr. York, he said then Polite $10,000 for. He said no, I told him to just give me 10,000. Mm-hmm. I just give me 10,000, but he didn't know what he said. 10,000. He opened the face.
Yeah.
Oh, we got another victim in the chat. Andy, do you want to just throw him out the window, or would you like to?
Let me get it here. Let me see who it is.
National Sorrow.
Right.
Oh, that's.
I see that. That's
automatic.
Right. Oh, no, that's somebody else. Wait a minute, let me see. No, that's somebody else.
You have to let me know, because we fast over here. You already see we fast over here. A panel full of your mama desperate.
Yeah, you
and
got
$10,000 and her mother before was desperate. Your whole matriarchal line was desperate. And they whole matriarchal line was desperate. Y'all just some desperate motherfuckers that sit up here and troll and damn near 4 o'clock in the morning to come over to say ain't bothering with you. Now you can go on about your way, or we can reverse the undo that we just did and rehide your ass.
And you know, I still got that other video footage I want to share with y'all.
Let's keep the party going.
While they messing around, I still got some stuff on
your
Twitter.
Mama a hoe. And her mama. And your daddy mama was a hoe in all of they matriarchal line too. So you just one big ball of confusion. Ooh, I can't with y'all. Don't air it up, Nandy, because I'm gonna have to make a pause for the calls in a second.
Okay. Let me go here.
I thought we might be getting rusty, but we still got it, Leonard.
They can't sleep. They can't sleep because we know we got our feet on their knees.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the problem is.
Leave me alone. Y'all got bigger problems than me. Y'all keep bothering me. Says you bothering other people. Leave folk alone that ain't messing with you.
That sucks when different time zones.
Don't it, though? Oh, I took a nap today.
I'm finna hit play, sisters.
Video, his own defense video. And we're going to go there right now. But I show you where he revealed this himself. I'm going to show you just how many times he claimed that he is not Judah Nazareth, just because that is not how he spells his name.
Watch this. Judah Nazareth spelled first off with lowercase letters for all of them, and the Nazareth spelled wrong. I guess it's all this nigga like roll on here, but keep in mind that, okay? Keep in mind how my name is spelled too, by the way. You guys don't think it's funny that let's just keep going. Keep that. So you mean to tell me that I fucking went to Hip Hop DX and I logged in with a wrong, incorrect spelling of my name with lower cases? Judah Nazareth, now he spells my name right. Judah Nazareth, rebuke on Old Testament Israelites, 9 minutes, 14 seconds. 132 views 2 months ago. 2 months ago. Judah Nazareth spelled wrong, some gay ass shit 2 months ago. This spells my name. Mr. Certain can get it. He looks so hot in that picture. I need to suck some D real bad. I would dress up like a tranny. My booty hole needs to be played with ball. Sexy as F. I bet he has a moist mouth and big cock. No, first off, no man in the truth or a man who believes in the Most is gonna talk like that. But I don't spell my name like that. Like this, like Naza Yar, or definitely not the way this fucking retarded nigga did it. Definitely not the way the fucking retarded nigga did it. Definitely not the way this fucking retarded nigga did it. Definitely not the way this fucking retarded nigga did it. But keep in mind though, this nigga is on SoundCloud doing dubstep. So this nigga knows that I'm.
So you just saw that he denied 7 times that his name Nazareth, N-A-Z-U-R-A, 7 times. So he's trying to drive a point home, sisters and brothers. He's telling you he is not Judah Nazareth because that is not how he spells his name. That's what he's telling you. That's his defense. That's his number one defense. And he's even claiming that the guy GLS is behind all of this. But remember, this is the same guy that was slandering me on social media. This is the same guy that listened to a lesson I did 2 years before I knew anything about him and is telling everybody that things I said in that lesson was aimed at him. This is the type of guy he is. He goes on social media and he slanders people. But now I'm going to show you what you've been waiting for. We're going to get this out the way early. I'm going to show you in his own video, the same video that he just denied that his name is spelled Nazareth 7 times. He shows you by accident that is in fact how he spells his name and that in fact he is Judah Nazareth.
What we're going to do is go to his own YouTube channel and take a look at the video he uploaded denying that he is the homosexual Judah Nazareth. And as you can see, the title is GMS Homo Thug Gangster Rapper Exposes Himself. So you can see how Judah Nazareth is trying to turn this gay accusation around on the person that exposed him. He's trying to say that the guy from GMS who showed that he is the homo Judah Nazareth is in fact gay himself. But what we're going to do is start this video at 37 minutes and 52 seconds, and we're going to let Judah Nazareth expose himself. Take a look. Notice he's logging into his own SoundCloud profile. It's loading up. You can see it's him, Judah Nazareth. It's been a while. See how far back that Wait a minute. Look at what it says when you pause the video at 38 minutes and 31 seconds. It says, under the two icons, edit and share, Judah Nazareth in Tokyo, Japan, by way of Cleveland, Ohio. You're busted, bro. You are Judah Nazareth, and you just revealed this yourself. And if you are Judah Nazareth, that means you are, in fact, that down low homo that GMS said you are. See, you lied, bro, and you got busted. See, I've been telling y'all that this guy is a liar. All he does is go on social media and attack people. And that's what he had been doing to me. He had been attacking me on the Debate Talk for You YouTube channel, and now he's uploaded a video still taking shots at me. But I warned him to leave my name out of his mouth, but he wouldn't stop. So now I'm exposing you, bro. You are a homosexual. You are a real-life gangsterlicious from the Boondocks. You are a down-low hip-hop artist who's gay and don't want anybody to know because you don't want to damage your reputation. You are masquerading around on social media, pretending like you this hardcore Torah-observant Hebrew, the Torah Knights. Dude, you are a butt pirate. That's what you are. You are a genuine faggot. And I did not want to expose you to this degree, but you just went back off. So now I don't caught you in your lie. I didn't have to go to Google accounts like GMS did and link them with YouTube accounts and prove that you are Judah Nazareth. I let you tell on yourself. You know they say if you give people enough rope, they'll hang themselves. So you can't deny this. You can't claim that Josh is behind this conspiracy to make people believe you this Judah Nazareth when you're revealing this in your own video. You're such an idiot that you didn't even review your own video before you uploaded it and caught that mistake. So you're stupid and you're sloppy. But you want to get on social media and call everybody else gay? That's all you do. You call GMS gay. You call everybody in the House of Consciousness gay. You love throwing around that gay accusation. When in all actuality, you are the true down low homo. And you are exposed, bro. Judah Nazareth and Judah Nazareth are the same people. And what he did when he got busted by GMS is he started trying to deny that that's him by using a different spelling of his name. In other words, Judah Nazareth is nothing but his homosexual alter ego. That's all that is. Judah Nazareth is the guy you see on Debate Talk You saying, we Torah Knights. That's the guy you see on YouTube. But Judah Nazareth is his homosexual alter ego. This is why he denied being Judah Nazareth. This is why he said my name is not spelled that way. He said that 7 times in this same video. 7. We counted. And in the same video, if you pause it at the precise moment, you can see that he does in fact spell his name that way. And we seeing this from his own account. He logged into his own account. This is his profile. He logged into his SoundCloud account. And SoundCloud accounts are linked to these hip-hop pages that he liked to post on. But before we even show you the gay stuff he was saying, let me give you more proof that he and Judah Nazareth, the homo, are the same people. I know a lot of y'all saying, Josh, case closed. You already done proved it. No, y'all know my style. Because this faggot been saying all this stuff about me on social media for no reason, unprovoked, ain't saying nothing at him, lying on me, telling people I teach stuff that I don't teach, so now I got to teach him a lesson. I got to show people that you can't just be taking shots at ABT and think you're just going to walk away. I can handle people not agreeing with what I teach. I can handle that. But when you start lying on me, now I got to put you on full blast. And you can't get out of this, bro, because this is from your own video. Anybody who's watching this, do the same thing I did. Go on his channel, start the video at 37 minutes and 53 seconds, and stop it at 38 minutes and 31 seconds. Pause it precisely then, and you'll see the same thing. He is Judah Nazareth. He went into his own profile. He just told you that. But in the same video, he said that's not him, because that's not how he spells his name. Well, right here in your profile, it is spelled Nazura. So that is how you spell your name. You're busted, bro. You are down low. You are a faggot. You are a real life gangsta-licious. But let's move on. Because before I show you the gay stuff that he was saying on these hip-hop sites under the name Judah Nazareth, because we have proven that he is Judah Nazareth, I'm going to provide you more evidence to prove to you that it's him. You already know it's him. He showed you that himself. The fool didn't even have enough sense to make sure he cleaned up his tracks before he uploaded the video. But I'm going to give you even more proof showing you that that is in fact him. What we're going to do is go under this same video and we're going to take a look at his typing patterns. Because what many people don't understand is that typing patterns are like fingerprints. Now, look at this first comment we're going to look at. It's under the same video he uploaded defending himself. Look what it says. I'm saying, what's this? Right behind saying. Notice you see two periods. See, this brother overuses ellipses when he types. You know, ellipses are those three dots that indicate that something was omitted or that statement continues. You're going to notice that he overuses this when he types. This is a trademark characteristic of Judah Nazareth. Now look at this. It says, I'm saying, ... I'm going to put the word out for somebody to punch GMS niggas in their teeth and get it on camera. First of all, why would a godly man try to do stuff like that? You try to put the word out to incite violence against another Hebrew Israelite group. This dude is not a true servant of God. I don't care if he doesn't believe in the New Testament. The Tanakh does not advocate us going out and trying to incite violence. He's not even considering that the very person he tries to put the word out to do that might get shot, hurt, injured, anything. He's not considering any of that. But look at this. He says, hey man, ... you got to fight fire with water. No, you're supposed to be in the word. You're not supposed to be fighting anybody. But let me show you another example just to show you his typing style. Here is another comment that he left under his page. Look what it says right here. This is he directed this at a guy named Shakak7. Like ... I enjoy old school hip hop as much as the next man. ... But again ... Let's take a look at Queen Latifah. ... I don't have to read the rest of it. You can just look at it yourself and see that he has a style of typing. He randomly puts ellipses in between his sentences. Keep this in mind, because this is going to expose him further later. Now let's take a look at yet another one. Because see, I get real technical when I do this stuff. He ain't gonna be able to weasel his way out of this one. He's not gonna be able to run, because that's what he tries to do. He tries to run and tries to act like, oh, that wasn't me. They spelled my name wrong. That's talking about somebody else. This is a comment that he left under the video that he uploaded against me. And look at
I want y'all to see the
listen to this gay stuff and notice how it is typed. And we're going to come back to this too, because this also reveals something else. He gives himself away. He tries to cover his tracks, but then he gives himself away. Look what he says. I'll eat this long-armed African-American ass. Pay attention how he spells the word ass, A-Z-Z, because I'm going to show you how that tells on again later. I'm a black Israelite, but realize tasty Duke sandwiches. I think he means doo-doo sandwiches. This is nasty anyway. ... Wait a minute. Why does it have this ... here? Remember, I showed you in all his other posts on YouTube. That's the ellipsis in his post.
Who is is this man that is dragging Judah Nazareth all up?
Yeah, he's funny as hell.
I'm saying, who is this man? That's what I'm saying. The man name is funny because I don't know his name, but I know he's.
Hold on, y'all. I'm finna tell you, I gotta say in my archives. Hold on.
Oh my God, son.
Absolute. He called himself Absolute Bible Truth Ministries.
Oh.
Absolute.
Y'all gonna buy me a new mechanical keyboard because I'm about spitting this one.
He got a whole bunch of stuff up there about him.
Man.
Josh from Absolute Bible Truth Ministry.
I'm gonna say this. Whoever did make them posts, the gay posts, they disturbed, bro. Like, I hope it ain't Judah Nazareth.
That's on his page. The pictures on his page.
Jordan was trying to do that.
He got that shit off his page.
That's the gayest stuff I've ever heard, bro. Like, I want to dress up.
Sister, all you gotta do is type in Judah Nazareth exposed. It's a lot of people up there got stuff on him. Yep, just type in Judah Nazareth exposed and you'll find a bunch of videos.
This is what happens when you piss off quiet people. You never know what they gonna do.
I've been waiting on him to open his mouth with his he like Dunkin' sandwiches.
Girl, you know he ain't coming over here no more. He took his ball and went home last time. I was over here by myself.
Ain't no Dunkin' sandwiches in the treehouse.
Which is true. We don't lie to it. I still need that no worms on logo. No chakra.
I'm talking about y'all see the shit.
You don't tamper with chakras over here.
Yeah, the brown chakra crew.
Ooh.
God.
Oh my goodness.
Well, if he posted that dude is disturbed, bro.
I'm gonna play a few more minutes so we can get out, but y'all can find the link yourself. I'm gonna make sure I drop it in the link.
Yes, right.
I'm playing a few more minutes because he get to the nitty gritty. I had to push it up a little bit. Hold on, here we go.
Bend me over and F the S out my Israelite ass. AZZ. Again, I am G Armstrong Bergen on Facebook. Come F me hard. Another ... Now tell me, why are these ... appearing up under Judah Nazareth's name? Remember, we've already proven that you're a liar because you said that's not how you spell your name, and you told on yourself in your own video and showed it is how you spell your name. And SoundCloud is linked to hiphopdx.com. They're linked. So when you're on here posting, you're giving yourself away. You're trying to lie to people and pretend like, hey, I don't know what's going on. That's not me. No, that is you. Look at the parents, the ... We're going to take a look at another one because he just doesn't post under Judah Nazareth. He posts under Judah Nazareth, all caps and other names too. You can see, now this is a post that he made under capital Judah Nazareth. There's nothing gay about this. He's just getting on black people. Look at this one. Every single black person on here who excuses these damn evils for saying nigger are some goddamn coons. Period, point blank, end of discussion. ... Y'all nick are some damn slaves. ... Notice there goes those random use of ellipsis again. He didn't even say anything gay on here. Now, if he's going to say that he's none of these, you're not even the ones that aren't saying any gay stuff. And if you are one of the ones that are not saying the gay stuff, why are you not on here exposing, or why didn't you expose the gay ones? Why did you say, man, why are you posting gay stuff using my name? You're right on here with these people. And if you're saying you're not any of these people, then explain to us why somebody is on here under your name saying stuff like this, talking just like you talk, typing just like you type, spelling just how you spell. See, you can't lie anymore, bro. We've already proven that you are Judah Nazareth, and we proved that from you. You showed us that. You can take the credit for that or the blame. You're saying this stuff and you think you're smart. You cannot hide from the truth. Let's look at another one. This is you again on here posting under Judah Naz. Now, there's nothing gay about this either. But look at the typing pattern. Look what it says. I would have death copped that native tongue shit. Pay attention to that. Look how he spelled the word shit. Africa baby bam is a hot damn fruit basket. Old head cuz, you a bad boy. ... I'ma see what he's talking about on his release. ... But yo, again, ... There's a mixtape of cats from all over the world. ... We have 9 producers. dot, 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 and only 4 MCs, dot, dot. We need more MCs, dot, dot, not rappers, dot, dot. So if you got bars, dot, dot, and want to spit over ridiculously dope beats, dot, dot, hit me up at Judah Nazareth MySpace, dot, 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 dot. I'm only one producer. Look at all these ellipses he's using. This is how he types. This is how he types. And you're going to tell me this isn't you? And notice he's under Judah Naz here. See, he keeps switching his account names to try to throw people off track. So when he says something gay under one account, he'll just create another one and say, that ain't me. So I guess this Judah Naz isn't you either. And if it isn't you, why is he on here under your name, typing the way you type, promoting your stuff? And yes, you do have a MySpace account called Judah Nazareth MySpace. I saw it. So you're going to tell me all the songs on that account, that's not yours? Somebody is uploading songs using Judah Nazareth, and that's not you? This is you. And again, look at the bottom. It says real hip hop, dot, dot, no little big young bullshit, dot, dot, hit them up, shalom. Again, look how he spells shit. S-H-E-T. I want y'all to pay attention to little stuff like this. The way he spells the word as, A-Z-Z, and the way he spells shit, S-H-E-T. This dude leaves a cyber trail everywhere he goes. And he doesn't even try to bother to clean it up. He just denies it. But he's a liar. And that's what he does. He trolls everywhere he goes, whether it's concerning religion or hip-hop. He just trolls. And he even said in the video that he was defending himself in that he got banned from this site for constantly getting on people. I can believe that. But you see what he did? He just created multiple accounts. It's clear to anybody that this Judah Naz is him. But he said that's not who he is, right? And this Judah Naz is short for Judah Nazareth. Because if it was short for Judah Nazareth, he would have spelled it N-A-T. Because that's the third letter in Nazareth. So this is short for Judah Nazareth. Here's another comment from him. Look at this one. Judah Nazareth. Hell, rail. Do you read your replies? This is Gary A. Virgin, a.k.a. Judah Nazareth, your #1 fan. All I want is a taste of that bumpy D. G. Armstrong Virgin on Facebook. Look me up. It says I'm married to Isato, but I'm willing to plank on your cock anytime. Love your music too. Dot, 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 dot. Check me out on MySpace at Judah Nazareth. I make dope techno gay beats for free. Hit me back on Facebook. Now, if you say this isn't you, which we know one of your aliases is Judah Nazareth, we proved that. You showed us that. Then why is this guy put all that dot, dot, dot in between like you type? Why is that showing up in his post? Because that's you. And we already proved that you got multiple accounts. We proved that. Here's another one. It says right here, Judah Nazareth, a.k.a. G. Armstrong Bergen on Facebook. See what I'm saying about you African Americans? Black Israelite run, you niggas. Dot, 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 dot. That's why I get the most D in my booty and my mouth, and y'all get none. I'm gay, and there is knock. If you ain't your D suck and man P from a true black Israelite, dot, 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 hit me up. So this isn't him either?
I'm just saying, y'all. Ain't nobody throwing up, is it?
Nah, but we gonna take a short break.
Yeah, that.
And,
Yeah.
We good. I just want y'all to see what's going on.
We don't need no more, man. We don't need no more. Oh, we gonna put out a call. We got a song to play, a request for all the fallen HOK members in the
Can we just drop a pause real quick for all that?
Oh no, you can't be serious. That is some bullshit right there.
All the fallen members of the HOK.
He got a whole Facebook page up there.
It's a damn shame.
R.I.P. to Judah Nazareth, a.k.a. Gangsta Legend. All you donkey sandwiches and everything is gonna miss you. Now make sure we post your funeral on your MySpace page. I ain't mean to do y'all like that, but hell, like he over there talking about my girl and talk about before. It's hey.
They been getting drunk all and up and down YouTube all day. They don't know which way to go.
We gotta nip it in the butts. Literally.
Yes.
Cause that's y'all what Judah was trying to do, nip it in the butts.
I think that if HOK doesn't work out, that maybe Judah Nazareth can jump over to the rainbow sector and start his following there and teach the Bible to the other people in his community.
That's where he started at. He started in the rainbow sector.
Yeah, but then he got involved with the Bolski.
Hey, well, for someone who used to follow, for someone who used to follow him, all I can interject is those dots sounded just like him.
We have partial confirmation, family. Partial confirmation.
Hey, I be using them dots when I write too, but after this week, I'm no longer gonna do that.
They done killed it for everybody. I don't even want to use them joints.
I use it, but the way the brother was reading it, because I like visual. When I hear words, I see the emotions, right? So I'm a visual person. So just hearing it with my eyes closed as the brother is saying the things, it's like I heard and saw Judah's face actually, and it flowed just like him. That's the thing, like the text,
that's his writing style.
Just like him. Yeah, from supporting him for almost 2 years, I had supported him.
Well, I'm just saying,
his style. So if someone did that to mimic him or trick him, well, they had absolute access to his account. And one thing I know about Judah, all you have to tell him is, hey, I don't like the word you use, or I believe you have the wrong interpretation, and he's gonna make a video about you cussing you out. So the brother made a point, that absolute brother, he made a good point in that video. It's like, one of you guys made a good point, like, how come with these people who he's supposed to be saying, oh, it's not my video, I didn't do that, they're trying to fake my account. How come he's never made videos about those people who's trying to? You understand what I'm saying? Like, go after those people dirtying your names. Oh, you can come against somebody like Sister Nandy. You can come against somebody like yes.
Devanya. Ula say you breaking up, so Ula say call him and he gonna bring you in that way.
Yeah, if you call me, I'll break it because the internet or whatever is probably breaking up. So if you call me, you go to the phone, you'll have a stronger connection.
Hey Leonard, is that the real one or the troll? You can jump up if you want to, Judah. You're always welcome.
Bring you into my
Wait a minute. Oh, he in the chat. Let me play something for him right quick.
Hold on, Mandy. It's either him or a troll.
Okay, if it's him, hold on. I got something for him while the buddy calling me.
That's Judah.
Here we go.
It's a troll.
Shout out to you, Judah.
Leonard say that's the clone. Leonard would know best.
He said that's the real one.
That's the clone.
All right, cool.
So if it don't say the TZ, it's not really him. So if it don't say NATZ or NAZ, it's not him.
I don't know. I just know that troll's been in the chat before, but I couldn't remember which one. That's what made Judah come up on the panel, because I wanted to make sure it was him.
Got it.
Yeah.
But hey, all that, the wild shit that man was saying sound way too wild to be fake.
I got a theme song for him, y'all. Hold on.
Man. Not laughing.
Like, I can't see somebody trolling and just saying some of that shit. You know what I'm saying?
That's the clone for real. They chase Judah all over YouTube.
Nigga, we hitting on them hoes like we get to bed. Bitch, did you see? Pull back away from me. Me and my nigga get the chest and I VIP. Now bump it to the left and bump it to the right. Cause when you do the homie, nigga,
man, Wombat Troll come over here. The whole world.
That's a shout out to you, Jude. The homies over hoes.
Oh man, that should be for all of them because that's how they move in the house of consciousness. They really move like that in the house of consciousness. Like you notice that it's always these stories of sisters getting violated and disrespected by one or some of these niggas. And then all of them together click up when the sister tries to get some justice or let it be known that they violating women. Then they all click up and there's something wrong with women.
Oh, Mishiak put something up earlier I was supposed to play. Hold on, let me share this. It's so minty. What us go do? I think that's the right one. I think he said like 6 minutes and some change.
There we go. Boom. Let me make it bigger for y'all. Look what this nigga had the nerve to do, nigga. Yeah, what's happening? Bro, these motherfucking niggas up at y'all niggas got 7 motherfuckers in the room. What?
Yes, I gave my son my music.
I don't know. Y'all don't even know what the motherfucker said. I'm just smiling and shit. All right.
What is this? This supposed to be the wrong way. And he ain't here to explain. So we go try the other one. Probably born a coffee. Don't be shut out. Oh, it's not that, it's not that, it's not that, it's not that. Oh, this one. Yeah, this.
Just take a look at this fucking idiot, y'all. let me do this first. What is the date in Tokyo, Japan?
It's Saturday, October 10th, 2020 in Tokyo, Japan. My apologies. I couldn't hear what you said.
What is the time in Tokyo, Japan?
It's 2:49 p.m. in Tokyo, Japan. Sorry, I couldn't hear what you said.
So it's 2:40 something p.m., right? What time is sunset in Tokyo, Japan?
Sunset will be at 5:12 p.m. today in Tokyo, Japan.
Right? Now watch this, y'all. Watch the bullshit. Check this shit out. Check this shit out.
Oh, sick.
Shut up, Siri. Watch this. Now listen. Just listen.
Done in my debates. And I still get robbed and whatever. Why? Because I'm Mashayak. That's why. Figure out what I have a debate called is do Nazareth Mashayak a Messiah 2 versus claim your inheritance. I'm going to win that debate.
Look at this.
According to
you
the
see the steam coming off that coffee?
The judges.
You see the smoke coming out that cup?
They're going to vote against me. There's a saying in the book of Proverbs. Those who forsake the Torah praise the wicked.
Are you breaking the law? And you a Mashiach, and you sit here breaking the Most High's Sabbath right here in front of everybody on a live stream. It just shows that all your followers are just as retarded as your ass. Actually, you ain't retarded. You're pretty goddamn smart because you got all these W's full. And you a Torah teacher, breaking the Sabbath, drinking coffee and shit. Look at the steam, y'all. Look at the steam. Wait, look at the steam.
So let's run down the accomplishments of what I've done in my debates. And I still get robbed and whatever. Why? Because I'm Mashayak. That's why. Figure out what I have a debate called is do Nazareth Mashayak a Messiah 2 versus claim your inheritance. I'm going to win that debate. According to the Torah and prophets. The judges,
Go straight off the
they
cuff.
are people, so of course they're gonna vote against me.
Yeah,
There's
that's
a
hard
saying in the book
because
of
you don't
Proverbs.
drink, you don't sip no motherfucking water, you don't sip no juice, soda, nothing like that. That motherfucker was hot. That motherfucker
look like Barney Fife.
Well, yeah, it's plenty out there on him. I can't stand that nigga. I'm cat.
The incredible Mr. Limpy.
Lord, this is a mess, though.
The other
See
guy.
you later, Jaded.
Hey, great show, everybody. Peace.
See you later,
Peace,
Jaded. Have a
peace.
good night and
Peace.
good morning.
Hey,
and
he sound just like
better
Minister
day.
Icky, man.
Oh my goodness. Well, no, you see, it's so minty. It's so minty. What is we gonna do? But like I said, one at a time, one at a time, one at a time. But all the incongruencies just in one person. They probably be over there listening to me using that Google voice to see what the word mean and shit. It's okay. You ain't gotta be shamed. At least you trying.
That slow limit ass nigga.
That is taps.
Slow limit soldier.
You talking about play the funeral home music?
Slow limit soldier.
I cannot with y'all. Oh my goodness.
Then he got to have nerve to have a
Hey,
potion.
that's the debate. That's the argument league new drag music. So I ain't gonna use it too often, but it was just appropriate because we had all these fallen slow soldiers. I was gonna say soldiers. We done made a new word, y'all. Slowjers. But we had to play some kind of music at the because they already been incinerated and wasn't nobody for a funeral.
These like smarter than a damn newborn, sis. They ain't smarter than a newborn, no longer fifth grade.
How you keep coming back after getting drugged like this? And ain't nobody called you out no name. Ain't nobody said you done did something you ain't do. This is all the truth about you. When you talk about us, you got a lie and ain't got not a damn receipt. We can sit up here for hours on end and pull shit up on y'all and be laughing the whole time.
I ain't saying nothing about him. I don't even mention him. He trying to clout chase and do all that for Sinetta and her potion. I know.
Yeah, I had listened to one of his lives, like I think it was like 3 or 4 weeks ago, and what's the chick name? Where you say Shanana? You got
her potion.
Yeah, her
She
potion. She was, man, she cussed the hell out of dude, man. I had just decided just to click on the link and just see, just to see.
Judah, you're lying.
And the thing is,
You're lying,
he has
Judah.
no fight. He has
Oh
no
my
fight
gosh,
for her,
that
man.
video.
Like, and he like, I mean, she just cussed him out and little boyed him the whole time and dared him to say shit, all kinds of shit. I'm like, and I tapped in the chat. I said, bro, just be a man, bro. Like, just don't let somebody come on your platform and do that.
I treated him like a whole man, even though he said I was clout chasing. But he go on his platform and let her sling him around like a damn rag doll.
Yeah.
It don't make no kind of sense.
Yeah,
don't make me call Sinetta.
Call him. He gonna tell you to leave me alone.
Yeah, man, she cussed the hell out of him, man. And
the first time she tried me, he had just came over there to get her from somebody else, and she brought her ass back. I said, start with me, Sinetta ain't gonna come save you this time. He gonna leave your ass. And what happened? She got left.
Yeah.
Then she tried to send Robert. She tried to send the Can't Get Right crew. to come jump on me. Oh, you thought since one of y'all couldn't do it, you was gonna double and triple team me. One didn't work, so you gonna send up another one. I dragged that one too, and you sent another one. Now it's 3 of them up here getting drugged, and one scared and doing what I tell him to do because he don't want his ass to get drugged too. Now what you gonna do? Sinetta still ain't came out and said shit.
Don't ride
y'all out in the background.
Don't ride records. I need to look like they belong to the family of the Gremlins.
Yes, somewhere in that tree. It was like y'all even sent the person that I don't like the most on YouTube because he is a waste of space and a liar and he makes entirely too much shit up. And after I cremated his ass in front of 700 people, y'all still ain't learned y'all slow. Y'all ain't regular slow. They had to look y'all up. Y'all had to be personally escorted to school or some shit. I don't know what's going on with y'all.
Judah Nazareth look like Cousin It.
You know, when he ain't got that spirit riding on him, he looked like Eric Benet. See, he could have been around here doing an Eric Benet impersonation, but instead he decided that he likes to get his butt. Well, shit.
He doing the Eric Benet impersonation, and he bent over. What he doing? He said he bent it
He don't
over.
look like Eric Benet to me no more. He done lost that spirit done aged him since I met him.
And did y'all see that damn fool, her potion not trying to dance, standing up there looking like a hoe?
Oh Lord, no, you must not have been over here. Well, we gotta do it again, y'all, because Mandy wasn't here. Hold on. Let me get
that bitch Adam's apple, but that whole Adam's apple was sticking out. Y'all
No, we found out where she got her dance moves from. Hold on. Hold on.
She was trying to hide that Adam's apple, but it wasn't working.
You talking about she was Domo Obrigado, Mr. Roboto and over there. But yeah, hold on. Here she go, she pop up every time.
Def Jam.
This is where she got her dance moves from.
It's all about your posture.
Hold on, here she go.
And that's what makes it look like hip hop. What this is with hip hop is everything's down low. It all is in a plie. I think the first thing that you need to know about hip hop, it's all about your posture. And you know, growing up, my posture was really bad. My mom used to tell me all the time, stand up straight, stand up straight. Well, you know what? I was standing up straight. And hip hop is this. 1, 2, 3, 4, hit, ah. And the more relaxed you are, that's what makes it hip hop. This is the first thing I will say to you. You want to do hip hop? You got to stand like this. In a hip hop head, we have this. Boom, bam, every time.
Boom, bam.
Now you can't tell me them dance moves don't
like
match.
this.
I'm trying
Start
to
out
learn it.
just
Can you throw me that video? I don't remember where I saved it at. You know, when I saw it, this is the first thing that came.
This is what we call popping.
That bitch look like she about to break her back. She popping.
Straight. I went to this club, right? And
Hold on, we have to have the other
they had
video for
no
comparison.
2, 3, 4 hit. Hip hop is this.
Look,
1, 2.
Where is that video? Linda, does she still have it up? Please say she does, because I cannot find where I saved that mofo at. Oh Lord, all the tea is coming. If you listen to the pod story, she also copied Real Life Is Not in Cyberspace's life story. Dang it.
Did someone say she tried to be a singer at one time?
Oh yes, sang it to Sinetta.
No.
Let me see. Wait a minute, I'm finna tell y'all what to find today. Hold on. Wait a minute.
I need that video. You know which one, because you've seen the dance of her people now. She was never. I kind of figured that because you can't even find her.
2, 3, 4 hit. Ah. And the more relaxed you are, that's what makes it hip hop. This is the first thing I will say to you. You want to do hip hop? You got to stand like this. This is what we call popping. Straight. Straight. I went to this club, right?
The only thing better than this is that dude. That dude that had that damn property access channel up in New York and owned that pet store. That's the only thing better than this. That cat was fucking his ass up. She couldn't have been an actress dancing like that. They at least require you to have a little bit of rhythm, unless your character just, your character just is supposed to be fucked up like that. Leonard, did she take it down because everybody was roasting her ass, or did you fall asleep after you fell on the floor?
What you say after he fell on the floor?
He talking about he was on the ground earlier. I know I got it because I showed it on Argument League the other day. Was that yesterday or the day before yesterday? I think it was the day before yesterday. Oh, no.
I'm in here looking forward to. I had that shit. I got some of
It's like 8 seconds long. It isn't long at all. But I know I had it. I know I got it. I just don't know where I put it at. I'm forever putting stuff in the wrong folder. And then stuff, maybe it's in this folder. Because I forget to change where I'm saving stuff at with the quickness.
Well, that whole Sinetta crew is some characters, man.
It's called Locked and Loaded.
I put the link in the
Wait
back.
a minute, I'm finna drop it.
Hold on, you gotta share that one, and I'm gonna share this one. That's what we gonna do.
I just figured out how to find it. Let me find it right now. Let me type it in up here. I had to go on my phone and see why I saved it at. I got it.
Hold on, Locked and Loaded.
Okay. I'm on them now.
Thank you for being nice to me. You know who I am. Dude, actually, I don't, but I'm nice to everybody.
I got it. Let me
have to be like a beast.
Dude, y'all need to quit talking in fraction sentences. I don't know if y'all trying to sound esoteric or what, or if y'all using talk to text, but sometimes I don't know. Sometimes I be wondering if it mean one thing or the other. You got it up there? There you go.
Let me know when you ready.
Go ahead and play it.
Have to be like
posture.
A beast. You have to be a beast. That's the only way they respect you.
No, we gotta do it.
You have to right click it and put it on loop.
Today, one of the nation's most aggressive.
I gotta put it on what, sis?
You have to right click it with your mouse and then put it on loop so it'll keep going.
Okay.
You have to be a beast.
Go up into the video.
Yeah, and then respect you.
Use the right button on your mouse. You got
okay, what else is supposed to go in? You said go in my right?
No, use the right button on your mouse.
Today,
somewhere on the picture.
Aggressive COVID vaccine mandate.
Oh, you said on the picture. Okay, you know I'm still learning this. Hold tight. Let me go back.
Hit that back button one good time. You on a Mac?
Yeah, but I'm on a Mac.
I think it'll work on a Mac. Right click it and see if it'll do it.
Okay, I see.
Yeah, there you go, loop. Click on it.
So what I do, just put it in.
Just click on loop and then play it, and it'll loop itself.
Okay, hold on.
Thank you, Hidden.
Let me see.
You have to
Because
be
you don't have to worry about it switching.
That's the only way they respect you. I have to be like a beast.
Notice the little lady dancing in the corner.
That's the only way they respect you. I have to be like a beast. You have to be a beast. That's the only way they respect you. I have to be like a beast.
How old is she?
You have to be a beast.
I have no clue.
That's the only way they respect you.
That's some old school type dancing though. That's like early '90s type shit.
You have to be a beast.
Exactly. This is the hip hop moves. She probably had this tape when she was growing up. And
That's like
Chris.
That's like Chris Cross make you jump type of moves and shit.
That's
so serious.
Like
she is so serious about
you
it.
have to be a beast.
Hello.
The only way they respect you. I have to be like a beast. You have to be a beast. That's the only way they respect you. I have to be like a beast. You have to be a beast.
Look now, look at the lady and look at her. Wait till it turn. Wait till the color come back on.
Beast. You have to be a beast. That's the only way they respect you. I
with them.
have to be like a beast. You have to be a beast. That's the.
Is this before she got with Sarnetta?
I caught it.
Like a beast. You have to be a beast. That's the only way they respect you. I have to be like a beast. You have to be a
okay,
beast.
that's enough. That's enough.
I'm trying to find out what she was saying.
I can't.
She trying to advertise on that little video though. That's all that is.
A beast.
Yeah, she a beast that's advertising.
I cannot, but this is you, and this is what you do. And then you have the nerve to talk about somebody else. Don't nobody care because you got some hair stitches in your head. Hell, if I wanted to, I could straighten my hair and it'll be longer than yours, bitch. What now? That's what 4C do. 4C represented. Shrink up. I don't give a shit. I look better than you on my worst day and your best day.
Y'all look like Rakeisha.
She's shopping for tricks.
She look like Rakeisha.
There's some holes in this house.
Y'all look like Rakeisha from out there WWL. Throwing up her arms and shit. A beast.
Yeah, like the dude said, she's shopping for tricks.
Moves that you couldn't get right from breaking 2 electric boogaloo. Girl, if you don't sit your non-rhythm having, I can't. I have to be a beast. No, you a wombat 2.0, newer and more fucked up than the original.
She look like she a crushed needle.
No, but always remember, family, wombats get angry when cornered. They're very aggressive.
We gonna take that whole picture down because it's blowing my eye.
Yeah. Devanya, you might have your volume. Somebody tell Devanya to check her volume. Let's talk about I know the pimp game well. She's shopping for tricks. Now, I know they say tricks are for kids, but she got 4 of them motherfuckers. Oh, y'all don't know about
She did that video while she was with Sarnetta.
Huh?
She did that video while she was with Sarnetta.
It was just last week.
Oh well, yeah. Like if that was my girl, man, me and her have a problem with
But
that.
is they together or is they not together? And is there some way that we can get a statement from Cynthia? Shit wasn't like this when Cynthia was around here wrecking shop. But now Cynthia done booted Sinetta out and the whole HOK done went to hell. Just look at her.
Damn, man. Yeah, she on there with a tank top with or showing her breasts off.
Yeah, she like it. That's what she was doing with Judah.
Yeah.
I mean, Sabi cussing her in the chats just like everybody else. Do they really go together anymore?
Say something in there, yeah.
Or will she just not leave?
Let me tell you what's going on, sis. And I need to find that show. His stupid ass really signed the contract with this bitch.
Oh shit.
And another thing, he done talked about.
He was running around talking about somebody put a root on him. I'm sorry for interrupting.
I'm trying. No, you good. It was sad because she asked a couple of sisters to help her put some on.
Oh shit.
And they came public on that shit. I'm trying to find the video.
Hey, that's like that is some shit.
And then she was on Judah. Let me find that video.
In his backyard.
I'm finna find it where she showed the actual contract like a damn fool and the ring on Judah now.
Look, I like that going on. And Sister Vanya, can I hear you? Can you say something? I don't hear her. I just heard her.
Sorry, guys. I keep muting out.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah,
I'm just making sure. I think it's me. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I'm muting to listen.
Oh yeah, I'm finna find it. I think I got it.
She say she got Sinetta draws in the
I
backyard.
remember she said she is not a free agent, and if you need somebody that's gonna be there for you, how she said that mess, I can't even remember. I was just like, I know you freaking lying, right? I know you lying. You gotta be lying, because if you ain't, ooh. When the Rams try to make a comeback, baby.
Well, that's how some chicks do suckers, man. Like, you know, once they get it certified, you know, they on to the next bit.
Yeah, pretty much. But if what's being said is true about that package being passed around, I wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole.
Yeah, man. But see, you gotta realize it's like we was talking about space cadets earlier. There's some guys out there believe HIV don't exist in the country.
Yeah, that's part of it.
Yeah, you got some weirdos.
I was gonna make
what was you gonna say?
I was gonna make a question joke, but I ain't gonna say it.
Oh Lord, what is this mess? Hold on, let me screen share.
Y'all didn't see that last video she was on with her Facebook like it changed color.
September 15, 2021.
Y'all, this is the best one.
I like to fill up my damn chair.
Shout out to the hidden Mashiach. This is the good one, y'all. That hand movement. That hand movement, y'all.
What the first thing I thought when I saw that?
What you thought, Devon?
You can't have no rhythm and be as stiff as one.
It brought me.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I didn't know what was going on. I didn't even know that this had anything to do with her the first time I saw it. So the first thing that came in my mind was like somebody is doing a spoof on Cousin It from the Addams Family. Because all I saw was hair and just that. So I thought it was a spoof of Cousin It. So yeah, that's my take on that.
You can't be stiff as a board out here trying to impersonate Shakira. That woman just as fluid as some water, and you out here looking like a whole 2x4 plyboard, pressed wood, not natural.
Yeah, that's rough.
What is this supposed to be? What is this really supposed to be?
Yeah, I love how they put the music on it. Y'all is the greatest whoever does these things.
That look like one of them witch dances, keeping it real.
Man, No. She's sitting up here. This is
Right. With the witch dance. Don't be fancy with the witch dance. You can't be fancy with it.
Don't give her
You gotta
too
get
much
to your
credit.
seance and get to your spell, bro. You can't get to your fancy with the seance and the spell. Come on, man. You playing with the spell. You can't be playing with your spells out here. Come on, y'all.
The witch of Endor got something to say about this.
Yeah.
Tasha
said something about it. They got Sinetta draws in the backyard.
I don't know what kind of seance is that. People in the seance with the light.
All the nights when Red Fox was telling them talking about they bury you back in your drawers in the backyard, you can't leave.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Come on, man. Where the candles at with the seance? Where the candles? Where the
That's
incense?
exactly why he
Where's
running
that?
around repenting, talking about he's sorry, he burnt the Bible or whatever. Yeah, because you try to get that root up off you. It ain't that easy, Frank.
Yeah, I warned them about that when they did that, and like if that's gonna come back to it, because basically that's the blaspheming of the Most High's name.
Period.
Boy, once you do that, boy,
You're done. You're done.
You're
You already know
done.
your goose is cooked.
done.
Your goose is
and you
cooked.
just walk the downfall.
The intent behind it.
Your goose
And you
is
put your intent out into the atmosphere when you burned it. So you can't just run to the Lord now and ask for forgiveness from that burnt Bible. Because
Come on, I got my.
hold
Hold on, y'all.
you ain't saying it right.
Hold on, let me play
You
the clip.
put voodoo or a root. Nah, she put a rut on your ass. That's what that is. That's a rut.
Hold on.
You can't even
Let me give you this clip. Let me play the sign of the clip for you. Yo, come on, y'all. Listen, man. I'm so sorry. I said I'm gonna burn the Bible, but you know, I'm just stressed out right now. I'm just stressed at the moment. This is why I said that. That's all that I'm saying. How the hell you say it? You stressed at the moment. What the hell? You say burn the Bible because you were stressed at the moment. That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy. And then he
Like
said,
those who shot it.
he's crazy.
There were those who shot bullets at the scriptures. As a matter of fact, Polite was one of them.
He wrapped it in duct tape and shot at it. Shot it up.
I believe he started it, and I don't know if he started it, but he was one of the main ones. And then you had others that started to do the same thing and follow him. And I just kept looking like my heart felt for them, but it's like, hey, that's your demise, the truth. Because
They knew better when they did it. Now, I ain't got no sense of that.
I always tell people, I said, listen, I have no problem. As a matter of fact, the people, couple of guys who I fish with, like I don't go, it's like you just meet them fishing and over the years you just become fishing buddies, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they don't believe in the scriptures at all. Yeah. But I don't shun them for it. As a matter of fact, the way they carry their lives and the way they treat their family, I have more respect for them than a lot of these people who are calling themselves Israelites or Torah keepers or whatever, because they're living a better example of how it is to be a stand-up person than I see how some of these guys are behaving, proclaiming they're teachers of the scripture. Understand? And that's why the Bible tells us it's not. You pay attention to the fruits, right? The fruits is to be the children. The fruits also, the word peri, it means children. It also means fruit. It also means the words that come out your mouth. It also means the deeds of your hand. So what a person say and their actions, the scripture tells us we pay attention to them. And then the children that they birth and how they raise them or how they allow the child to raise themselves or be raised, that's their fruit also. So these are the fruits. It tells us, in different ways how, hey, it means more than one thing. Pay attention to these things. And these are the things that can slip away and have a whole generation even more ruined. And when he says, like, the children are going to pay, when they translate as the children are going to pay for the sins of their parents, it is not saying that the God is going to be punishing the children. No, it is saying, hey, you parents, you adults who are making these children, if you're going to take all kind of drugs and poison and all that, guess what? Your child more than likely could be born with some kind of defect. So your sins are going to fall on that child. hey, you parents, you're raising your child up in a promiscuous situation, in a whoredom situation like this, you're going to be breathing daughters of and sons of whoredom. So it's like that's how your sins fall upon your children. It's according to how the parents raise their children and the environment they raise them around, you know. Doesn't always fall on the parents, you know, but you know, so all of that plays an attribute, but a lot of people try to blame it on God. No, he just tells us, hey, this is what's going to happen. 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 But when it happens, we want to curse the creator. Like, why you let this happen? And why? I don't believe in you. And we tend to, as human beings, we don't want to look at ourselves and see where we messed up and shit, I did this wrong. I need to get myself together here. We tend to, as human beings, when shit is going wrong or we're getting beaten down, we want to go and blame God. There is no God. There is no God. Why will he let me go through this? Why is he letting me go through this? There is no God. That's our human nature. But we become wise when we can surpass that and know, hey, check yourself. Why are you going through this? Why are you going through this? What did you do or didn't do to lead up to the point where you are at right now, Divania? That's what I constantly attack myself. I'm my worst critic in this world. Nobody can diss me more than myself, you know, but I think that's what we need to do a lot more of. You know, self-dissing instead of dissing others. And then maybe we can see our faults better and improve better. I don't know. Sorry, I yield.
Hey, it ain't no problem. Y'all keep talking about sorry. This is what we do over here at the treehouse. Ain't no time limit. You ain't got to limit yourself. None of that. But while you was talking, I found this. This man.
She always got some trick up her sleeve.
Y'all know I can't just sit down and do one thing at a time. But I found this.
What's that?
Sovereign Citizen took an elderly COVID patient out of the ICU. And as you can see, this is not a melanated person. Mm-hmm. This is in freaking Ireland. Here it goes. So this is in Cork, Ireland. John McCarran was clearly struggling to breathe. His voice is barely audible when the doctor leans over and earnestly tells him, you have the right to decide what to do. You are barely able to breathe. We want you to stay. McCarran is sitting in a wheelchair in a corridor of the Letterkenny University Hospital in County Donegal, Ireland. It is September 14th, and McCarran is at the center of a tug-of-war between the doctors who want to keep him in the ICU to treat a severe case of COVID-19 and a group of sovereign citizen activists who had come to rescue McCarran. But they say that COVID has sparked a rise. Yeah, here it is. The incident is the latest example of a growing trend around the world of anti-vaccine activists, sovereign citizens, and conspiracy theorists attempting to undermine medical staff at hospitals, claiming that vaccines don't work, and in some cases claiming that hospital staff are purposely working to prevent COVID-19 sufferers from recovering. It's one thing to not want to take the vaccine, but it's another thing to take somebody with breathing issues off the breathing tube and out of the hospital.
Well, okay, since you brought up the topic, I know the New York State governor, they just issued it, I guess yesterday I saw the headlines, that he just issued an ultimatum to all healthcare workers. Remember, they're reported like slightly over 50% of healthcare workers here in New York did not or are refusing to take the jab.
Yeah, they masked up.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm saying to myself, well, damn.
This isn't a whether you took the jab or not situation. They took a man that was in critical condition out of the hospital. You have your right to take the vaccine or not take the vaccine. That should be up to you. That shouldn't be up for argument. They shouldn't even went that far when they know they don't know if the freaking vaccine works or not. Long term, because there's no herd immunity.
The issue is when they take
novel coronavirus.
Yeah, but the issue is when they put you on that ventilator, it's like a death sentence. You know?
But I don't think this guy was even on the ventilator. He had breathing.
No, they probably was talking about putting him on the ventilator. That's why a lot of them they want to leave at that point.
These sovereign citizens get their windows busted out every day because they take stuff where they don't have to go. There was probably some solution that could have been met before it got to that point, and they took that man home and they had to rush him back because the Rona was eating his brain up.
There are so many cases like that, though. Like, this is not the first time I'm hearing this. You remember the one, the grandmother? She was a grandmother, elderly lady, one of our people, Black, of course. And she was taken to the hospital. She was in the hospital. The hospital pronounced her, and this would be a nice to do a case on this because there are multiple cases, but this one had me here crying. I was tearing up just reading it. So the hospital, I don't have all the details. I remember this stuff. The hospital pronounced her dead, right? They ship her body to the morgue. Now she is in the body bag. They ship her to the morgue. She is now there. The medical examiner, because, a few hours went by till he got to the body. He goes, open up the zipper bag, and next thing he sees slight, like this breathing going on. This woman went from the hospital, pronounced her dead. They sent her to the morgue. This grandmother, a Black woman. So I'm saying you got to see a lot of the weird cases. So many people in 2020 cases I was reading up where people weren't even dead. Their body was just.
Did that take place?
What's that?
Did that take place in Brazil?
No, that took place here in the USA.
Oh, yeah.
This was here in the USA this happened. Oh,
But
no.
The answer isn't to rent the hospitals or anything like that. They take it to, it's already bad, and then they want to take it to another extreme. They pushed this back. They wanted everybody to go back to work. It had been making sure everybody was virtual and everything was paid up. So now you have people that felt like since there was a moratorium on rent, they didn't have to pay. So we have a whole lot of landlords out here that want their money. And then you have everybody else pushing, and then nobody wants to work for such and such an hour when they're scared of catching the Rona and pass it.
So do we agree that there are a lot of jobs? It's very hard now for them to even staff the jobs because a lot of people don't even want to go back to work. They don't want to go back into closed environments. We're talking about teachers and a lot of people, office people. They're comfortable now working at home. It's even cheaper for the corporation to even pay them at home instead of paying space. So we have that going on. So coming back to the point where
the timeline. Once they worked out the major hiccups and that many people on for all that stuff, we done moved up this pandemic has moved up the jet timeline by about probably 20 years. We wouldn't have got it. But at the same time, this is a
So let me ask you this.
You know my theory, Leonard. This ain't man-made. Well, it is, but it ain't intentionally man-made. It's a whole bunch of. This is like the perfect storm type situation, just like
exactly.
It's the 2000s. If you don't do this, this is gonna happen. If you don't do that, this is gonna happen. So when they first spotted it, it came up in the worst possible area. Let's put it that way. This thing originated in the worst possible area for any chance of containment for the rest of the world. It was the perfect
It's a lot of money to be made.
It was the perfect time because it was the Chinese New Year and they didn't want to close. They didn't want to close anything down, so they pressed it down. This came out in November of 2019. This came out in November of 2019. They pressed it down because the Chinese New Year is in February? Because everybody had already bought tickets. And then think about it. That country, how many countries do they have immigrants in? Every single one of them. and they all go back home for the Chinese New Year. So not only did it originate over there, but you have a whole damn near country worth of people from every continent going over there. They got infected because the main hub is the main place for the daggone New Year celebration.
I can't agree to that. I'll disagree with that. I mean, I'll agree with it where it started, where it became big. It's here, but if we go back to like 2010 and look at the papers from 2010 to 2014.
You still there, Devon?
Yeah, you know, there's a lot. I'll just say this: it's a lot of industry that got messed up too with, you know, with the invention of Zoom. Like when you look at, like those
when they stopped putting them limits on it, when they gave everybody free access because of the Rona.
Yeah.
Hey, 2/3.
Yeah, but when you look at Zoom, how it's done messed up a lot of the industry based upon you would have like vice presidents and other high level executives. They would travel all the time. Now all they got to do is just jump on the Zoom call, have meetings, and you know it's the virtual thing has cut out a lot of the like the hotel industry.
It cut out the middleman.
Yeah, with the hotels, the buildings for the events and stuff like that. So not even events on Zoom. You know, people would fly out just to have in-person conversations. Now that's like, you know, need send your executives, you know what I'm saying, to Atlanta or Stone Mountain so that they can just have a meeting, you know, obsolete. And that like those, and that's how a lot of those hotels and industries make their money based upon, you know, big corporations sending their executives all around. Hotels is worth $300 a night. You know, that's a lot of money that industry is like that's missing out of the economy.
Mm-hmm. Like this, look at it this way. I was in the military when that first one happened. What was it? Bird flu?
Yeah. Swine flu, the bird flu.
The bird flu was the first one. The scientists have been talking about this since the late 90s, 2000s. If you go on Amazon, it's a documentary on there. I don't remember the name of it, but it might be Pandemic or something like Warning or some stuff. But it's the documentary from like 2004, and they pretty much broke it down, the novel viruses, you know, and why it's such a threat. And they, I don't know, right before this happened, I just started like binge watching documentaries on like the past pandemics and shit. I don't know what this is always how it is. Right before the R. Kelly shit popped off, I was sitting up here talking about why he was calling himself the Pied Piper. Yeah, I don't know. I just go with it. The useless ass.
And see, now everybody also with this pandemic, everybody needs a computer. I have like this computer I'm on right now. It is a Ryzen X NVIDIA 3090. That's the highest. That's the best graphics card in the world right now. And like the graphics card in my computer right now is worth almost $3,500. Like, you know, at one point it would be,
because the price is double. My coworker's been complaining about that.
You can't get a decent computer nowadays. You got to spend about $4,000 on a computer now. You know, unless you're getting a laptop.
Hey, look, my rig, that was the loud. My rig got zapped during a power outage, and I had electronic insurance. That lady was like, "Oh, this is your refund check," and I went ham at the stuff. I didn't want to wait to find out the best of what was available, and that was good. It was just that would have been bragging rights at work if I'd have got the one I really wanted.
Yeah, what you got, a UPS on your equipment?
Huh?
A UPS, a universal.
No, I don't have one yet. I gotta get one.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because you can also get insurance from them too.
Yeah, when you get the surge protectors and stuff, they'll give you lifetime insurance, but This was a situation where I couldn't wait 30 days. I worked from home, and I had that $5 that 5 months, electrical insurance, and I called them, and because it was like we had a bunch of power surges, like how the lights will flicker, but they won't go all the way off.
Yeah,
it was bad weather, and then it was like something was wrong with the power lines at the time, so it was shooting too much juice or something. It fried everything. The surge protector, both my monitors, the daggone computer itself, and everything else that was on that jack. So I called them up, and they was like, for everything, it was like shit, like 3 cents. This is like when the pandemic started, so the prices hadn't shot up yet.
Yeah, you got also when you're in the computer, you gotta have reserve. You gotta have a reserve computer too.
That jab is to make people feel safe, so they'll go back out and work instead of staying quarantined like they should have been the whole free time. Because as always, it's about money.
Man, it's definitely all about money, especially like a lot of these politicians. The reason why you become a politician in America is inside. You know what I'm saying? So like when you become a congressman,
those are worth a pretty penny right now. My told me he for like 200, and they selling it for like 1,300 on eBay. Some crazy shit like that.
What's that?
The AMD Risen.
Oh, Ryzen chips. That's like a CPU chip. Those CPU chips, they're not that expensive. What's expensive is the graphics cards. So if you got
you guys.
Hey,
I'm gonna fall off and go for a little while. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Okay.
I'm about to go in a minute
peace,
myself.
everybody.
But
right when the pandemic got real bad and they had stopped all the shipping, the prices for all that stuff went up. So like for a time, you could make out like gangbusters.
Yeah, you see the biggest problem with, like, say you want to do streaming nowadays, you gotta have a decent graphics card. And then like a decent graphics card is gonna cost you around right now $1,200. You know what I'm saying? At best. So
hey, if you got some members in the military, you better beg them to take you to the exchange.
Yeah.
Because they have deals in there.
Yeah, I got 3 computers.
Because that's where I got mine from. I had went to Best Buy, they ain't have nothing. I went to Office Max, they ain't have nothing. Then I went on Bay. I'm like, fool, you could have went to the next the whole time. Went to base and they barely had anything. But the salespeople told me since the pandemic hit and everybody started working from home, they was buying everything off the shelves.
Well, what I learned is you gotta go, like, when it comes down to getting things that you can't get your hands on, you really gotta get it. When it comes to electronics, you really gotta look at stuff like eBay. So and the thing is, sometimes you might bite your teeth by buying it. You're like, I don't know if I want to, grit your teeth off. But the thing is, like, I got the 3090. I actually bought that on Amazon, and then I got Amazon actually had it, and then I got a 3080 Ti, another one. I got that from I got that on for market value, like the I got it for the price it's supposed to be. So I got
What's
that.
Now? Oh my God, dude! While we sitting up, corner pocket, game over. Oh, they want to call me ugly. Oh, Rob is mad. Is it coming up to your birthday, Rob? Are you having flashbacks of when your wife left you? I mean, you got to be having flashbacks because you just threw up all on live, all in front of the camera. Ain't nobody worried about them. That bitch don't even know what the fuck I look like. Up here trying to call somebody ugly when he halfway home and sleeping on a barbershop floor.
Yeah, but the computers are definitely the future, man. Like, you got to get into it. And what's happening is because of the chip shortage is causing a situation where if you don't have one, you're gonna just get left behind. You know what I mean? And China is acting funny like that. You know, right now China has told Joe Biden that they don't want to have no meetings with him. They don't even want to talk to Joe Biden. And that's why everybody right now is talking about this shortage of food and you know, computers and all the little valuable goods and stuff that we get from China. You know what I'm saying? Even a water shortage. You go to
That's her
Costco.
reply. She can't come up with anything better than that. Oh my God. Let me hit somebody up tomorrow and get them to make a fucked up avatar. And then I'm gonna put her real government name on there. Cause see, you know this thing. Oh Lord. Oh, they over there trying to talk about me. They got that the little prince from Fraggle Rock over there talking about. They got CCCTV over there on the thing. Like, that's funny. He ain't gonna do nothing but snatch that shit down tomorrow because he a scary little bitch. It took him and Napa over there together to come up with that. But guess what? We've been live for how many hours and they still ain't showed up over here. That was some scary little motherfuckers, I swear. Don't nobody even want to be bothered with them. Y'all want Uda to get back up on his soapbox. Uda, you still here? Uda, you still here? Uda has fallen asleep.
You got haters, huh, Tasha?
Of course. Y'all must be doing something right. They over there pretending to be me.
That's real
goofy. Come with something original.
Yeah, that's goofy.
Everybody know what the fuck I look like. Can't nobody help it because you look robotic. Domo regato, Mr. Roboto. Get up about me. All I gotta do is show your fucking picture in town. See you later, Divine. Have a good day. Oh my god.
Yeah, someone said the RX 6900 expensive. That's actually the cheapest, best graphics card you can get. You know, it didn't go up as much as the other one. Yeah. That's a good graphics card that's not that expensive compared to the other ones. Like
you leave Atlanta. I guess I should go offline because I need a couple of hours before I go to work. Shit.
Yeah, same thing here.
We've been up all fucking night.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. You got a meeting, or you usually got a meeting. You need to get some sleep too. You're no sleeping ass. You buy like to just fall out.
To everybody, already know the vibes.
Oh, you back?
I've been.
Okay.
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and call it quits for the night. So
all right, Prime.
Y'all take care.
You too.
To everybody in the chat, you already know.
All right.
Already know. We gonna catch a couple of hours. Well, at least I am. Are you gonna try to catch a few, Udo? Oh, he just left. So we are gonna close out this episode of the Treehouse, where it's always swinging. And apparently, we make bitches mad. I thought we was bothering y'all, but y'all over here peeking in the windows and shit. I guess your password didn't work when you knocked. Oh, you be drinking Death Wish. See, I can't do it. This is Trip C's Treehouse, and we